The Disabled Tyrant's Pet Palm Fish Chapter 126 to Chapter 156. Xianxia, come quickly. The perverted fish on the bed couldn't wait any longer and patted the bed. King Jing couldn't help but laugh. He put down the things in his hands and walked over to hug the fish and kiss it. Li Yu rustled as he reached for his belt. Just as he was about to undo it, a notification popped up in his mind. Host, the conditions for activating the side mission, Sweet Cotton Padded Jacket, have been met. Please confirm whether you wish to activate it and choose the form you wish to take. 1. Human form. 2. Fish form. Holy shit. Li Yu sat up abruptly. This was a familiar formula. And Sweet Cotton Padded Jacket, wasn't that another name for a daughter? This should be a mission to give birth to a daughter. It seemed that there was indeed a problem with the location. This was it. She's here, she's here. Li Yu danced excitedly and was about to enter the system at any moment. King Jing, ? King Jing didn't know who Xiaoyu was thinking about at this moment. Just as he was feeling a little jealous, a soft sound came from the window. King Jing's gaze turned cold. He leaped to the window and pulled out his sword to stab outside. His sword was blocked in an instant. The two weapons clashed and a crisp sound was heard. There's an assassin. Li Yu, who was on the bed, couldn't care less about the notification. He instinctively wanted to help, but King Jing had already run to the door and turned back. What are you doing? Go after him. Li Yu said anxiously. Even though King Jing could speak, he was still used to using his actions to replace his words at critical moments. He patted Li Yu's hand and grabbed the brocade quilt. Soon, he wrapped Li Yu up like a spring roll fish. Li Yu knew his boss quite well. He hurriedly said, okay, don't worry. I won't go anywhere. King Jing was originally worried that he would be in danger if he followed him out. Li Yu felt helpless, but he still felt a little sweet inside. King Jing nodded at Li Yu and chased after the assassin. King Jing's bodyguards had already started fighting with the assassin. Li Yu had promised King Jing that he wouldn't leave the room, so he wrapped himself in the quilt and sat on the bed, openly looking through the window. Why did the Jingtai Palace always attract assassins? Li Yu could not figure it out. The assassin was eavesdropping outside. He and King Jing weren't talking about anything serious. Perhaps because he kept saying she's here, the assassin misunderstood and accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Li Yu watched for a while and found that the Imperial bodyguard's martial arts were very high, and the assassin was also very powerful. The Imperial bodyguard and the assassin fought to a draw. However, there was only one assassin, while the number of guards was increasing. After King Jing joined the battle, he took advantage of the assassin's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. He kicked the assassin in the chest and knocked him to the ground. Old attack was so cool. Li Yu was about to cheer loudly when the Imperial bodyguard came forward and tried to tie the assassin up. The assassin's hair stood on end, and he sneered a few times before committing suicide in front of the Imperial bodyguard. All of this happened very suddenly. The assassin used some unknown method, and a large amount of black liquid spurted out from his chest. King Jing reacted quickly and pulled the Imperial bodyguard away in time. This liquid seemed to have a strong corrosive ability, and the assassin quickly turned into a pool of pus. Li Yu, who was watching from the side, was shocked by this scene. He covered his mouth and kept retreating. King Jing hurried back to the room to check on Li Yu's condition. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. King Jing called out in a low voice. I'm fine, Li Yu said with lingering fear. The assassin just now, it's already been taken care of. Don't worry, King Jing said. Li Yu nodded. It wasn't that he was becoming more and more delicate in ancient times, but he wasn't mentally prepared. Anyone who saw such a scene, where a living assassin turned into a pool of liquid, would be frightened. In this world, there was something similar to the corpse dissolving water. It was a little scary. But when he thought about it, he already had the book Crossing Fish in the system. The corpse dissolving water was nothing in comparison. Li Yu frowned and reluctantly convinced himself to accept it. Xianxia, what's the matter with this assassin? Li Yu couldn't help but ask. King Jing helped him sit down and pointed the thing he found just now, a sword, to Li Yu. The assassin left it behind last time. It's a group, King Jing said. Li Yu, huh? There are too many assassins in Jingtai Palace. When was the last time, King Jing reminded him, a female assassin? Li Yu. After he said that, Li Yu remembered. When Li Yu was still a system fish that focused on missions, he met a female assassin during the share a bed mission. Later, she was killed by King Jing. Li Yu always thought that the female assassin was either from Marquis Ping, Marquian, or the Sixth Prince, just like the one that was bitten by Xiong Feng. But now, Marquis Ping, Marquian, and the Sixth Prince were no match for King Jing. Who could the next assassin be? Why was King Jing so sure that the assassin in front of him was related to the previous female assassin? King Jing had his reasons. He pointed the female assassin's sword to Li Yu. Li Yu saw it clearly. It was an ordinary sword, and there was a plum blossom pattern on the hilt. Li Yu? King Jing ordered the guards to come closer and show the assassin's sword. Although the assassin had turned into water, the sword was still there. Li Yu found that there was the same plum blossom pattern on the hilt of this sword. If it was only one sword, it wouldn't be a big deal even if there was a plum blossom pattern. But both swords had the same pattern. It was obvious that it was a kind of mark. No wonder King Jing thought that they were accomplices. Li Yu also thought so. You, why did you kill that female assassin directly before? Li Yu asked cautiously. He took this opportunity to ask the question that had always been in his mind. King Jing didn't answer directly. Instead, he pointed at a pool of dirty water on the ground. The answer might lie in this. If he didn't kill her at that time, the female assassin would have killed herself and turned into a pool of dirty water. Li Yu came back to his senses. Did you already know that they would do this? If King Jing hadn't pulled the guards away, they might have been splashed by the dirty water. Who knew what terrible things would have happened? King Jing nodded slightly. When I was young, I met assassins like this. I just didn't know who ordered them. Could it have something to do with your muteness being poisoned? Li Yu asked worriedly. Why didn't you tell father? Since King Jing had met assassins like this when he was young, it meant that the other party had always wanted to kill King Jing. It was also consistent with the intention of harming King Jing. Similarly, this was another person who was good at using drugs, corpse-dissolving water. There was a certain degree of similarity between them and the force that had poisoned King Jing. Li Yu's inference that they were on the same side wasn't completely unreasonable. King Jing didn't say anything. He just looked at Li Yu quietly. Li Yu's mind moved slightly. He suddenly understood why King Jing didn't tell the emperor before. It was because this group of assassins would turn into corpse-dissolving water. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed it either. How could the emperor believe it? Moreover, the emperor didn't trust King Jing as much as he did now. Besides, the female assassin who was killed by King Jing in advance didn't have time to dissolve her corpse, so the emperor couldn't find anything either. This force was very powerful. They were even better at hiding than the boss, the Sixth Prince. In the past, there were several princes, so this force was mixed in and not obvious. If they jumped out now, they would be walking right into a trap. Let's go. Let's go tell father. Li Yu pushed the blanket away and planned to go to the Palace of Heavenly Purity. He could be King Jing's witness. Go just like that. King Jing's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly pulled Li Yu back and looked at him with a strange expression. Li Yu followed King Jing's gaze and saw himself generously naked in order to get his daughter back. Li Yu hurriedly wrapped the blanket around himself again. He laughed and said, I didn't notice. Of course, I'll put on my clothes first before going. After Li Yu finished packing, the two of them went to the Palace of Heavenly Purity to ask for an audience. But for the first time, the emperor didn't see them. Steward Luo was on an errand and wasn't in front of the emperor. The eunuch on duty at the Palace of Heavenly Purity came to pass a message. He said that it was late and the emperor ordered King Jing and Princess Jing to go back first. Li Yu looked at the bright moon above his head and thought that it was indeed late. King Jing took Li Yu back to the mansion first. Li Yu chatted and laughed with King Jing along the way. Halfway through, he thought of something and became anxious. He kept urging King Jing to go back to the mansion. After entering the mansion, Princess Yu didn't have time to check on the baby fish. Instead, she pulled King Jing and rushed straight to the bedroom. King Jing suddenly felt that this was the opposite of what happened at Jingtai Palace. Li Yu walked and hurriedly took off his clothes. He muttered, "Hurry, hurry, or she'll leave again." "Who is it?" King Jing couldn't stand the jealousy and asked. Li Yu saw his dark face and couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, Li Yu wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered something in his ear with a red face. King Jing's ears turned red. He finally knew who she was. He also wanted her to come. King Jing kissed Li Yu's lips and carried the little lecherous fish into the tent. Li Yu didn't have time to choose because the assassin interrupted him. He was anxious to remedy the situation and was afraid that the notification would disappear again. Fortunately, the system notification did not appear immediately. When King Jing finished sucking on him and laid him on the bed again, the system notification started ringing madly again. Wait a minute. Li Yu with bird's nest hair knocked King Jing with bird's nest hair crazily. King Jing had no choice but to stop halfway for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? What was going on? Hubby, wait for me. Li Yu rubbed around to comfort old Gong and quickly entered the system. Li Yu kept telling himself to be careful and to choose the fish form. The fish form didn't hurt and he couldn't make the wrong choice. He chose the human form. Li Yu thought to herself. She chose the first option and clicked confirm in one go. Then, he realized that the first option was the fish form, but this time it was the freaking human form, Li Yu, F***ck. Why did the order of the options change? Could the system not cheat him? Li Yu wanted to cry when he saw that the mission was in progress. System, can I go back on my choice? Li Yu tried to negotiate with the system. The system would take advantage of any opportunity to cheat him. Naturally, it wouldn't allow him to go back on his words. Li Yu was kicked out of the system and found old Gong holding his waist. Li Yu's mind was in chaos. What should he do? On one side was the sexy old Gong and the baby he had been thinking about for a long time. On the other side, he was pregnant and in pain. Hey, can he get out of bed immediately and think about it next time? Xiaoyu? King Jing called him in a low voice. He pushed Li Yu's hair aside and kissed his full forehead. Which perverted fish was it that said that he couldn't go out until his daughter came? It was also this fish that suddenly entered a meditative state. King Jing hugged the fish and wanted to eat it. Was it so easy to be in a daze when he was with him? Li Yu, Li Yu deeply felt King Jing's hidden bitterness. The arrow was already on the bow, how could it not be released? Li Yu had shot himself in the foot, but he was used to enjoying himself. Now that King Jing could speak, he would call out Li Yu's name again and again with a hoarse voice. Li Yu's scalp went numb and he panted like a cow. He even forgot his own name. With the pleasure in front of him, who would still remember whether he was a human or a fish, in order to make sure that his daughter came smoothly, King Jing put in a lot of effort. Li Yu was so full that he couldn't even open his eyes. He was about to fall asleep in the next moment. King Jing finally calmed down and kissed Li Yu's eyelids lovingly. Recently, Li Yu had been preparing to have a daughter. He had done many strange and cute things. For example, he would stuff a small soft pillow behind his waist. This way, he wouldn't waste it easily. King Jing didn't know what he meant at first. However, now that he saw Xiaoyu in a mess, he suddenly understood what he meant by wasting it. King Jing's face turned red. He also wanted to give Xiaoyu a daughter. Forget about the soft pillow. King Jing had better things. He directly stretched his arm over to cushion Xiaoyu's back. Li Yu's waist and legs were sore and tired. He fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, he realized that he had been cushioned for the whole night. Li Yu, damn. Was he still afraid that his daughter wouldn't come? Sob, sob, sob. He was afraid that he would really be pregnant soon. What should he do? Li Yu was anxious when his daughter didn't come. Now that his daughter was here, Li Yu was anxious. How painful would it be in human form? Li Yu was afraid of pain. However, he was already a father. He knew what to do and what not to do. This was a little life. Since it was here, he couldn't abandon it. Moreover, it was a little jacket that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Liu asked the system. He wanted to know more about having a baby in human form. It was definitely different from having a baby in fish form. He had stuffed small pillows into his clothes before, but pretending to be pregnant was definitely different from actually being pregnant. Moreover, he was more afraid that if he had 4 daughters at once, would he still be able to do it after giving birth to all of them? The system gave a very detailed introduction to the task of having a baby or having a daughter. It roughly knew that the host was often unreliable, so it also told Liu with certainty that a human could only have one baby. Liu's heart, which was about to jump out of his chest, finally calmed down. He still had the courage to give it a try. Moreover, there were advantages to having a baby in human form. Now that he was in the imperial city, right under the emperor's nose, it was convenient and painless to have a baby in fish form. However, there was a lot of risk involved. Although King Jing assured him that he would make proper arrangements, if the emperor were to find out, it would be a huge disaster. It would also implicate King Jing and the 4 babies. However, if he had a baby in human form, he would only have to trouble himself. King Jing and the 4 babies would be safe. He could also complete the arrangements that King Jing had made in the western frontier. Let's just do it like that, Liu thought with a strong sense of righteousness. The system gave Liu all kinds of common knowledge about pregnancy in human form. Generally speaking, it was not much different from a human pregnancy. It also told him that a baby in human form would be born as a normal baby and would not turn into a fish. It also did not need to be like fish eggs, which had to be hatched into young fish first. The young fish also had to do tasks to turn into a human. Although the whole process was tiring for him, there was no external risk to the baby. This was another reason why Liu was willing to give it a try so soon. He had already confirmed from the system that his daughter was pregnant. However, a human's stomach was still very flat. Because a human's pregnancy would only show after 3 months, Liu was not in a hurry. As her other father, King Jing had kept her pregnancy a secret the last time. He also felt that it wasn't right, so he definitely couldn't keep it a secret this time. As for the emperor, Liu hoped that he would wait until the baby was a little older before telling him. King Jing was now the only legitimate prince that the emperor valued, so there were too many people keeping an eye on them. There were even people who wanted to poison and assassinate them. If this was revealed too early, Liu was also worried that someone would target this unborn child. He was wearing a palace book, so he didn't want to make any mistakes. Liu first revealed the news of her pregnancy to King Jing. He remembered that when King Jing became a father for the first time, when he found out that Liu had given birth to fish eggs, King Jing felt dizzy. Now that he found out that Liu was pregnant with a daughter and that she was going to give birth to the child in her human form, King Jing was overwhelmed with happiness. However, he felt that something was wrong. Xiaoyu, you, King Jing's probing gaze fell on Liu's flat stomach. If she were to give birth in her human form, wouldn't she also have to go through the pain of childbirth? Liu understood and nodded. King Jing paused for a moment and realized how great of a sacrifice this would be. He held Liu's hand tightly. King Jing was very touched that Xiaoyu was willing to bear the pain of childbirth in her human form even though she could easily give birth in her human form. King Jing knew very well who she was doing this for. He decided that he would only let Xiaoyu suffer this once. At least before he completely took over power, he wouldn't let Xiaoyu suffer like this again. After that, if Xiaoyu wanted to have as many little fish as she wanted, he would help her hatch them. I won't let you suffer again, King Jing promised. Liu was also affected by his emotions. She looked at King Jing with red eyes. With this promise, a little pain didn't seem to be a big deal. In the past, King Jing had asked Liu to pretend to be pregnant in the western border. However, he had taken good care of Liu. King Jing was far more aware of the pregnancy than Liu herself. After learning that Liu was pregnant, he immediately found a subordinate who was good at obstetrics and gynecology to check Liu's pulse on time every day. His daughter was still too young to reveal her pregnancy to the public. However, he had to pay attention to some taboos. In addition to checking her pulse daily, King Jing also assigned servants to take care of Liu. He ordered them to follow Liu at all times and make sure that Liu didn't bump into anything. He was afraid that the children would accidentally spill the beans, so he didn't tell them in advance. Liu used to carry them often, but she couldn't do so recently. However, Liu's father didn't neglect the children because of this. He still played with them often, told them stories, and taught them how to be a good person. Liu heard that she had to take care of the older child's emotions if she wanted to have a second child. She was afraid that the children would be wronged. However, it seemed that they weren't at all. Liu once asked what would happen if their father gave birth to a younger sister. De Bao, Er Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao's eyes lit up. They all thought of Uncle Ye's younger sister at the same time. "We want a younger sister," the children said joyfully. Since the children didn't reject it, Liu was relieved. The human form could only give birth to one child at a time. Based on his and King Jing's enthusiasm, there might be more younger brothers and sisters in the future. Liu had already started to nourish the fetus. In addition to waiting for news from the emperor, King Jing also began to investigate the assassin in the hall of Jing Tai. It wasn't that King Jing hadn't investigated it before, but because the direction was wrong, he didn't find any useful clues. This time, because of Liu's reminder, King Jing realized that the power behind the assassin might be the one who poisoned him. The two of them had already speculated that Shui Wuzi came from Lu Lan. King Jing looked for many ancient books about Lu Lan and found a suspicious record in a book called The History of Lu Lan. The people of Lu Lan were good at fighting and poisoning. When the two armies fought, they often left their opponents without a corpse. Although this history didn't mention the specific methods of the people of Lu Lan, according to the description, it was somewhat consistent with the corpse dissolving water. The corpse dissolving water was a name given by Xiaoyu. King Jing felt that it was appropriate and used it himself. This clue found in the history made King Jing more inclined to Xiaoyu's conclusion. It was really possible that the same power was behind it. The history of Lu Lan also recorded the life of the last monarch of Lu Lan, Chang and Jun. Chang and Jun angered the emperor and the two countries became hostile. Although the people of Lu Lan were good at fighting, they were still a small country and couldn't withstand the iron cavalry of the dynasty. Chang and Jun stubbornly resisted and held on until the end. He was captured alive by the Grand Marshal of the army and sent to the imperial city. At that time, the emperor was young and impetuous and didn't treat prisoners with mercy. In order to save his life, Chang and Jun had no choice but to give up his daughter as an imperial concubine in exchange for freedom. When King Jing was reading the history of Lu Lan, Liu was also reading with King Jing. He said that he was doing prenatal education for the baby. King Jing doted on him and let him do whatever he wanted. If Xiaoyu was tired, he would let him lean on him and sleep. The baby was only a few days old and couldn't even be considered a ball in his father's stomach. This prenatal education was for the father himself. The history of Lu Lan was full of twists and turns. For the first time, Liu didn't fall asleep. Liu also read the following records and found a pen to make a mark. The emperor did have a foreign concubine. However, there was no such person in the harem today. What did this mean? If a concubine disappeared, she would either die or be banished. Liu remembered that when he mentioned the foreign concubines, the emperor's expression seemed to be deep in thought. If all of this really had something to do with the extinct Lu Lan, did the emperor think of this former Lu Lan concubine? However, the emperor didn't say anything. In fact, if he wanted to know the situation of the emperor's concubines, he could also ask Steward Luo. Unfortunately, Steward Luo was investigating the evidence related to Pu Lu's poisoning for the emperor and hadn't returned to the palace yet. Liu originally wanted to wait for Steward Luo to come back and find out. If he couldn't wait, perhaps he could ask someone else. King Jing raised his head and a strange light flashed in his eyes. There was an unknown force in the palace. He had to find out the truth as soon as possible. The assassin from Jing Tai Palace had failed and hadn't returned. It was very likely that the other party had realized that they had been discovered. This was more troublesome than the princes combined. It was hard to say what the other party's next move would be. Late at night, King Jing's bodyguards were ordered by King Jing to bring back a person. It was a blindfolded woman who was wrapped in a black cloth bag. King Jing ordered Wang Shi to remove the cloth from her eyes. The woman was wearing a shabby palace dress. When she saw the light for the first time, she was a little uncomfortable. She squinted her eyes slightly and was surprised to find that it was King Jing in front of her. She sneered repeatedly. What do you want to do by calling me here? The woman looked at King Jing with hostility. Li Yu was protected by King Jing and was a little further away. He saw the woman's face and aura and felt that she was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was for a moment. It wasn't until a cat rolled out of the cloth bag that Li Yu hurriedly said that he didn't know how the cat jumped in. He looked at the cat's dirty fur and the faded begonia handkerchief in the woman's hand. He suddenly realized. This was the imperial concubine Liang Liang who wanted to drink 1,000 carp soup in the past. She was the enemy, and this cat was the enemy cat that Li Yu met when he first transmigrated, Piao Shui. Wasn't Lady Chou in the cold palace? Why did King Jing order people to secretly bring Lady Chou out? Li Yu pushed King Jing's arm to express his confusion. King Jing still couldn't reveal that he had recovered from his muteness, so he ordered Wang Shi to ask on his behalf. Wang Shi said, Lady Chou, His Highness has something to ask you. You should be smart and answer whatever he asks. If you want to play tricks, His Highness can make you come out without anyone knowing. He can also make you go back without anyone knowing. Carry you back. Lady Chou hated King Jing from the bottom of her heart and didn't want to respond. However, she was already in King Jing's hands and had no other choice. She stared fiercely at King Jing and said, What exactly do you want to know? King Jing glanced at Wang Shi. Wang Shi said, One of His Majesty's concubines from Lulan. Lady Chou was stunned and smiled proudly, Then she's already dead. Why do you want to know about her? Wang Shi scolded, His Highness asked you to speak, so speak. Don't talk nonsense. King Jing meant that other than Steward Luo, the older concubines of the emperor who had been with the emperor for a long time would know about the concubine from Lulan. It wasn't convenient for King Jing to ask other people except for Lady Chou. Lady Chou had been stripped of her position by the emperor and thrown into the cold palace. If King Jing wanted to meet her, there was still a way. You mean Consort Mei? If King Jing asked other people, Lady Chou might not be able to answer. However, she still knew this person. In the history of Lulan, it was only recorded that the Chang'an emperor presented his daughter. After that, this woman was beautiful. After entering the palace, the emperor gave her the title of Consort Mei. Li Yu's eyes lit up. Consort Mei's title had a plum, and those assassins had a plum blossom pattern on their sword hilts. Was this a coincidence? From the fact that the emperor rarely gave titles to his concubines, the emperor should be very fond of this Consort Mei. Even Lady Chou herself, even when she was in the limelight, didn't have a title. However, Consort Mei herself didn't think so. She was presented to the emperor by her own father, the Chang'an emperor. She didn't want to enter the palace, and 3 days after entering the palace, she attempted to assassinate the emperor and was sentenced to death by the emperor. Because of this, the emperor felt that it was very dangerous if the woman beside him had disloyalty. From then on, he didn't accept any more foreign concubines. Because of this, he took his anger out on the Chang'an emperor. The Chang'an emperor was demoted to the point that he couldn't even keep the lowest rank of nobility. Because of Consort Mei, all the members of the Lulan imperial family were enslaved. Consort Mei's story was very short and finished in a few sentences. Lady Chou stood rooted to the ground. King Jing ordered the imperial bodyguards to send Lady Chou back to the cold palace. Lady Chou gritted her teeth and knelt down. I've already told you everything I know. Can you also promise me one thing? King Jing looked at her and let her speak. Li Yu thought that Lady Chou wanted to take the opportunity to beg King Jing to let her leave the palace. After all, the cold palace was too difficult. Unexpectedly, Lady Chou pointed at Piao Shui and said in a low voice, You can do whatever you want with this cat. I don't want it anymore. Li Yu and King Jing were speechless. After Lady Chou finished speaking, she went into the cloth bag. Her cat eyes saw that she wanted to follow, but Lady Chou didn't give her a chance and scolded the cat. Piao Shui seemed to be often scolded. After Lady Chou scolded it a few times, it didn't dare to move. When it finally raised its head, it found that its owner was gone. Piao Shui howled miserably. It waited and waited, but Lady Chou still didn't turn back. What should this cat do? Li Yu had been bitten by Piao Shui in the form of a fish. At that time, he had just transmigrated and didn't know what was going on. Because fish and cats were natural enemies, he didn't have a good impression of Piao Shui. If it was another small animal, he might just keep it. What was Lady Chow's intention? Tianqi, can I, no matter what, Piao Shui was just a cat. In fact, it hadn't done anything evil. King Jing seemed to have expected Li Yu to make such a suggestion. He actually shook his head at him, and then his eyes fell on Li Yu's abdomen. Li Yu immediately understood King Jing's meaning. He was worried that it would be inconvenient for him to be pregnant. Li Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't want to raise it myself. I just want to find a suitable family for it. Although Madame Cho scolded the cat fiercely on the surface, Li Yu felt that Madame Cho was sincere about the cat. When the guards brought Madame Cho here, the cat had been in the cloth bag. Madame Cho must have known. If she really didn't want the cat, why did she go through all this trouble and throw the cat to King Jing's residence? She actually knelt down to King Jing for the cat. Although she scolded him, she was actually helping the cat find another way out. Since Madame Cho was demoted, the cat should have been living with her in the cold palace. Madame Cho, who was once fawned over by countless people, now only had a cat by her side. The praise when she was in the limelight was not as sincere as the company when she was at the bottom of the valley. He didn't expect that the high and mighty imperial concubine Liang would lower her head and think for a pet cat. Li Yu was just stating the facts. This was not a matter of principle. Just as Madame Cho said, she had already answered King Jing's question. And hoped that King Jing could help her. It was a kind of exchange. King Jing was worried that Li Yu and the cat would be in danger, so he didn't agree. Since Li Yu didn't want to raise the cat himself, he didn't object. After Li Yu made up his mind, he asked Wang Shi to look for a suitable family to raise a cat. This was a small task. Wang Shi quickly found a family who was well off and willing to raise a cat. The snowflake cat wouldn't go hungry, so it should be a good place to go. Wang Shi quickly sent the snowflake cat over. Considering that the snowflake cat might be angry when it was suddenly given away, Li Yu also asked Wang Shi to prepare some things that the cat would like and bring it over. Everything went smoothly at first, but the next day, the family came to report that the cat had disappeared in the middle of the night. Li Yu was stunned. What should he do? He had asked Wang Shi to send the cat out, so he couldn't just leave it like that. Li Yu hesitated for a while and asked Wang Shi to look for Piao Shui. Wang Shi couldn't find her for a while. In the middle of the night, a cat kept meowing outside Li Yu's room. It woke Li Yu up from her sleep. King Jing helped Li Yu out of the house and saw Piao Shui in the courtyard being chased by Li Yu's duck and rabbit pets. Li Yu's ducks and rabbits were quite bold. They were not afraid of cats at all. King Jing made his move and decisively separated these few beasts, taking Piao Shui to one side. Compared to a few days ago, the cat had become dirtier. When she saw Li Yu and King Jing, she meowed more miserably than before. Li Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this cat had run to King Jing's residence by herself? But he and King Jing weren't familiar with this cat. Why would it come to find them? Piao Shui meowed nonstop. Wang Shi made some food for her. Piao Shui ran over to smell it, licked it, and walked away. But she was still meowing. What was wrong with this cat? Li Yu muttered in his heart. He didn't understand the thoughts of cats. But if she was a pet, Li Yu smiled. He was also a fish pet. If his master gave him to someone else, he might be very unhappy, and even want to go back to find his master, so Piao Shui probably wanted to go back to the Cho family, because she was brought out of the palace in a cloth bag. She didn't know the way back. She only knew the location of King Jing's residence, so she ran to King Jing's residence, hoping that he would send her back. Li Yu turned to King Jing and said, "Tianqi, can you do me a favor?" King Jing guessed what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "No need. My people are also your people." Li Yu smiled and nodded. He ordered the guards who brought the cat back to the Cho family to quietly send the cat back to the Cho family. Both he and the Cho family were wrong. They thought that Piao Shui would find a better home after leaving the harsh cold palace. However, for Piao Shui, perhaps a golden nest or a silver nest was not as good as the nest by its master's side. Even he himself felt that King Jing's place was his home. It should be the same principle. Li Yu asked the guards to send Piao Shui back. Piao Shui seemed to understand him, and her pair of sapphire-like eyes sparkled. Before leaving, Wang Shi wanted to give the cat a bath and wipe it clean. However, the cat broke free from eunuch Wang and ran to a corner of the courtyard. It dug out something from the ground and brought it to Li Yu's feet. Wangxi picked it up and saw that it was a small dried fish. Li Yu's mouth twitched. I really have to thank you for giving the fish dried fish. After the guard sent Piao Shui away, the system refreshed. Host, the main mission of sharing the country with the tyrant is in progress. Host, please make preparations. Li Yu, he was just sending Piao Shui away. What did this have to do with sharing the country? However, the system's meaning was obviously related. Perhaps he would find out soon. He always thought that this mission would only progress after King Jing ascended the throne, but it turned out that was not the case. Soon, the guards came back to report and told Li Yu that Madame Cho was very happy to see the cat that she had lost and found again. It turned out that Madame Cho also regretted it when she went back and said that she would never send Piao Shui away again. Although Li Yu's efforts were in vain, Piao Shui's ending was unexpectedly good. The guards also told Li Yu that for some reason, the guards in the cold palace were much more lax than usual. Li Yu did not understand the guards' words. King Jing frowned slightly. The cold palace imprisoned people who were out of favor and punished. The guards would not be changed easily. Why did they change? King Jing pondered for a long time and ordered Wangxi to send a message to the cold palace. King Jing also had people in the cold palace, but he almost never contacted them. It was very rare that he contacted them. However, after waiting for another night, there was no news from the cold palace. This time even Li Yu felt that something was not right. Could it be that King Jing's people had encountered a situation at the last minute? King Jing had not seen the emperor for a few days. He thought that if there were remnants of Lulan forces in the cold palace, they would be a threat to the emperor. Therefore, King Jing decided to enter the cold palace and ask for an audience. According to the rules, he had to first submit a report to ask for instructions. However, before Wangxi left the residence, someone from the cold palace arrived first. Your Highness, King Jing, Princess Consort, the Emperor invites you in. The person who came to deliver the imperial edict was an unfamiliar eunuch. Wangxi was very familiar with Manager Luo's people in the past. It was rare to see an unfamiliar face, so Wangxi was more or less vigilant. He pulled the eunuch aside and asked a few questions. The eunuch did not like to talk much. After being asked too much by Wangxi, he only asked the imperial edict to come out and put it aside. When Wangxi saw the imperial edict with the royal seal, he did not say anything more. The emperor had summoned them. King Jing did not want Li Yu to tire herself out. He originally wanted to go over first and ask for forgiveness on Li Yu's behalf. Li Yu held his arm and said with a smile, I rest all day long. How can I be tired? Don't worry. It was not that she could not move around when she was pregnant. She always felt that King Jing was exaggerating. Moreover, the emperor's imperial edict was only to go to the palace of heavenly purity to meet the emperor. Li Yu had already met the emperor many times and was familiar with the route. There was really no need to go against the emperor's wishes. King Jing was now only one step away from the position of crown prince. If he was criticized or angered because of this, the gains would not make up for the losses. Li Yu's face was full of an expression that said, take me with you, I'm super sweet. King Jing smiled and finally agreed. However, he still insisted on bringing a lot of attendants with him to take care of Li Yu. Li Yu suddenly remembered that the notification of sharing the country had been refreshed. Could it be that this visit to the palace was related to King Jing's ascension to the throne? Could it be a big event? There were still hostile forces in the palace. For the sake of caution, Li Yu packed a few things she usually carried in her portable space and added a sharp dagger. They quickly entered the palace. However, the chamberlain did not take them directly to the palace of heavenly purity to meet the emperor. Instead, he took them to the closer Qianxia hall and asked them to wait inside. The two of them had just entered and sat for a while when several groups of guards came from outside the palace and surrounded it. The chamberlain said apologetically, the emperor has not been feeling well recently. This is the emperor's order. Please forgive us, your highness. Currently, several princes are taking care of the emperor in the palace of heavenly purity. The emperor asks your highness to go there as soon as possible. King Jing and Li Yu looked at each other and noticed that something was wrong. The emperor had been healthy before. How could he suddenly feel unwell after not seeing him for a few days? Moreover, why didn't the chamberlain mention it when they left King Jing's residence? They remembered that in the original novel, the emperor was not sick at this time. No, the plot had already changed. Li Yu's heart was beating very fast. He stopped the chamberlain and asked, "Where is Imperial Father feeling unwell? Which imperial physician did you ask to see him? How did the imperial physician diagnose him?" The chamberlain stammered. The emperor caught a cold at night and suddenly felt a chill. The imperial physician, the entire imperial hospital is here to diagnose the emperor. Please don't worry, Your Highness. The chamberlain's explanation was very unclear. Some details that should have been clear were even wrong. If it was head steward Luo, he would definitely not make such a mistake. However, not only did the chamberlain make mistakes, but he was also only willing to reveal a sentence or two after Li Yu asked. Li Yu had a bad feeling. Could it be that the emperor was not feeling well because of a secret? There were many guards outside Xianxia Hall. Why did the cold palace have fewer guards? Li Yu and King Jing exchanged glances. The two of them kept looking at each other. He felt that King Jing should also be suspicious. The chamberlain seemed to want to separate them. Li Yu said tentatively, "Since I'm already in the palace, why don't I accompany Your Highness?" The chamberlain stopped him and revealed a difficult expression. Although the emperor allowed the princess consort to enter the palace, he only ordered Your Highness to take care of the emperor. You should wait here. Perhaps the emperor will summon you soon. The chamberlain used the emperor's order as the reason, so Li Yu could not stop him. Regardless of the secret, King Jing had to follow the emperor's order this time. Because only by going there could he know the emperor's true situation. King Jing pulled Li Yu closer and fixed his crooked collar. "Tianqi," Li Yu said softly. He wanted to remind King Jing to pay attention to his safety. King Jing nodded, took Li Yu's hand, and quickly wrote the word Imperial Bodyguard on his palm. This was to remind Li Yu that the guards around him would protect his safety. King Jing probably already knew what Li Yu was afraid and worried about. King Jing squeezed his hand again, as if he was bidding him farewell. "Your Highness, please wait a little longer. Let me help you fix your clothes," Li Yu said after thinking for a while. The chamberlain who had been staring at them felt bored and quietly turned his face away. Li Yu nimbly fixed King Jing's collar and sleeves. Not only that, he also squatted down and helped him fix a pair of cloud-climbing boots. King Jing did not expect him to do this. He was shocked and wanted to help him up. Li Yu put a finger on his lips and gently shushed him. After King Jing left, Li Yu ordered his attendants to guard the palace and calmly think about what had happened during this period of time. Perhaps it was because the sixth prince had been sent to prison, King Jing's muteness had been cured, and he was pregnant, so he was quite relaxed. The power that poisoned King Jing had only been exposed recently. King Jing was still investigating and didn't have time to make any arrangements. Li Yu subconsciously believed in King Jing's male lead halo. Although this power hadn't been exposed in the original book, King Jing would definitely be able to overcome it. As a result, it was very likely that he and King Jing were caught unprepared by this power. Thinking back, when they realized that this power was related to Lulan and wanted to warn the emperor had already begun to avoid meeting them. Could it be that this was just what he thought was avoiding meeting them? Could it be that the emperor had been controlled from then on? When he mentioned that Xue Wuzi grew up in the snowy mountains, the emperor's expression at that time clearly showed that he knew something. Steward Luo hadn't been by the emperor's side for a long time, and Li Yu had neglected him. Perhaps Steward Luo had also been detained. Without Luo Ruishing, the emperor would lose a layer of protection. Even if there were imperial guards by his side, this power could hide in the palace for many years without the emperor noticing. If they really wanted to cause trouble, the emperor would probably be schemed against. No, he should have already been schemed against. Even the guards in the cold palace had changed, which meant that the other party might have already controlled the palace guards and could even use the imperial edict to summon them into the palace. The more Li Yu thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Why didn't he notice it earlier? He didn't know how the emperor was doing. King Jing had gone to the palace of heavenly purity, so nothing must happen to him. Although according to the rules of the system, King Jing would definitely be fine in the end. He didn't want anything to happen to the emperor in this. world who treated King Jing quite well. In the original book, the emperor was eventually harmed by the sixth prince and was bedridden. He thought that the sixth prince was the culprit behind everything. As long as the King Jing of this world successfully defeated the sixth prince, then the emperor would be fine. Who would have thought that there was a hidden boss in today's reality? This boss, did it exist in the original book? The answer was yes. In the original novel, King Jing was mute. It was not a coincidence that he saw in the system that King Jing's children could speak. In the original novel, King Jing should have been poisoned as well, and it must have been the doing of this force. But why wasn't this force able to fight against King Jing in the novel? Perhaps, in the original novel, King Jing and the sixth prince fought fiercely. The sixth prince's power was strong for a period of time, but King Jing later massacred the palace. The sixth prince's power had been hidden all this time, and it was likely that King Jing had unintentionally removed it. It was also possible that he had allied himself with the sixth prince and was regarded by King Jing as one of the sixth prince's men. But now, King Jing had successfully gotten rid of the sixth prince. The sixth prince had almost no support, and King Jing was not a real tyrant. He would not massacre the palace. Was that why this power had the opportunity to appear and do something to the emperor? They found Lu Lan and concubine Mei. Whether it was Lu Lan or concubine Mei, they both had a grudge against the emperor. There should be a lot of people in this force. How did they usually hide? Liu had previously deduced that the person who poisoned King Jing might have a certain status. He could exclude the imperial family's relatives. After all, they lived outside the palace. It was impossible for them to detain the emperor in such a short time. In the palace, he could only think of concubines. Among the emperor's concubines, who had a relationship with Lu Lan or concubine Mei, was this person originally from Lu Lan, or did he have a relationship with Lu Lan or concubine Mei? The latter was almost impossible. Concubine Mei had only been in the palace for a few days before she was sentenced to death. While Liu was hurriedly speculating, the eunuch who had separated him and King Jing earlier came to find him. "Your Highness, the little heir is crying and making a fuss in the imperial study. Please go and take a look." Liu's heart skipped a beat. He tried to calm down and asked, "When I left the imperial residence, he was still at home. Why is he suddenly in the palace?" The eunuch smiled and said, "It was the emperor's order to bring the little heir into the palace. He was only one step later than your Highness." The eunuch was afraid that Liu wouldn't believe him, so he took out a silver bracelet from his pocket. The imperial bodyguards beside Liu were King Jing's men. They took the bracelet and checked it before handing it to Liu. Liu looked at the bracelet carefully. The bracelet was perfectly round. Because it was meant to be worn on a child's wrist, there were no prominent patterns. There was only a small fish-shaped symbol engraved on the inner circle. The fish was smeared with gold powder. When Debao was a baby fish, its color was gold. Liu was very familiar with the fish-shaped symbol on the inner circle of the bracelet. It was what he had drawn himself. King Jing had ordered someone to engrave it. This was indeed Debao's silver bracelet. Liu felt a chill crawling up from the bottom of his feet. He almost couldn't stand. King Jing's residence. King Jing and His Highness entered the palace. Wang Shi was left behind to take care of the children. Eunuch Wang doted on the young masters and played with them. Even if he was asked to be a horse for the children, he didn't feel tired. Not long after King Jing and His Highness left, someone came from the palace again. This time, he said that he was here on the emperor's order to bring the heir of King Jing into the palace. The little heir entering the palace was a common occurrence. Wang Shi saw that the eunuch had a token to enter and leave the palace. He poured tea for him and ordered someone to pack the things that the little heir needed to bring. However, the eunuch said that it was an urgent summons from the emperor and that there was no need for Wang Shi to be busy. How could preparing things for the little master be busy? Wang Shi didn't like the eunuch's words. When he was about to carry Debao, Debao saw the eunuch and hid behind Wang Shi in fear. He hugged Wang Shi's arm and whispered, "Debao doesn't want to go." Wang Shi quickly patted Debao's back comfortingly. The eunuch laughed and coaxed, "Little heir, be good. Her Highness is waiting for you in the palace. This servant will bring you to meet the princess consort." Debao shook his head like a rattledrum. In the past, his imperial grandfather would send Steward Luo to personally fetch Debao. If not, his two fathers would bring Debao into the palace. His fishy father said that people who didn't know him would use his father's name to deceive them. They would lock them up, not give them food, and not let them see his fishy father. Debao doesn't want to go. Debao was very determined. The other babies also said, Father said that it's very scary. Bao, who was usually the most confused baby fish, said without hesitation, You're a bad person. The eunuch looked embarrassed and wanted to try to persuade Xianxia again. Xianxia said coldly, Since His Highness and Her Highness aren't here, this old servant will naturally listen to His Highness. If His Highness isn't willing, this old servant will accept the punishment. The eunuch realized that it was useless even if he used the oral edict. He said angrily that he had to return to the palace to ask for instructions and left in a hurry. Xianxia comforted the children, and his expression gradually became serious. Recently, the people who came to the palace were very unfamiliar. The oral edict might be fake. They actually dared to pretend to be the imperial decree. How bold! Xianxia was very worried about the safety of his two masters. The oral edict might be fake. Would there be a problem with the imperial edict as well? Something big must have happened in the palace. Xianxia was worried that the eunuch would return and bring more people, so he made a bold decision. He brought the children to Duke Qingzhen residence and begged for Duke Qingzhen's protection. Duke Qingzhen residence had always agreed to King Jing residence's requests. After knowing that Xianxia brought the children here, Yi Qinghuan personally went out of the residence to welcome them and brought the children to see Duke Qingzhen. Xianxia didn't dare to exaggerate in front of Yi Qian. He told him that two groups of people came from the palace and that His Highness and Her Highness had entered the palace. Yi Qian hugged Bao and Bao and pondered for a long time. After hearing Xianxia's words, Yi Qian also realized that something was wrong and anxiously ordered Yi Qinghuan to find out more information. Yi Qinghuan quickly returned and told Yi Qian that the palace gates were closed. The guards at the gates said that without the emperor's edict, no one was allowed to enter the palace. This was also the emperor's order. It seemed that something had happened in the palace. Yi Qian didn't dare to delay any longer and ordered Duke Qingzhen to accompany him to princely of the first rank. Although the emperor didn't allow anyone to enter the palace, princely of the first rank was the head of the imperial clan court and the emperor's younger brother. He had certain privileges and the guards shouldn't be able to stop him if he insisted on barging in. Yi Qian also needed the support of the imperial clan and princely of the first rank. Palace, Thousand Autumns Hall. Li Yu saw Debao's little silver bracelet. For a moment, his heart seemed to sink to the bottom. But with the lesson learned from the courtyard at the western borders, he kept reminding himself to calm down and not make the same mistake as before. Li Yu tried to calm his breathing and pretended that he didn't recognize it at all. Without waiting for the other party to react, he threw the silver bracelet back and hid in a palace room. He ordered the guards beside him to guard the door and quickly entered the system. A silver bracelet didn't mean anything. He had other ways to confirm the children's safety. In this ancient era where communication could only be done by shouting, he still had the system. Li Yu clicked on the status of fish cubs option in the system and checked the children's current situation one by one. Fortunately, he found that the 4 children were all together. They were laughing and talking. Around a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade. Xianxia was silently guarding at the side. This little girl. Li Yu recognized her. She was the young commandery princess of Qinghe. Following that, he also saw the old Duke Qingzhen and Yi Qinghuan couple. The children were at the Duke Qingzhen residence. Although he didn't know why they ran to the Duke Qingzhen residence, Li Yu knew that with the old Duke Qingzhen around, he could be completely at ease. There was no way they could use the silver bracelet to deceive him. Debao's little bracelet must have been lost. After a while, Li Yu also recalled that the 6th prince, Mu Tianxiao, had once sent his confidant in a vain attempt to infiltrate the King Jing residence through his wet nurse, Madame Qin. At that time, not only did he mistakenly take the blood of the guard who was pretending to be Debao, he also stole a little silver bracelet. It should be the one that delivered itself to his doorstep. However, the 6th prince had already been thrown into prison. How could the little silver bracelet stolen by the 6th prince's confidant run into the hands of a force that was most likely related to the Lulan kingdom? If they were in cahoots, this actually didn't make sense. Why didn't the other party come out to help the 6th prince when he was in trouble? Why did they take action at this time? Liu felt that he was about to touch upon the truth. The people outside were still urging him to stop. Liu smiled and dug a hole for the other party and sprinkled a handful of soil. I'm sorry, I have to wait for His Highness to come back. I can't leave without permission. Since Dabao has been crying, I'll have to trouble you to help me carry him over. Liu wanted the other party to bring Dabao over. Of course, the other party couldn't conjure up Dabao, so they kept persuading Liu to go over himself. Liu was even more certain that this was a trap. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. The children were not in danger. He and King Jing were both trapped in the palace and temporarily separated. Judging from the fact that the other party kept using Dabao's name to deceive him, they didn't intend to completely fall out with him. They wanted to find a way to completely shake off the guards left behind by King Jing and leave alone. Perhaps the existence of these guards made the other party wary. Liu felt that this mysterious force might not be able to control the entire palace at will. Therefore, these people only dared to deceive him and didn't dare to directly confront King Jing's guards. But if he fell for it, he might be used to threaten King Jing, was the only thing he could do now. King Jing went to the Palace of Heavenly Purity alone. Although he had the male lead's halo, Liu was still very worried. If he could think of a way to help King Jing spread the news and inform Yi Qinghuan and the others, perhaps the old Duke Qinzhen would find a way to enter the palace. Even if he couldn't, it would be good enough to cause some trouble for the mysterious force. But he was currently left in the Palace of Thousand Autumns with many guards outside. How could he spread the news? Liu thought about it. Since the other party was still trying to deceive him, he might as well beat them at their own game. He could borrow their hands to escape and spread the news. The other party definitely wouldn't expect this. As for how to borrow it, he still had the little jacket in his stomach. Liu didn't dare to, and he didn't know if it would work. Host. At this moment, the system interrupted and gave a notification. The main mission Rule the World with Tyrants is in progress. The strength of your fish scales has doubled and can form effective protection. Host, please be careful. Liu, at this moment, the system notified him that his attributes would be doubled. His fish scales were already very hard and wouldn't be injured even if he broke through a crystal bottle. If they were doubled again, it shouldn't be a problem with the little jacket. Furthermore, it could form a protective barrier. No matter how much the system tricked him, it was still quite reliable. At critical moments, Liu decided to believe in the system and himself. He decisively said to the eunuch, Dabao is crying so much, but I can't leave for the time being. I'm really worried. However, I have brought a pet fish from the manor. Dabao usually likes this fish the most. If you bring the fish over, perhaps he will be obedient. The chamberlain didn't expect Princess Jing to be so difficult to talk to. Not only did she refuse to go with him, but she also wanted him to deliver the fish. The chamberlain hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to agree rashly. He was afraid that the Princess Jing was up to something. Liu only pretended not to see his hesitation. He smiled and said, This fish is also your highness's favorite. You must be careful. King Jing's love for raising fish was well known in the imperial city, and this chamberlain had also heard of it. If the pet fish fell into his hands, he might be able to use it to force King Jing to submit. The chamberlain couldn't help but nod and agree to send the fish. Liu immediately said that he needed to tidy up and return to the palace. He whispered a few words to the imperial bodyguard beside him and ordered the bodyguard to wait outside the door. Not long after, the door opened. The imperial bodyguard received the order and entered. He carried out a large crystal bottle with a koi fish that had a hint of gold in it. It was swimming happily inside the bottle. The imperial bodyguard came over with the crystal bottle and told the chamberlain that this was the fish that the princess consort wanted to deliver to the little heir. The chamberlain took the bottle and glanced at it. He didn't allow the imperial bodyguard to follow him and left with the crystal bottle. King Jing's little heir wasn't in the palace at all. It couldn't be delivered to the little heir, and it also couldn't be delivered to the Palace of Heavenly Purity. It was better to keep the fish first and then deal with it later. Liu knew that this chamberlain was definitely up to no good. There were many places in the palace with water. He originally wanted to get closer to the water so he could break the crystal bottle and take the opportunity to jump into the water. As long as he entered the water, he would be able to swim away. Why should he be afraid of these people? Li Yu quietly waited for an opportunity in the crystal bottle. Suddenly, a person came in front of him and stopped the suspicious chamberlain. "Wait, what's that in your hand?" the person asked. The chamberlain bowed and unexpectedly called out, "Your Highness the Sixth Prince." Li Yu. Li Yu was quite shocked. Where did His Highness the Sixth Prince come from? Li Yu turned around and swam closer to the crystal wall. Sure enough, he saw Xianxia's unhealed face. The Sixth Prince had once tried to assassinate the Emperor. From the Emperor's standpoint, there was no way he would forgive the Sixth Prince. However, the Sixth Prince had actually been released from the imperial prison and was even able to stroll around the palace. This meant that the Emperor was definitely in a state where he couldn't control himself. Moreover, the forces related to Lu Lan were really related to the Sixth Prince, who had already been released. No matter how impossible he previously thought it was, the Sixth Prince's appearance here was the final conclusion. The Sixth Prince. What did he want to do? Li Yu looked at this person nervously. Mu Tianxiao admired the fish in the crystal bottle for a while and suddenly asked, "Is this the fish from King Jing?" The chamberlain nodded. Mu Tianxiao didn't have to pretend to be good-natured anymore. He smiled cruelly and said, "I'll take it over." Mu Tianxiao didn't allow any explanation and snatched the crystal bottle away. His cold gaze fell on Li Yu, and Li Yu's whole body stiffened. He knew that the Sixth Prince had inquired about the fish several times. Would he be suspicious of the fish? He had to pretend that he was a stupid fish as soon as possible. A stupid fish couldn't understand the Sixth Prince's words, let alone feel afraid. Li Yu braced himself and continued to swim around in the crystal bottle under the Sixth Prince's probing gaze. Mu Tianxiao didn't see anything strange, but an idea popped up in his mind. Carrying the crystal bottle, he strode towards the Palace of Heavenly Purity. "Li Yu, wah, a fish can't live by itself. I have to change my battle plan and reunite with my old man, Li." Yu's old man, King Jing, had been sitting in the Palace of Heavenly Purity for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. He hadn't been able to see the Emperor yet. The concubines, the Seventh Prince, and the Eighth Prince were all there. Although there were many people, no one spoke. They only sat with people they were familiar with and looked at each other uneasily. King Jing had a cold temperament and didn't have anyone close to him. "Fifth Imperial Brother, can I sit next to you?" The Eighth Prince walked over eagerly. After experiencing the disaster at the hunting ground, the Eighth Prince felt that it was safest to be next to King Jing. King Jing smiled faintly and nodded to allow him to sit. Not long after, the Seventh Prince ran over and sat beside the Eighth Prince. A noise came from the inner hall, and a chamberlain said, "The Emperor is here." King Jing focused. Soon, the Emperor walked out surrounded by a group of chamberlains. King Jing looked very carefully and found that the Emperor's face was pale and his spirit wasn't very good. Concubine Zhang stood not far from the Emperor, and behind her was noble Lady Chu. The Emperor seemed to be seriously ill and needed support to walk a few steps. He was gasping for breath. The Emperor quickly sat down on the dragon throne, and the chamberlain handed the brewed tea to the Emperor. The Emperor waved his hand in annoyance and didn't take it. The chamberlain put the tea on the table in front of the Emperor and retreated to the side. Soon, concubine Zhang came over and held the same cup of tea to the Emperor's lips. This time, the Emperor drank some tea. Concubine Zhang called for a cloth towel and carefully wiped the water stains on the Emperor's dragon robe. Chu Yanyu, noble Lady Chu, then brought a soft pillow and placed it behind the Emperor's waist. The other concubines all realized that concubine Zhang's family had risen to the throne and gained the Emperor's favor. Noble Lady Chu was originally recommended by concubine Zhang and the Sixth Prince, so she was in their group. Naturally, she would rise to the top at this time. However, the Sixth Prince had been thrown into the imperial prison, and concubine Zhang was usually like a quail. What tricks did she use to make even a quail be favored? As soon as King Jing saw concubine Zhang and Chu Yanyu accompanying the Emperor, he realized that the situation was not right. The Emperor also noticed King Jing. His eyes moved and his lips moved. However, concubine Zhang smiled gently, and the light in the Emperor's eyes dimmed. He nodded indifferently at King Jing. The subtle changes in the Emperor's expression were all noticed by King Jing. He understood that the emperor was afraid of concubine Zhang. Concubine Zhang had only met the emperor for a few days, but she was suddenly favored. "Tianqi, you also came," the emperor said. Because King Jing had a private appointment with the emperor, it was inconvenient for him to reveal that he had recovered from his muteness. As usual, he bowed silently to the emperor. When the emperor first saw him, he was a little surprised. This meant that the imperial edict was not the emperor's intention. Also, there were more guards than usual inside and outside the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Steward Luo's whereabouts were still unknown. King Jing calmly memorized the distribution of the guards in the palace. In an emergency, it might come in handy. The emperor glanced at concubine Zhang and said to a nearby eunuch, "Go and invite the sixth prince. I have something to announce." The eunuch obeyed but looked at concubine Zhang. Concubine Zhang smiled and said, "His Highness King Jing is already here. How can Marquis N and Marquis Ping be absent?" Marquis N and Marquis Ping had been invited into the palace in advance like King Jing and had been staying in the side chamber. The emperor immediately changed his words and said, "Well, invite Marquis N and Marquis Ping over. I have something to announce." When the concubines heard this, they all looked at each other. With the addition of the two marquis, all the princes were present. What was the emperor going to announce? Marquis N and Marquis Ping entered the palace one after another. Marquis N's mind was still not clear. The eunuch helped him to a seat a little further away. Marquis Ping had been out of favor for a long time. Now that he was finally summoned by the emperor, he hurriedly moved closer to the emperor. "Imperial father is not feeling well. If you need me to do anything, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Marquis Ping wished he could dig out his heart and show it to the emperor. "Tianming, go sit with Marquis N." The emperor rubbed his brows and sent Marquis Ping a little further away. Marquis Ping saw that his hopes of revival had been dashed again and accepted the order in embarrassment. "Invite the sixth prince." The emperor ordered again. This time, concubine Zhang also nodded. The eunuch quickly left and returned not long after. He said that he had seen the sixth prince rushing over on the way. When Mu Tianxiao entered the palace, he had already changed out of the filthy clothes that had been stained in prison. Although his face was still injured, his every movement was full of unconcealable pride. When he entered the palace, the sixth prince deliberately looked at King Jing with an aggressive gaze. King Jing met his gaze and expressionlessly watched him walk to the emperor. At this moment, Mu Tianxiao was too lazy to pretend to be the emperor and casually cupped his hands. Without waiting for the emperor to give him a seat, he found a seat close to him and sat down. The emperor looked at him coldly but did not stop him. How could the sixth prince be so rampant in front of the emperor? How could the emperor forgive the sixth prince? King Jing had already guessed that it was concubine Zhang. Concubine Jing's aura was very different. From the emperor's attitude towards concubine Zhang, it was likely that concubine Zhang was holding the emperor hostage. Naturally, the sixth prince was unimpeded. Many of the concubines had also guessed one after another. They had never seen such a scene and were all scared out of their wits, not daring to say anything. "Fifth imperial brother, long time no see. How about I give you a greeting gift?" The sixth prince smiled and provoked King Jing. Several eunuchs responded and entered, holding something in their hands. Even King Jing, who was calm in the face of danger, was stunned when he saw this thing. The eunuchs were holding a crystal bottle. Inside the crystal bottle, there was a koi fish with a silver base and glimmering with gold. The fish was wagging its tail. When it saw King Jing, it wagged its tail vigorously. King Jing's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know how Xiaoyu fell into the sixth prince's hands, but he had to get Xiaoyu back as soon as possible and save the emperor. King Jing had already paid attention to the distribution of the guards in the hall, and now he had an idea. "I know that fifth imperial brother cares a lot about this fish and wants to get it back, but I'm afraid it won't be easy." Mu Tianxiao was still playing with the golden chain on the crystal bottle, chuckling with the attitude of a victor, and looking at King Jing with disdain. "However, seeing that fifth imperial brother had helped me when I was in prison, I'm willing to help fifth imperial brother. If fifth imperial brother can suffer all the pain I suffered in prison, maybe I'll be lenient and return this fish to fifth imperial brother." The sixth prince grinned, as if even he was moved by his own sincerity. King Jing, Liu also heard the sixth prince's words without missing a word. Liu was very angry, but unfortunately, his fins were too short, so he couldn't use his middle finger. This trash Mu Tianxiao actually used him to threaten his old gong. Liu was afraid that King Jing would take things too hard and really do as the sixth prince said. Oh, he didn't want his old gong to be wronged. He definitely couldn't trust a person like the sixth prince. No, the fish must save his old gong. Liu lowered his body and pointed his tail at the sixth prince. Tianxiao, it's just a fish. Why do you have to make things difficult for him? The emperor couldn't stand it anymore and scolded the sixth prince. The sixth prince didn't even raise his head and retorted, Imperial father also said that it's just a fish. If fifth imperial brother ignores me, what can I do to him? Imperial father, I know that you're biased, but you can't even bear to let him suffer this little grievance? The emperor was angry with the sixth prince's attitude, but he was afraid of implicating King Jing, so he could only shut up. The sixth prince looked at King Jing leisurely, fifth imperial. Brother, please hurry. If I'm in a bad mood, I may change my mind. King Jing had already confirmed that the emperor had been coerced by concubine Zhang and that the sixth prince had threatened him with Xiaoyu. King Jing pursed his lips, his eyes cold. He reached out to the hem of his clothes and bent his knees slightly. This action made it seem as if he was about to kneel. The sixth prince was extremely pleased with himself, and he cried out in delight. Usually, King Jing wouldn't even let him take a second look at the fish in the crystal bottle. The sixth prince deliberately wanted to provoke King Jing, so he opened the bottle cap and touched the soft tail of the fish. He wanted to let King Jing know that everything was under his control. Even King Jing's favorite pet fish had to listen to him and do whatever he wanted. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the fish, there was a sudden change. The fish jumped with all its strength and broke out of the crystal bottle. The sixth prince watched the fish fly and immediately thought of déjà vu. But it was too late. The sixth prince was wrapped in a silver light, and before he could react, his cheek was slapped by something as hard as iron, and he saw stars in front of his eyes. The sixth prince was shocked and covered his burning face. Only then did he see clearly that it was King Jing's fish. Not only did it break out of the crystal bottle unexpectedly, it also slapped him with a murderous aura, with that seemingly harmless and soft tail of the fish. After the first slap, the fish didn't stop and was still struggling in the air. Taking advantage of the sixth prince's stupor, the fish slapped him a second time at lightning speed. The palace of heavenly purity was originally very quiet, but after 2 consecutive slaps, the sixth prince's cheek immediately swelled up. Everyone present heard and saw that for some reason, the sixth prince was slapped by a fish. Consort Zhang frowned, and the emperor tried his best to restrain himself, not allowing the corners of his mouth to rise. And Ho, who was a little further away, also saw it. And Ho's muddled mind had some impression of this scene, and he actually applauded and laughed, good slap, good slap. Just as the sixth prince was about to curse, a figure flashed in front of him. The sixth prince knew that things weren't good. It turned out that when the fish broke out of the bottle, King Jing pulled out a sharp dagger from his boot and successively stabbed several nearby imperial bodyguards. The sixth prince was still immersed in anger and disbelief from being slapped by a fish, but King Jing had already placed the dagger on his neck. This was the extent of King Jing's skills. Yi Futian had been subdued by King Jing in public. What do you want to do? Mu Tianxiao swallowed his saliva. The cold and eerie dagger frightened him. He could mercilessly chain his wife's throat with a chain, but when a dagger was placed on his neck, he was so scared that his legs almost went soft. But in this situation, how many people in the world wouldn't be afraid? King Jing held the dagger to the sixth prince's throat with one hand, and used his other hand to cover the fish, which was flailing its tail in midair. Liu knew that the emperor was being threatened, and King Jing urgently needed an opportunity. He himself couldn't stand the sixth prince's touch, so it was better for him to create an unexpected chaos. King Jing used to clean up his messes, so he should be familiar with his methods. Before Liu broke the bottle, he also saw King Jing's body slightly pause, as if he was about to take action. He wanted to help King Jing divert the sixth prince's attention. Liu aimed at a thick carpet on the ground in advance. When he jumped out, he faced the carpet and tried his best to protect his belly. He planned to land on the carpet after hitting the sixth prince twice. King Jing had hidden weapons on him, so he would definitely seize the opportunity. He took advantage of the chaos to jump to a corner and move some water out of his portable space. Fortunately, he stored a crystal bottle and a fish tank in his portable space this time, both of which were filled with water. Now that the crystal bottle was broken, the fish tank was still there, so he could move the fish tank out. As long as he hid in the fish tank, he would be safe for the time being. As Liu expected, he and King Jing had a tacit understanding, so King Jing took advantage of the opportunity he created. Not only did he restrain the sixth prince with the dagger, but he also caught the fish. Liu was so happy that his tail tightly wrapped around King Jing's finger. Although it was a critical moment, King Jing's thumb gently stroked the fish's head. King Jing used his body and sleeves to block the fish. Liu seized the opportunity to get the fish tank out and jumped in. His heart was thumping with fear. Great, old attack was fine, and so was his little cotton-padded jacket. Sob, 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 the fish did it. King Jing, what are you trying to do? The sixth prince was terrified and shouted. King Jing's cold eyes looked past the sixth prince and stared directly at Consort Zhang. Let go of Imperial Father, King Jing said in a low voice. The sixth prince was Consort Zhang's son. Since Consort Zhang could hold the emperor hostage, King Jing could also hold the sixth prince hostage and negotiate with Consort Zhang. When the sixth prince heard King Jing's hoarse voice, he was stunned and looked at King Jing with fear and trepidation. Wasn't King Jing born mute? How could he speak? Everyone in the Palace of Heavenly Purity was shocked when they heard King Jing's voice. It turned out that King Jing's muteness could be cured. The people in the Palace of Heavenly Purity were all Consort Zhang's people. In fact, all the consorts were being held hostage by Consort Zhang. If King Jing could save the emperor, the consorts would be quite happy. They secretly prayed that everything would go smoothly for King Jing. The eighth prince's eyes were burning. He was a child, so his perspective was different from others. King Jing had restrained the sixth prince, but the eighth prince saw that King Jing was blocking a corner of the fish tank with his body. He didn't know how the fish tank came to be, but the fish that slapped the sixth prince just now must have fallen into the fish tank. If fifth imperial brother and sixth imperial brother were to fight, what would happen to the fish? The eighth prince really wanted to help King Jing. He ignored his mother, Consort Lu's repeated persuasions and ran out stealthily. He hugged the fish tank and ran back. Because he was small and was a child, no one stopped him. King Jing, the eighth prince, kept hugging the fish tank and refused to let go. King Jing really had to look at this younger brother of his in a new light. King Jing was no longer worried. He looked at Consort Zhang and said again, "Let go of Imperial Father." The dagger that was pressed against the sixth prince's throat tightened, and a line of bright red blood appeared. The sixth prince immediately cried out in pain, "Mother, quickly save me." The sixth prince was very afraid that King Jing would take his life and hoped that Consort Zhang could save him. However, Consort Zhang's face was gloomy and she didn't say a word. The sixth prince's heart gradually became uneasy. He was suddenly asked to be released from prison. The person who asked him to be released told him that his mother, Consort Zhang, had gained power. Mu Tianxiao didn't believe it at first, but when he saw Consort Zhang sitting firmly next to the emperor with the emperor's eyes full of disgust and helplessness, Mu Tianxiao had no choice but to believe it. This consort mother was no longer the woman in his impression that he despised, was useless, and only knew how to be a yes-man. Mu Tianxiao didn't know when she had changed. However, he was very glad that there was such a change. He was the son of Consort Zhang. Since Consort Zhang had the emperor under control, she would definitely help him ascend the throne. He just had to sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. However, there was one thing that the sixth prince didn't understand. Since Consort Zhang was so secretive, why didn't she help him when he was seeking the throne? Perhaps, this was Consort Zhang's pattern. Based on the fact that he had fallen into King Jing's trap and the emperor had long been biased toward King Jing, his original plan wouldn't have succeeded. It was only when the emperor and King Jing thought that his faction had been completely defeated that Madame Zhang had the chance to make a move and hit them with a single strike. Thinking about it carefully, even though she pretended to be ignorant in front of him, he didn't see it at all. In fact, the people around him were all from Consort Zhang's side. It wasn't that Consort Zhang didn't help him, but for the sake of this victory, she even successfully hid it from him. The above were all the reasons that Xianxia could think of when he tried his best to convince himself to accept the current consort Zhang. He was so considerate of consort Zhang, but consort Zhang didn't explain anything to him, not even a special instruction. Xianxia was afraid of his consort mother, who could make the emperor fall into her trap, and didn't dare to ask too much. In other words, as long as he could be free and eventually ascend the throne, what couldn't he accept? But now, King Jing was using him as a hostage to blackmail consort Zhang. Consort Zhang didn't respond to his pleas for help for a long time, so Xianxia inexplicably panicked. Although he still called consort mother, he couldn't see through consort Zhang at all. "Your Highness King Jing." Consort Zhang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled. "Why does your highness think that I would exchange with you? You only have a prince in your hands, but I have the monarch of a country in my hands." Consort Zhang gently clapped her hands, and the archers lying in ambush in the main hall of the Palace of Heavenly Purity shot an arrow out on the spot. The sixth prince was caught off guard and was hit by the arrow, causing blood to spurt out from his chest. The sixth prince widened his eyes and looked at his wound. This arrow was shot at the behest of his consort mother. "Consort mother, you," he uttered a final cry of anguish, and fell forward. Everyone in the Palace of Heavenly Purity didn't expect that consort Zhang would even kill her own son. For a moment, everyone felt threatened and shuddered. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. "Why did you kill Xianxia?" The emperor couldn't believe it. Even if the sixth prince wanted to kill him, the emperor had never thought of killing the sixth prince. However, consort Zhang easily got rid of the sixth prince, who was reduced to a hostage, in order to avoid being dragged down. This woman's methods were so vicious that the emperor felt ashamed of his inferiority. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs? That's just a life. You destroyed Lulan and hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives. Aren't you more vicious than a tiger? Consort Zhang chuckled. What she received in return was the emperor's glare. When King Jing heard consort Jing's words, he frowned slightly and probed, "You're from Lulan, consort Mei?" "That's right." Consort Zhang admitted without hesitation. She had been hiding for half her life, so there was no need to hide anymore. She reached out and wiped her face, tearing off a thin layer of skin. Consort Zhang was originally a servant girl. Her skin was slightly dark and her face was honest. After removing the skin was pale and her appearance was beautiful. She didn't look like consort Zhang at all. "I'm consort Mei," she said, "but I personally don't like this title. I'm the daughter of the monarch of Lulan. You can also call me Princess Xianxia." Li Yu had previously speculated with King Jing that the force that always tried to assassinate King Jing and poisoned King Jing was related to Lulan and consort Mei. However, the truth was that consort Mei, who was supposed to be dead, wasn't dead. She was the leader of this force and had been hiding in the palace all these years. She lived as the sixth prince's mother, the invisible consort Zhang in the palace. The purpose of her existence was probably for this moment, to take revenge on the emperor. Knowing that Madame Zhang in front of them was an impostor, the imperial concubines thought that it was no wonder. Madame Zhang was usually like a quail, but when she was ruthless, she even killed the sixth prince, which was beyond their understanding. It turned out that she was a fake. They were also worried. If this person was like this to the sixth prince, what would she do to them? Princess Xianxia was in a good mood with victory in her hands. She smiled and said, "Do you think that I waited for an opportunity to impersonate Madame Zhang and put the emperor under house arrest?" The imperial concubines didn't dare to nod. In fact, including the emperor and King Jing, they all thought so. Princess Xianxia said proudly, "Actually, Madame Zhang died long ago. Back then, I entered the palace for only 3 days and wanted to assassinate the emperor. The emperor found out and ordered me to die. Empress Xiaowei ordered people to send me poisoned wine, and the one who sent me the wine was Madame Zhang of Changchun Palace. This hateful Madame Zhang looked timid, but in fact, she bullied the weak and feared the strong. She wanted to take away my jewelry when I was in trouble. This was my last dignity. I was so angry that I used a pair of bracelets as bait and took her life instead. Originally, I didn't care about anything, left the palace, and went far away. I'm also a person who has experienced life and death, so I should be indifferent to worldly affairs. But I really can't figure it out. Princess Xianxia loudly recounted the grudges and hatred that she had accumulated over the years. Her hands were stained with blood, and she was so excited that she trembled slightly. Why should the person who caused me so much pain be able to sit on the throne without any worries? Why should I, the daughter of the emperor, force a smile and bear children for my enemy? I don't want to bow and bend my knees. You can destroy Lulan and take away everything I have. Why can't I change your throne? Princess Xianxia glanced at the emperor and smiled contemptuously. Your Majesty, it's fair to reciprocate since ancient times. Madame Zhang died in my hands, and no one knew, so I had the idea of replacing her. I once had a confidant who was good at disguising. I learned the art of disguise in Lulan, so I disguised myself as Madame Zhang and followed Empress Xiaohui around. She didn't realize it at all. It can be seen that she was extremely stupid. Princess Xianxia showed a meaningful smile. She knew how to disguise herself. This was the key to disguising herself as Madame Zhang, and Liu didn't expect it. It turned out that after all the twists and turns, there was indeed the existence of disguises in this world. Only then did the emperor know that Madame Zhang had been impersonated a long time ago. He was so angry that his liver hurt. When he came back to his senses, he questioned, so it was you who poisoned Xiaohui's children? The emperor had ordered Luo Ruixing to thoroughly investigate the cause of death of the first prince and the fourth prince, but Luo Ruixing had been out of contact for some time. Recently, the emperor had been trapped by Lady Zhang, so it was inferred that Luo Ruixing was also trapped. Since Princess Xianxia had long since harbored ulterior motives and pretended to be Lady Zhang, the emperor was already suspicious of the deaths of the eldest prince and the fourth prince. At this moment, his blood surged and he blurted it out. Princess Xianxia sneered, the eldest prince's short life has nothing to do with me. It's just that his death allowed me to find a good way to torture you. The fourth prince and King Jing were indeed killed because of me. Pulu and Madame Zhang both worked in the Changchun Palace. She trusted Madame Zhang very much. She was the prince's wet nurse and had to drink nourishing medicine every day. This was originally the imperial physician's intention. I saw the prescription and knew that there was angelica in the prescription, so I secretly put a secret medicine of Lulan into her tea. Liu was hiding in the fish tank and eavesdropping openly. The words secret medicine of Lulan made his fins flash. He thought that since there was a snowy mountain in Lulan, this secret medicine should be the snow crow seed that only existed in the snowy mountain. Since Princess Xianxia mentioned the fourth prince, could it be that the fourth prince also died because of the snow crow seed? Sure enough, Princess Xianxia said, this secret medicine was originally a great tonic, but it became a poison when it was mixed with angelica. Because the princes didn't only have one wet nurse, the wet nurses would also rotate. I had a good relationship with Pulu, so I clearly knew when Pulu was on duty. Every time she was on duty, I gave her the medicine. When she wasn't on duty, I gave her the antidote. The poison brought by this secret medicine wouldn't immediately take effect. Pulu was fine, but it's hard to say the same for the fourth prince. However, the poison was administered through milk, so the poison would be less toxic. The fourth prince had lived for a long time. Everyone said that his body was weak, but only I knew best that he died because of the poison. Princess Xianxia looked at the emperor, her tone was filled with incomparable joy. Watching you suffer the pain of losing your son, I feel the joy of revenge. Empress Xiaohui felt deeply sorry for you, so I advised her to have another child, so that she could torture you again. I thought it was too troublesome to always poison through Pulu. Empress Xiaohui's nourishing tea also had angelica, so I followed the same pattern and wanted to kill this child in the womb, but he was very tenacious. Princess Xianxia suddenly glanced at King Jing, this child. Obviously, it was King Jing. Princess Xianxia continued, I originally bribed the imperial physician and midwife, wanting them to kill Empress Xiaohui when she gave birth, but I unexpectedly found that this child was actually poisoned and couldn't speak when he was born. The emperor and Empress Xiaohui had been waiting for a legitimate son for a long time. I'm afraid that a mute legitimate son would only torture the emperor more, not less. So I decided to keep him for a few more days and let him slowly weaken until he died like the fourth prince. However, after Pulu discovered the secret medicine, I told her that she was also responsible for the death of the fourth prince. Unknowingly, she had already become my accomplice. I threatened her with the lives of her family members, forcing her to take the secret medicine on her own accord. Then, I fed the fifth prince milk with poison. But she couldn't get over her conscience. She deliberately made mistakes when I wasn't paying attention, wanting to alert the emperor and Empress Xianxia. In the end, she was expelled from the palace and died of poison. Her family also died tragically. This was also the result of her not knowing how to appreciate kindness. But the fifth prince was moved out of Changchun Palace because of this, and the emperor appointed a new wet nurse. At that time, I couldn't do anything. Princess Langya's words sent chills down everyone's spines. Prince Jing's muteness had come about because of this. As for Pu Lu, whom Li Yu initially thought was the culprit behind Prince Jing's death, she was actually a person with a bitter fate. So it was no wonder that she tried to leave clues in the cloth tiger she made for King Jing, hoping that King Jing could find out and cure the poison in the future. Only then did Li Yu know the truth of all this. He was heartbroken. King Jing's muteness had become a life-saving talisman. What kind of vicious heart could do such a crime? Li Yu only hated that he was too far away from Princess Xianxia. He had slapped the sixth prince, a lackey, but he couldn't slap this crazy princess. Princess Xianxia's crimes were too numerous to list. She then said with a smile, the fifth prince was born mute. Empress Xianxia was in so much pain that she wanted to die. So I sent her on her way, lest she be too sad. You. The emperor couldn't bear the sharp pain. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. I didn't expect that Xiaoyi's death was also caused by you. So what? Princess Xianxia proudly raised her chin. After the incident with Empress Xiaoyi, I also came up with a new way to take revenge. Losing my wife and son is nothing. Only by taking away your country can I appease the hatred in my heart. When you entered Changchun Palace to mourn Empress Xiaoyi, I made you drink wine with added drugs, mistakenly thinking that you had already favored me. After that, I became an imperial concubine again, so it was only natural that I would have an heir. I found a child with the royal bloodline of Lulan and made him the sixth prince. As long as he ascended the throne in the future, this world would eventually belong to Lulan. I was originally worried that there would be a flaw. Because you didn't have much affection for Madame Zhang, even if you went to Yongfu Palace, you just sat there casually. You didn't discover my secret. All these years, I played the role of Madame Zhang diligently. Even Mu Tianxiao, my nominal son, didn't know. It's just that he was too useless and couldn't even compete with a mute. Since he was caught by King Jing, it's fine to abandon him. Princess Xianxia looked directly at the emperor and said in a deep voice, with my current status, why can't I let you directly abdicate me? At this time, Li Yu, who was listening at the side and seemed to have just woken up from a dream, was speechless. *CK, everyone thought that this princess wanted to help the sixth prince ascend the throne. Who knew that in the end, she wanted to be the empress herself? The sixth prince wasn't the emperor's son at all, but a dispensable puppet. Dylan's had a bad habit of talking too much. At this time, what Princess Xianxia said shouldn't be a lie, and there was no need to lie anymore. The emperor suddenly heard the truth and was heartbroken. In the face of Princess Xianxia's blatant coercion, he didn't react. Princess Xianxia didn't care about the emperor. After she finished speaking, she looked at everyone present with disdain and her gaze fell on King Jing. She smiled at King Jing and said, although I didn't expect you to be able to cure the mute, you should have found Shui Wuzi. However, you were one step too late. I was faster than you and put the emperor under house arrest. All these years, you have been a fish that escaped the net. Although I couldn't take your life, I was still one step ahead. Now that you don't have a pawn to threaten me, what else can you do to me? King Jing pondered for a moment and glanced at the fish tank that the eighth prince was protecting with his body. His hand loosened and the dagger fell to the ground. Li Yu knew that King Jing was looking at him. According to King Jing's original plan, he wanted to use the sixth prince as a hostage to force Consort Zhang to exchange with him. This was the best strategy. However, who knew that Consort Zhang's real identity was Princess Xianxia and she didn't care about the sixth prince at all. The sixth prince was no longer a bargaining chip to win. After King Jing captured the sixth prince, Princess Xianxia sent the sixth prince to meet the king of hell. The sixth prince didn't know until his death that he had used many people in his life. In fact, he was the one who was used the most ruthlessly. How ridiculous and sad it was. He schemed to frame the eighth prince and to bow because they weren't of royal blood. However, he didn't know that his identity was unknown. Princess Xianxia was bent on overturning the emperor's country. She accused the emperor of disregarding human lives, but didn't she also harm many innocent people? Empress Xiaowei, the fourth prince, Pu Lu, King Jing, and now even the sixth prince. She hated the emperor for a reason. However, weren't the others also victims of her revenge? No matter how nice it sounded, it was just for her own selfish reasons. King Jing lost his bargaining chip, so his original plan couldn't succeed. He surrendered because he was afraid of implicating Liu. Liu understood the thousands of words in her eyes. Princess Xianxia ordered people to come over and take King Jing and the emperor away. The eighth prince took the initiative to walk over with the fish tank and stood next to King Jing. I'll give you one more day to think clearly. If you know what's good for you, abdicate as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can let someone replace you. Princess Xianxia urged the emperor sternly. The emperor's heart trembled. King Jing gently shook his head at the emperor. Although Princess Xianxia could disguise herself, it wasn't easy to pretend to be the emperor. She couldn't fake royal blood. If princely of the first rank and the members of the royal family joined forces to question her, Princess Xianxia's puppet would be exposed. Therefore, she urgently needed the emperor to abdicate. No matter how ridiculous it was to pass the throne to an unrelated woman, it was justified when it came from the emperor's mouth. If Princess Xianxia wanted to take the throne openly, this was the only way. If the emperor agreed, he would be used and die. If Princess Xianxia changed her mind and supported the other two princes, it was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to the emperor. However, she hated the emperor and his bloodline, so she shouldn't take this step. Therefore, although they were imprisoned now, they were still safe for the time being. The emperor understood these key points. After they were separated from the concubines and were escorted to the side hall, the emperor said dejectedly, "Tianqi, it was my fault. Liu asked me if there were any foreigners in my harem. Then, I thought of Consort Mei. In my life, I've only taken in one foreign concubine. At that time, I wanted to go to the Sunset Palace where Consort Mei used to live to look for clues. Unexpectedly, I met Lady Zhang on the way. I was careless and was controlled by Lady Zhang. I didn't expect her to be Consort Mei. It was she who summoned you into the palace in my name, intending to catch you all in one fell swoop. In the end, it was I who implicated you." The emperor's expression was miserable. After learning the truth about the deaths of Empress Xiaowei and the fourth prince and the reason why King Jing was poisoned, the emperor only regretted that he didn't exterminate the Lulan kingdom from the beginning. The two countries were already at odds with each other. The Lulan kingdom's monarch once vowed to fight his way to the imperial city. At that time, he was young and impetuous. How could he allow Chang, an emperor, to speak such arrogant words, when the two countries were at war? If one could win him fair and square on the battlefield, even if one wanted his life, he would have nothing to say. In the end, the one who lost was Chang'an Lord. When Chang'an Lord came to the imperial city to present his daughter, he really thought that everything was over. Who knew that the real evil began when Princess Xianxia presented to him? At that time, he didn't particularly like Princess Xianxia. He bestowed the title to appease the people of Lulan. Originally, he wanted to treat her like any other concubine. However, after Princess Xianxia entered the palace, she wanted to assassinate him. He knew that this woman couldn't be left alive, so he didn't hesitate to kill her. He also didn't investigate the remaining power behind this woman. He asked himself honestly. In the end, he underestimated the enemy and the enemy was too cunning. The emperor regretted his actions. King Jing reached out a hand and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Imperial father, please restrain your grief. The situation isn't hopeless yet," King Jing quickly said. "I would like to ask for an imperial edict from Imperial father." The emperor was speechless. After all, the emperor had been through a lot. He quickly pulled himself together. Of course, the emperor understood what King Jing meant when he mentioned the imperial edict. It wasn't difficult for him to write an imperial edict, but it had to be in the hands of someone he absolutely trusted. This way, the imperial edict could be used to summon the guards of the imperial city to attack the palace and rescue the emperor. If it fell into the hands of someone with bad intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Xianxia, are you confident?" the emperor asked. "Yes," King Jing said resolutely. The emperor looked at his son for a long time. When he thought that he was in a hopeless situation and couldn't make a comeback, King Jing was still so calm. The emperor couldn't help but believe in King Jing. Only King Jing could save him. "Okay, I believe in you," the emperor said. The emperor took out a jade box from his sleeve. This box was only the length of a finger and was empty. Presumably, this was the reason why the emperor still had this box with him. The emperor threw the jade box on the ground and it shattered into pieces. Among the broken pieces of jade, half of an iron plate that was originally embedded in the jade was revealed. The iron plate was engraved with a tiger. King Jing was stunned. "This is my tiger tally. It can be matched with the tiger tally of the general guarding the city to mobilize the guards." This thing was well hidden. "It's funny that Princess Xianxia ordered people to search my body, but they couldn't find it." The emperor smiled and handed the tiger tally to King Jing. "With this, you can rescue the emperor." King Jing nodded and took it carefully. The emperor asked curiously, "The palace of heavenly purity is already under the control of that woman. It's heavily guarded. How are you going to send this out?" King Jing's gaze fell on the fish tank not far away. He took the tiger tally and walked towards the fish tank. Liu had already sensed his presence. He was already looking up and waiting anxiously. "Little you," King Jing squatted down. Liu blew a bubble in the direction of the tiger tally. He knew that only he could get out without being noticed and bring the tiger tally to call for reinforcements. "Give it to the fish. It won't be a problem." Liu was refreshed and wagged his tail. King Jing did have this intention, but he didn't hand over the tiger tally immediately. Instead, he dipped his finger into the water and gently stroked the fish's spine. Liu was so comfortable that the tip of his tail was shaking. It wasn't enough to be rubbed on his back. He even flipped over with his belly facing up so that King Jing could touch the fish's belly. There was a little cotton-padded jacket inside, although he couldn't feel it yet. He, King Jing paused and stroked the fish's belly reluctantly. "It'll be fine." Liu knew that he was also suffering internally. He quickly hooked his tail around King Jing's finger and anxiously used his mouth to kiss the tiger tally. King Jing finally nodded. He found a piece of satin and tied the tiger tally to the fish. "Xianxia, are you going to send this fish to him?" The emperor was stunned. Sending the fish to the tiger tally was too, "Imperial father, believing in him means believing in me," King Jing said. The emperor saw King Jing's dignified expression and knew that he wasn't joking. Moreover, King Jing's fish was very intelligent. He had seen it slap the sixth prince's face just now. Both the imperial astronomer and Liao Kong had praised this fish. This fish should be blessed. The emperor convinced himself to accept King Jing's arrangement. There was a pond in the side hall of the Palace of Heavenly Purity. It was connected to the outside of the hall. Humans couldn't pass through, but fish could. King Jing picked up Liu and gently put him into the water. Liu entered the water and kissed King Jing from afar. He flicked his tail and quickly swam away. After he left everyone's sight, Liu put the tiger tally on his back into his space. Liu swam quickly in the deeper part of the water. Occasionally, he would approach the surface of the water to take a look at his current location. It was very safe in the water. Waves of patrolling imperial bodyguards came and went, but none of them noticed that there was a fish hiding the tiger tally in the river or pond beside them, brushing past them. Liu originally cancelled his human form and turned into a fish. His purpose was to inform King Jing, but because of the sudden appearance of the sixth prince, he was accidentally brought to the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Now that he was transporting the tiger tally, it could be considered as fulfilling his wish and putting it to good use. It would be best if he could directly swim out of the imperial palace, but if he couldn't, he had to create the conditions. King Jing, the emperor, and the people of the Palace of Heavenly Purity were all counting on him. With the tiger tally in his hands, he definitely wouldn't disgrace his mission. Liu swam without stopping. He didn't know how much time had passed, nor did he know how many different channels he had swapped. Finally, he swam to a small river that was separated from the palace gate by a wall. His luck was pretty good. No one discovered him along the way. At this time, a group of imperial bodyguards who had been relieved from their duty stared at the narrow river with nothing to do, chatting and laughing. Liyu's speed gradually slowed down. This was the only way out of the imperial palace. Did he have to swim in front of this group of imperial bodyguards? If he was still a small black fish, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. However, he was already a silver koi fish with a hint of gold. The color of his fish body was quite obvious in the water. Especially if he had to swim in front of these imperial bodyguards. For some reason, these imperial bodyguards were all looking at the water. If he was caught, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. To be cautious, Liu first found a place with aquatic plants and stopped. He wanted to wait for these imperial bodyguards to leave before he rushed in. However, after waiting and waiting, the group of imperial bodyguards didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Liu was a bit anxious. Suddenly, he heard a low meow and a white cat ran briskly towards him. Liu was startled. Could it be that he had been discovered by the cat? He was now covered in hard fish scales, so he wasn't afraid of cats. However, he couldn't get into a conflict with a cat at this time. Liu was about to hide even lower when the white cat suddenly turned around and ran towards the imperial bodyguards. Meow. The white cat let out a loud cry, attracting the attention of all the guards. Liu? The guards? The white cat rushed into the group of guards and fiercely bumped into one of the guards' legs. It even scratched the guard with its claws. While the guard cried out in pain, the cat took the bag of money that the guard had carelessly left behind. The guard who was bumped and scratched and even lost his money immediately shouted and chased after the troublesome cat. The rest of the guards laughed out loud. Their colleague was being bullied by a stray cat that came out of nowhere, so they couldn't not help it. They also chased after it and left the river where they were originally staying. Was it safe? Liu calmed himself down and waited for a while. When he was sure that there was no one around, he swam over. Before he left the palace wall, he glanced in the direction where the cat had escaped. Although it was a white cat, its body was dirty and close to gray. Its body was no longer as strong as when it was its master. Only its eyes were still shining like gems. Thank you, Piao Shui, Liu thought to himself. He finally understood why sharing the country refreshed after he helped Piao Shui. He thought that this main storyline wouldn't have anything to do with Piao Shui, but Piao Shui proved with its strength that it was actually related to the bag of money. Although animals weren't humans, they also knew how to repay kindness. Liu swam out of the palace like a sharp arrow. His next stop was Duke Qing'an's mansion. The children and Wang Shi were at Duke Qing'an's mansion. Duke Qing'an's family was trustworthy. As long as he handed the tiger tally to them and let them know what had happened in the palace, they would definitely go to the guards and lead the army into the palace to rescue the emperor. Liu had been to Duke Qing'an's mansion several times and was very familiar with the surroundings. However, it was his first time crossing the river. The river that flowed out of the palace didn't pass through Duke Qing'an's mansion. There was another river near Duke Qing'an's mansion, but the two rivers didn't intersect. Liu swam a few times, but he was getting farther and farther away from Duke Qing'an's mansion. It seemed that he had to change his route. Liu jumped onto the shore and jumped a few times. Although his fishtail could glide for a short time, it was too slow. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to breathe before he jumped into the other river. If he was in his human form, he could just run over. However, his human transformation skill had been cancelled and couldn't be used today. The tiger tally was still more important. Liu didn't think much and chose to transform into a fishman. He rarely used this skill. Fishmen were also in danger of not being able to breathe. Moreover, their faces were too ugly, so they couldn't enjoy themselves as much as mermaids. However, they had human legs and could run very fast. At this time, he couldn't care too much. Liu took a piece of clothing from his space and wrapped it around his upper body. Before he couldn't breathe, he ran for his life. It was already late. Liu couldn't see clearly and accidentally bumped into a few pedestrians. I'm really sorry, Liu couldn't speak, so he just waved his chubby and short fins. A passerby who accidentally caught a glimpse of more than half of the fish's head was stunned. What's going on? Why does it seem like I saw a fish ran over, a fish, turns out it has legs. Can it run? Liu didn't take long to reach another small river. He suddenly dove in, transformed back into a fish, and continued to dash forward. He finally swam to Duke Qing'an's mansion. The water also flowed into the mansion. Liu rushed in without hesitation. Duke Qing'an's mansion was brightly lit. Liu was anxiously swimming in a lotus pond. He didn't know where Yi Qinghuan and old Duke Qingzhen were. Suddenly, he heard a series of dog barks. His eyes lit up. It was Xiongfeng. Liu realized there was still hope. Xiongfeng soon ran over with his tail wagging. He had a child's ball in his mouth. Suddenly, he stopped and sniffed the air. Then, he ran wildly towards the lotus pond where Liu was. Xiongfeng. Liu jumped from the water to the edge of the pond. He shook his tail loudly for Xiongfeng to hear. Xiongfeng barked excitedly. He first ran around Liu and poked Liu with the tip of his nose to confirm that it was his old friend. Liu said, "Quickly go and find your master." Xiongfeng didn't understand fish language. He still ran around the fish and barked. Fortunately, he barked very loudly. Yi Qinghuan, who was nearby, heard him. Yi Qinghuan felt that his beloved dog seemed to be too excited, so he took the time to come over and take a look. From a distance, he saw that the ball had been thrown to the ground. Xiongfeng was pacing back and forth by the lotus pond, barking. Yi Qinghuan didn't notice anything strange. He was just about to bend down and pick up his precious daughter's ball. Liu couldn't let Yi Qinghuan go like this. He had already used his human form and fishman form. Liu turned into a mermaid and shouted, "Yi Qinghuan." Yi Qinghuan was startled by the sudden voice. He turned around and saw a figure standing in the lotus pond. Liu's body was mostly submerged in the water. He hurriedly put on his clothes and hid his mermaid tail in the depths of the lotus. "Young Master Li. Cousin-in-law?" Yi Qinghuan walked over tentatively. Liu wiped the water droplets on his face and quickly nodded, "It's me." "Why are you here? Where's the heavenly lake?" Yi Qinghuan asked. Wanshi said that King Jing and Princess Jing had entered the palace. His family was worried about them, but Princess Jing suddenly appeared in his lotus pond. This was too strange. "Yi Qinghuan, you may find it strange, but it's not important." Liu took a deep breath. She took out the tiger tally from the space and held it in her hands. "I have a very, very important matter to entrust to you." Fishman Express finally arrived at the destination. Liu told Yi Qinghuan the truth. Yi Qinghuan immediately held the tiger tally tightly. "Don't worry, I'll go find grandfather and the others immediately. I won't let you down. I'll rescue His Majesty and the others as soon as possible." Liu nodded. Yi Qinghuan ran 2 steps and then looked back at him in confusion. You've been in the water all this time. Are you okay?" Yi Qinghuan was still very sensitive. He could feel that Liu seemed to be very different. But the situation in the palace was critical at the moment, so he didn't have time to care about this. "I'm fine. It's nothing. Go and save His Highness." Liu urged him to leave quickly. Yi Qinghuan understood. Before leaving, Liu changed his words, "Can you do me a favor? Can you not let anyone come close for the time being?" Yi Qinghuan looked at Liu in confusion again. He was almost certain that Liu must be hiding some secret by persistently staying in the lotus pond. But even if there was a secret, Liu was King Jing's wife and his friend. He would help protect her. "I promise you that I won't let anyone come close." Yi Qinghuan straightened his back and said clearly, "But I will send the children over. You should really want to see them." Okay, Liu really did miss the children. Duke Qingzhen mansion was safe. After Yi Qinghuan left, Liu relaxed. He originally planned to take a nap in the lotus pond while waiting for the children. The whole day was almost over. He was looking forward to the moment when he could change back into his human form. But it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. After all, he was a pregnant fish. Even if the fish body protected his little cotton-padded jacket very well, he would still feel tired. When he woke up, Liu discovered that there were 4 more small hills in front of him. His treasures were sitting in a row facing him. The leftmost one was perfectly straight, while the rightmost one was crooked. What on earth were they doing? The fish father was curious. The children couldn't stay quiet forever. After a while, Liu heard them talking softly. Bao and Bao were very worried. Father hasn't woken up yet. Bao shook his head. Father is still sleeping. Bao hurriedly asked them to lower their voices. Shut up, be quiet, and take care of father. Liu was speechless. The fish father, who was being taken care of by the children, was somewhat moved. It was really hard on these fish pups. After a whole day, the human transformation skill could be used again. Liu hurriedly transformed into a human and coughed loudly. Hearing this, the fish pups turned around and called out in surprise, Father. Liu walked to the shore and hugged the children tightly in his arms. What's the big deal about sharing the country? With such cute children, he would definitely protect their family. Liu swam back and forth in the water until his clothes were almost wet. After leaving the lotus pond, he led the children to the nearest veranda and found Xianxia standing guard. When he saw Liu, he happily wagged his tail at him. Xianxia led Liu to a room not far away. There were many clean clothes in the room and no one else. Liu knew that this was Yiqinghuan's arrangement. He was very grateful and quickly changed his clothes. There were 2 doors in the room. Liu walked out from a different door. Soon, a servant came to lead him to see old Duke Qingzhen. Yi Qian had already invited Princely of the first rank. Princely of the first rank felt that old Duke Qingzhen was overthinking things and didn't want to enter the palace rashly. But when he saw the tiger tally in Yiqinghuan's hand, he knew that the situation was really bad. Princely of the first rank examined the tiger tally over and over again. Where did you get this tiger tally? Princely of the first rank asked. Liu said, His Majesty took it out after breaking a jade box. Princely of the first rank wanted to confirm the location of the tiger tally so that he could judge Liu's words. It seemed that Liu wasn't lying. Princely of the first rank wanted Liu to tell him the details of the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Liu cooperated and said that it involved Princess Xianxia. Princely of the first rank asked several times. This foreign princess had hidden in the harem for many years and even disguised herself as someone else. Princely of the first rank was shocked and naturally wanted to know more. Liu also understood and told him everything he had seen and heard. Princely of the first rank asked again, Since Princess Xianxia guarded the Palace of Heavenly Purity, how did you send the tiger tally out? This was what Princely of the first rank was puzzled about. When it came to the Emperor's safety, no mistakes were allowed. Liu was stunned. How was he supposed to explain this? Liu thought for a moment and said, His Highness raised a fish, and he hid the tiger talisman in the fish tank rockery. Then, he found an excuse and gave the fish tank to me. I was originally in the Thousand Autumns Palace and was not with him. The security of the Thousand Autumns Palace was not as tight as the security of the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Perhaps they felt that I was not a threat, so after I found the tiger tally, I snuck out to deliver the message. Liu's explanation was barely acceptable, but it was still full of loopholes. Princely of the first rank wanted to ask more questions, but Yiqinghuan rushed to speak up for Liu. He already took a great risk by sending the tiger talisman. He might not be able to remember everything clearly even if he was anxious. There's no need to chase after him. Saving the Emperor is more important. Let's plan our operation first. Liu gave Yiqinghuan a grateful look. Princely of the first rank agreed. He immediately took the tiger talisman with Duke Qingzhen to the general guarding the city to mobilize troops. Yiqinghuan was responsible for gathering the people in the residence to support the defending troops. Yi Qian was old and his legs were inconvenient, so he personally took command of the Duke Qingzhen residence. Liu would definitely participate in the operation to save Old Gong. There was no doubt about this. He still entrusted the children to Wang Shi's care. Bao was wearing a small riding uniform and holding a small slingshot. He walked out unsteadily with his short legs and clung onto Liu's trousers. Bao, save Grandpa, Bao said firmly. Li Yu's eyes were a little wet. He picked Debao up and rubbed his face against the child's soft cheeks. Debao, be good. Li Yu comforted him gently, Grandpa will be fine soon. Li Yu sent Debao back to Wang Shi's residence. When he saw Debao's bulging riding uniform, he remembered something and went to look for Yi Qinghuan. You want us to wear thick armor, helmets, and shields? Yi Qinghuan was shocked. It was very urgent to attack the imperial palace. If they deliberately prepared these things, it would be too late. Moreover, armor was mostly for the defending troops. Most of the imperial guards in the residence didn't have it. Li Yu gestured and explained, Princess Langi's people will have a kind of liquid on their bodies. If they come into contact with it, it will make them. He didn't know what corrosion was in ancient times. He thought for a moment and said, if they come into contact with it, their entire body will fester and they will die. It's very powerful. I've seen it with my own eyes. You must be careful. So that's how it is. Yi Qinghuan had been taught by his father since he was young. Although he didn't fear death, he still had to be as careful as possible. He ordered people to pass this information to the defending troops. The imperial guards in the residence all carried shields. If they had armor, they wore armor. If they didn't, they wore thick cotton-padded jackets. Their exposed parts were bound with thick gauze. If they encountered any rebels, they would shoot them with bows and arrows. Yi Qinghuan had his own gold-threaded armor. Old Duke Qinzhen also had one. Before they left, they found it and gave it to Li Yu. Li Yu thanked him profusely and put it on. Everything was almost ready. Yi Qinghuan finally hugged his carefree daughter in the cradle. Looking back, his wife, Princess Jingjue, was looking at him with red eyes. Yi Qinghuan thought she was going to stop him. Unexpectedly, the princess choked with sobs and said, be careful on the road. Return home early. Yi Qinghuan's chest warmed. He nodded vigorously. The princess was so righteous that he swallowed all the comforting words he had prepared. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Yi Qinghuan believed that the two of them would meet soon. Princely of the first rank, Duke Qinzhen, and General Hui, who was guarding the city, led the imperial guards to the imperial palace. When they arrived at the palace gate, General Hui showed the two house of the tiger-shaped tally. Seeing the tiger-shaped tally was like seeing the emperor. The imperial guards knelt down and saluted. General Hui ordered to kill those who had ill intentions. Princess Xianxia spent more than 10 years to cultivate Lu Lan's forces in the palace because her true identity couldn't be exposed. Although this force was made up of elites, there weren't many of them. They were able to capture the palace of heavenly purity by surprise attacks and false imperial edicts. Most of the imperial guards in the palace obeyed the emperor's orders. As soon as they saw the tiger-shaped tally, they immediately stopped resisting. The imperial guards were unstoppable. Li Yu didn't know how to ride a horse. Yi Qinghuan found a short donkey for Li Yu to ride. He also arranged for a group of imperial guards to protect her. Li Yu swiftly swung her whip. She felt like she was the safest fish in the world. When the rebel army attacked, Yi Qinghuan led the imperial guards of Duke Qingzhen's residence to deal with them. Coincidentally, a few soldiers who had defected to Lu Lan's forces surrounded Yi Qinghuan. Yi Qinghuan's martial arts weren't inferior to King Jing's. He blocked with his sword and soon counterattacked, injuring one of the soldiers. The soldier pretended to be defeated and stabbed himself with a knife. He pounced on Yi Qinghuan. Li Yu was too familiar with this move. She hurriedly said, be careful. Yi Qinghuan raised his shield and blocked in front of his chest, blocking all the dissolving water that the soldier sprayed out. The water couldn't penetrate the thick shield. Yi Qinghuan was unharmed. The imperial guards followed suit. If they encountered the water, they would immediately block it with their shields. Even so, there were still some who were accidentally contaminated. Because they were all wearing thick clothes, they immediately changed their clothes. They wouldn't be hurt by the dissolving water. When they encountered the soldiers of Lu Lan again, Yi Qinghuan directly drew his bow and shot arrows, not giving them time to use underhanded tricks. The soldiers of Lu Lan were completely suppressed on the battlefield. Soon, the defenders arrived outside the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Princess Xianxia didn't expect that the reinforcements would come so quickly. She wanted the emperor to agree to abdicate the throne. The emperor said he would consider it. After a few hours, he still said he would consider it. Princess Xianxia really wanted to kill the emperor, but she couldn't. Once the emperor died, the country would eventually fall into the hands of the princes and imperial descendants. How could her years of planning be a wedding dress for others? Princess Xianxia's face turned gloomy when she learned who was leading the imperial city defenders who attacked the palace. She ordered her subordinates to escort the emperor, King Jing, and the two young princes out of the palace of heavenly purity. If she couldn't obtain the country, she would kill the emperor's bloodline. When Prince Li Qin and Duke Qinzhen arrived, Princess Xianxia openly threatened them with the emperor's life and shouted crazily, "If you take another step forward, I'll kill the emperor." Prince Li Qin was worried about the emperor's safety. The defenders were just outside the palace of heavenly purity and didn't dare to enter the hall. The archers from both sides fought and another batch of soldiers died. Princess Xianxia's subordinates were far fewer than the defenders. Soon, the few remaining archers were also killed. Princess Xianxia drew her sword and slashed at the emperor, wanting to perish together with him. In the blink of an eye, King Jing stood in front of the emperor and flashed a sharp dagger behind his back. He deflected Princess Xianxia's sword and went straight for her throat. Princess Xianxia's beautiful face turned pale. You don't have a weapon anymore?" King Jing's sword had been removed before he entered the palace, and the dagger hidden in his boot was also taken away. That was why she was relieved to lock King Jing and the emperor together. But where did King Jing get another weapon? King Jing smiled faintly. "I originally had a dagger to protect myself. Before I came, the princess gave me another one. If he didn't take the weapon away first, how could he make Princess Xianxia let down her guard? How could he get close to the emperor and get the tiger tally?" When King Jing pretended to give up the dagger, he had already thought of a plan to defeat the enemy. Princess Xianxia laughed loudly. Seeing that the emperor had escaped, Yi Qinghuan seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow at Princess Xianxia. King Jing's dagger came at the same time. Princess Xianxia was attacked from both sides. If she dodged the arrow, she couldn't dodge the dagger and vice versa. Princess Xianxia showed a strange smile. She dodged the arrow and collided head-on with King Jing's dagger. "It's too late to kill the emperor. It's too late. Then I'll kill King Jing, who should have died long ago," Princess Xianxia murmured. "We, the people of Lulan, usually hide our most powerful tricks in our bodies. Snow Crow is nothing. The most powerful poison in Lulan is called erase." She laughed desperately and miserably. Suddenly, she used her sword to break the mechanism hidden in her body, and a few columns of liquid burst out. "Tianqi!" Li Yu was far away and was firmly surrounded by Yi Qinghuan's people. He couldn't run over and could only shout loudly. Princess Xianxia's movements were extremely fast, but King Jing was constantly on guard against her. When he saw that she was about to commit suicide with her sword, King Jing knew that it was a trap, so he remained unmoved. He raised his leg and kicked the table at the side over, blocking the corpse-dissolving water, which was the poison of destruction. Princess Xianxia couldn't believe that the trick that the people of Lulan were so proud of was useless. King Jing then sent her to her death with a dagger. Before Princess Xianxia died, she still stared at the emperor with eyes full of resentment and cursed in a voice that only she could hear. Soon, she completely disappeared under the effect of erase. The defending army broke into the Palace of Heavenly Purity and annihilated the remnants of Lulan. A group of imperial physicians rushed over to take the emperor's pulse. Steward Luo, who was rescued by the defending army from the nearby palace and had been imprisoned for some time, ran over to kowtow to the emperor. He was crying and laughing at the same time. King Jing went against the crowd and kept looking for a familiar figure. He seemed to have seen Li Yu and heard Li Yu's voice. However, after dealing with Princess Xianxia, there were more people and he couldn't find him. King Jing kept looking for him. A few guards found him and made way for him. King Jing saw a donkey impatiently circling around with a person sitting on its back. It was Li Yu. "Tianqi, you're here? Help me, this donkey can't stop." Li Yu, who found that the donkey refused to stop once the whip was raised, was speechless. King Jing couldn't help but smile when he saw him anxiously scratching his ears and cheeks. Li Yu didn't know why the donkey couldn't stop. Originally, after defeating the hidden boss, he wanted to jump into the arms of the boss and have a love octopus. However, the donkey dropped the ball at the crucial moment. He felt that Yi Qinghuan had found him a donkey that loved to grind. It couldn't stop once it started turning. Li Yu, I want to get off. However, he didn't dare to jump around in his human form. He still had a small jacket in his stomach. His fish body was protected, but his human form wasn't. King Jing stared at the fish in a daze for a while before he walked up to it. The strange thing was that no matter how many times Li Yu shouted that he wanted to go down, the donkey did not even pay attention to the person on its back. It kept turning in circles. However, when King Jing arrived, the donkey mysteriously stopped. It couldn't be helped. Perhaps even the donkey could feel the tyrant's aura. King Jing held the reins and smiled. Xiaoyu, are you tired? Yi Qinghuan was more tired from this battle. They ran around, bled, and sweated. Li Yu didn't even run by himself. How could he be tired? He wanted to say that he wasn't tired at all. However, when he looked into King Jing's dark eyes, he choked up. I'm okay. Li Yu bit his lip. He didn't know why he changed his words. The boss was right in front of him. He wanted to hug him so much. But this donkey, although the donkey stopped, he still couldn't get off. King Jing's eyes were full of love. If Xiaoyu said he was okay, then he was very tired, too tired. King Jing wanted to put the fish in his sleeve. However, he was in the palace. There wasn't much he could do. King Jing smiled and didn't say anything. He lifted his clothes and sat behind Li Yu. Then, he carefully hugged Li Yu from behind. Let's go home, King Jing said. Li Yu liked to call King Jing's mansion home. King Jing also liked to call himself home. His voice was still hoarse, but it was better than when he could speak. Although he was still recovering, it was impossible for him to speak like his peers. However, it was this kind of sound that entered his ears that made Li Yu feel numb. Although King Jing could speak, he was not a talkative person to begin with. Firstly, he had to keep it a secret. Secondly, he was used to being silent. Unless Li Yu asked him to practice, King Jing rarely took the initiative to speak. Because of one time when they were in bed, he realized that Xiaoyu was very sensitive to his voice. Thus, King Jing began to intentionally or unintentionally choose that time to whisper into Li Yu's ear. To the fish, it really felt like they were spiraling into the sky and becoming immortals. Li Yu's face reddened. Old Gong's voice and the sensation of Yao Bu's touch made him restless. It's on. Li Yu had no choice but to cough softly. You and I are riding this, right? Usually, kings rode horses. Riding a donkey would damage a king's dignity. Moreover, Li Yu seriously doubted that a donkey could carry the two of them. King Jing did not even care about his face. He did not care about the dignity of a king. He sat down behind Li Yu and reached out to hug Li Yu. He buried his face in Li Yu's shoulder and sniffed deeply. This was his answer. Old Gong was already like this. Li Yu was not in the mood to care about anything else. If the donkey did not live up to expectations, it would not be his fault. Li Yu waved the small leather whip with trembling hands. The donkey moved. It carried the two of them and steadily ran forward. Along the way, they met Yi Qinghuan. When Yi saw the two people sitting next to each other on the short donkey's back, his jaw almost dropped. He chose the donkey based on Li Yu's figure. This donkey was just right for Li Yu to ride. King Jing was a tall and strong man, but he was actually hiding behind Li Yu. He was also riding a donkey. This was too. Yi felt that this donkey was not easy to ride. He also felt that the two people hugging each other so tightly were a bit of an eyesore. Yi Qinghuan, let's go back. Li Yu happily waved at Yi. Yi Qinghuan came back to his senses. They actually went back just like that? What about the child? Li Yu patted his head. Recently, he had been blinded by lust. He almost forgot about his son when he had old Gong. Li Yu, whose body and mind were immediately taken over by his son, was about to turn around and go back to Duke Qingzhen mansion with Yi Qinghuan to pick up the child when King Jing snorted softly. Tell Wangxi to send the child back, King Jing quickly said. Yi Qinghuan. Crown. Prince Yi was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice. He looked left and right but didn't see anyone else. Yi muttered in his heart. Who was this? Why was he suddenly giving orders to Yi? Li Yu quickly accepted Yi Qinghuan's confusion and pointed at the person behind him with a smile. Yi Qinghuan. Yi discovered something incredible. Just now, King Jing was actually talking? Xianxia, you can speak? Yi Qinghuan was surprised and happy. Due to the emperor's original intention, King Jing couldn't reveal his ability to speak to anyone else. Only the emperor, Li Yu, and a few others knew about it. Moreover, it hadn't been long since the antidote was cured. King Jing hadn't found the right time to reveal it to Duke Qingzhen Mansion before the incident with Princess Xianxia happened. Now that Lolan's power had been destroyed, there was no need to hide it anymore. King Jing sat up straight and nodded seriously. When Li Yu was at Duke Qingzhen Mansion, he only said that Princess Xianxia had poisoned King Jing, causing King Jing to be unable to speak since birth. He didn't say that King Jing had recovered. Now, he quickly explained the matter of King Jing's antidote. Yi Qinghuan spurred his horse and galloped 2 rounds in joy. He wondered how happy his father and grandfather would be if they knew. Although King Jing used him as a messenger again and Yi felt a little uncomfortable, it wasn't like he hadn't done it before. One more time wouldn't hurt. Yi Qinghuan rode his horse and galloped even faster than Li Yu and King Jing. He vaguely heard Li Yu complaining to King Jing. Xianxia, the lotus pond at Duke Qingzhen Mansion is really small, Yi Qinghuan? Li Yu was telling the truth. Because of the lotus pond, if one stretched out their mermaid form, they could almost touch the bottom. It couldn't be compared to the large pond at King Jing's mansion, where one could swim around freely. Li Yu had only casually mentioned it, and King Jing had also casually noted it down. Afterwards, he sent craftsmen to Duke Qingzhen Mansion to help fix the lotus pond a little. Li Yu said that he wasn't tired, but when he returned to the mansion, he had already fallen asleep in King Jing's arms. Although he didn't run around much, he was completely relaxed. Moreover, he was in the arms of the person he liked, so he was especially easy to get tired. King Jing tiptoed down with Li Yu in his arms. The donkey relaxed and was about to bray when King Jing gave it a sharp glare. The donkey immediately shut up and was led to the stables by King Jing's servants. King Jing carried Li Yu into the house and placed Li Yu on the bed. He examined him from head to toe several times to make sure that there was nothing wrong with him. Only then did he feel relieved and put Li Yu into the azure brocade quilt with green edges. He also lay down and hugged the fish. He had no choice but to let Xiaoyu deliver the tiger tally. King Jing felt very guilty. If anything happened to Xiaoyu and the child in her belly, King Jing would definitely stab himself with a knife without hesitation. Fortunately, Xiaoyu and the child were fine. Everything was over. King Jing hugged the fish. It was hard to imagine how he had spent the night before in the Palace of Heavenly Purity. The fish that delivered the letter to Duke Qingzhen Mansion must have encountered a lot of danger. As he stayed in the Palace of Heavenly Purity, his heart was filled with contradictions and torment. Li Yu groaned in his sleep. He was originally lying on his side, but he didn't seem very comfortable. He wanted to lie down on his stomach. King Jing remembered that the imperial physician had said that pregnant women shouldn't sleep on their stomachs. Thus, he let the fish stay as close to him as possible. Li Yu's hands and feet clung to his body until there was a place to rest. Only then did he continue to sleep comfortably. When he woke up, the fish didn't know whether he was in the fish tank or the lotus pond. It wasn't until he saw Old Gong's sleeping face that he remembered that they had overcome another obstacle together. This time, he was determined and didn't fall for any tricks. He even helped a lot. He had improved a lot compared to when he was at the western border. After this obstacle, King Jing shouldn't be hindered from ascending to the dragon throne. Li Yu looked at Old Gong's handsome side profile. The more he looked, the happier he became. He leaned forward and stole a kiss. At the same time, he removed his arms and legs from King Jing's body. The rebellion of Princess Xianxia had been quelled. Could it be that the sharing the country mission had been completed? Li Yu took advantage of this opportunity to enter the system. He found that the mission was still in progress. Could it be that it still wasn't completed? However, the system did give him a reminder because of this rebellion. Could it be that if the villain succeeded in seizing the throne, the sharing the country mission would disappear? Was that why the system had such an obvious reaction? It seemed that he still had to wait until King Jing ascended to the throne. Li Yu wasn't in a hurry. He quickly checked on his children through the fish cub state. The children had all returned. As he and King Jing were resting, Wang Shi didn't want to disturb them. He brought the young masters to play in the residence. The 4 children were playing hide and seek with eunuch Wang. Li Yu smiled knowingly and left the system. When she came to her senses, she realized that her arms and legs had just separated from King Jing, but they were entangled again. Li Yu? He remembered that after he entered the system, he was only a corpse and was not clingy. Could it be that he could sleepwalk? Li Yu realized that it was actually King Jing who was hugging him, causing the 2 of them to be very close to each other. So the clingy one was King Jing. He was quite cute. Li Yu smiled and kissed old Gong. She wanted to pinch his nose and wait for him to breathe with his mouth before performing a fish-tongue kiss. However, even though the plan was perfect, the reality was that King Jing opened his eyes as soon as he placed his finger on King Jing's face. Li Yu, I didn't intend to do anything bad. The flustered fish was seen through at a glance, and it was confused. The children were settled down, and they were all in the bedroom. It could be said that the timing and location were perfect. Li Yu had been bare-chested ever since he found out that he was pregnant. At this moment, he wanted to do it very much, so he tugged King Jing's belt. The 2 of them were very close to each other, so they could see each other's changes clearly. King Jing glanced at his flat belly and remembered that he had asked the imperial physician before. He said that it was not possible to have sex in the early stages of pregnancy. Although King Jing had desires, he knew that he had to restrain himself. It'll be fine. Li Yu wanted to eat meat, so she tried her best to persuade him. She is not weak. I swam and rode a donkey. As long as it's slow, it shouldn't be a problem. Li Yu deliberately seduced him, but she was a little shy. She rubbed the corner of the quilt and said with a red face, although I'm not very good at riding a donkey or horse, riding is still very good. He quickly glanced at King Jing and said the words quickly and softly. King Jing's hearing was good, so he heard everything. In order to prove that he was very good at it, Li Yu specially changed into a suitable posture. The little lecherous fish lowered her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering nervously like butterfly wings. Her cheeks were hot, and her ears were pink. She looked cute and delicious. Princess Langia's rebellion had been quelled. Because Princess Langia herself had been dissolved by the corpse-dissolving water, it was destined that only her relatives could bear the emperor's anger. The old Cheng and June, Princess Langia's father, knelt on the golden bricks of the palace of heavenly purity for a day and a night. He couldn't even straighten his back and finally fainted. He sent his daughter into the palace to protect the people of Lulan and also wanted his proud daughter to have a good home. However, he didn't expect Princess Langia to misinterpret his meaning. Not only did she kill Empress Xiaowei and the 4th prince, she also tried to overthrow the emperor's country. Princess Langia had assassinated the emperor before and caused all the Lulan royal family to be enslaved. This time, he was afraid that even his life would not be able to make up for her sin. The emperor executed all of Princess Langia's subordinates. As for the rest of the Lulan royal family, the emperor didn't kill them all. Instead, he sent them all to guard the tombs of Empress Xiaowei and the 4th prince so that their descendants could atone for their sins forever. The emperor also conferred the title of king to the 1st prince and the 4th prince who died young. The emperor gave the wet nurse Pu Lu, who was coerced by Princess Langia but still secretly left clues for them, which led to King Jing's eventual rescue. Princess Langia had a palace attendant who knew martial arts. He resisted stubbornly and was killed by the imperial bodyguards. This palace attendant was discovered in the end and also used the art of disguise. However, this person's appearance was also ordinary. It was strange that such a person would disguise himself. The news was passed to Li Yu through steward Luo. Li Yu asked about the person's appearance and couldn't help but think of the palace attendant who forced Pu Lu to eat poison. That palace attendant also couldn't be found. Since Princess Langia was the mastermind, then the palace attendant in his memory should be found. Princess Langia caught the emperor off guard and also sounded the alarm for him. The palace was not a peaceful place. In order to completely expel the forces of Lulan that had infiltrated the palace, the emperor investigated the identities of everyone in the palace. This investigation uncovered many old matters one after another. The emperor couldn't help but reorganize. After the reorganization, the emperor's already obscure mood became even worse. Although Empress Xiaohui and the fourth prince were harmed by Princess Xianxia, it was because of him. As long as the emperor remembered that if he had made a completely different decision at the beginning, perhaps if he had been a little more vigilant, a little more meticulous, Empress Xiaohui and the fourth prince would not have died. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He had lost his wife and child forever. For the next few days, the emperor was absent from court. He was dispirited, and he had no interest in the imperial harem. Head steward Luo had no choice but to secretly come to Qingjing Mansion to ask for reinforcements. He knew best that when the emperor was in a bad mood, the little heir was most effective. This time, it was best to invite all 4 children. Liu understood Chief Steward Luo's difficulties. The emperor could not always be trapped in blaming himself. There were still many military and state affairs that the emperor needed to deal with. It was necessary for the emperor to recover as soon as possible. However, if the emperor continued to decline, perhaps Qingjing would be able to ascend the throne sooner. However, Liu selfishly did not want Qingjing to take such a shortcut. The relationship between Qingjing and the emperor was much better than before. He sincerely hoped that this father and son, who were originally very distant, would be able to get back on the right track. Qingjing also agreed. As soon as Chief Steward Luo came, Qingjing nodded without hesitation. Liu met his eyes and instantly understood Qingjing's meaning. Compared to the throne, Qingjing wanted to maintain the hard-won familial relationship with the emperor more. Great, no wonder he was the man that the fish took a fancy to. Even if he was set to be a tyrant, he was becoming more and more humane. Liu was very proud of old Gong. If he had a fish tail now, it would definitely be sticking up high. Soon, Liu and Qingjing brought the children into the palace to visit the emperor. Needless to say, when the emperor heard the children's chattering, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Debao held a piece of candy in his small, pinkish fist as he stumbled toward the emperor. This was something that the fish brothers had recently found as delicious as the peach blossom cake. Debao was eager to share it with his grandfather. "Grandfather, have some candy." Debao placed the candy in the emperor's palm and patted his hand carefully. Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao also stretched out their hands and opened them. Each of them had a piece of candy. Gluttonous Air Bao had half a piece. "Have some candy and be happy," the children said all at once. This was what the wet nurse, Xianxia, had said when feeding the young masters candy. Debao had a good memory and could say it after hearing it once. He even taught his 3 younger brothers. The emperor held the 4 children in his arms as tears streamed down his face. Although the children's candy seemed to have a lot of saliva on it, the emperor still ate it in the end. Although the past was unbearable, he still had a few grandchildren. For the sake of his children, he had to pull himself together. "Xianxia, it's all thanks to you," the emperor said with a smile. "By the way, why didn't you bring your fish pets?" The emperor's emotions seemed to have calmed down a lot. When he saw Qingjing, he thought of the group of loyal officials who had turned the tide during Princess Langya's rebellion. Qingjing, Prince Li, General Hui, Yi Qinghuan, Duke Qinzhen. The emperor had been in a sorry state that day, but he had seen it all. There was also Princess Jing. Although she didn't know how to ride a horse, she had rushed over on a donkey to save the emperor. The emperor decided to give an edict to reward everyone. Of course, he couldn't forget the fish that had given him the tiger talisman. The emperor thought that the fish was very clever. He remembered that Qingjing also liked the fish very much. When he entered the palace this time, he didn't see the fish. The emperor found out, so he specially asked Qingjing. Qingjing and Liu smiled as they looked at each other. The primordial Dao fish was in the residence. The emperor didn't think that there was anything wrong with this fish. Although the fish didn't come, he still had to reward it. The emperor, who had never been stingy with his rewards, smiled and said, "I'll give this fish the title of the best fish in the world." "Liu, the best fish in the world?" Liu repeated it a few times in his heart. Qingjing looked at him with a smile and felt that this title was very suitable for Xiaoyu. Li Yu, the best fish in the world, plus fish, seemed to have an inner meaning. Li Yu's words were reasonable. For example, the best lamb in the world was delicious. The best dumplings in the world was delicious. The best fish in the world was Shu. The emperor's words were golden. Since he had given it, he wouldn't take it back. Li Yu became the best fish in the world in a strange mood. One day, Li Yu told King Jing about it in a roundabout way. King Jing was speechless. There was a saying that went, different people have different opinions, and different people have different opinions. When it was applied to Li Yu, he guessed that the saying went, different people have different opinions. However, this title wasn't wrong. King Jing licked his lips and said meaningfully, the fish is indeed delicious. Li Yu muttered in his heart. In fact, King Jing hadn't eaten fish since he started raising them. Why did he say that the fish was delicious? Could it be that King Jing had eaten some fish recently? Li Yu suddenly realized that it was better to ride some fish than to ride a donkey or a horse. He had to braise it in soy sauce again. After experiencing the chaos caused by Princess Xianxia, although the emperor's body wasn't injured, his spirit was obviously weakened. In the past, he could discuss state affairs with the courtiers for an entire night. Now, just hearing the word state affairs gave the emperor a headache. The state affairs piled up like mountains. He couldn't just ignore them. The emperor's gaze fell on King Jing. When he was threatened by Princess Xianxia, King Jing stood up for him several times. No matter how many tests he took, it was enough. He wanted a suitable successor, and King Jing was the most suitable and perfect candidate. Xianxia, since you're here, do me a favor. The emperor smiled. King Jing, ? The emperor ordered Luo Ruisheng to bring all the backlog of memorials to him. The emperor raised the red brush, pointed at the memorials, and said half-jokingly, approve the memorials for me, and I'll make you the crown prince. King Jing, Li Yu. Li Yu was a little anxious. At this point, King Jing's contribution to saving the emperor was enough to make 10 crown princes. Why was the emperor still keeping him in suspense and asking King Jing to approve the memorials? Did this mean that if the memorials weren't approved, he wouldn't make the crown prince? Li Yu was also worried about how King Jing would respond. King Jing really wanted to be the crown prince. Since it was the emperor's request, King Jing didn't hesitate and took the memorials without hesitation. The emperor quite admired King Jing's straightforward attitude. Steward Luo kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. He knew the inside story, but he couldn't say that the emperor had even prepared the crown prince imperial edict in advance. This was just to tease King Jing. He always felt that the emperor was a little unreasonable after he decided on the crown prince candidate. King Jing inexplicably became the emperor's coolie, leaving early and returning late. Li Yu had some pregnancy symptoms recently and began to feel sleepy. Every day, he would fall asleep as soon as the sky turned dark and wouldn't wake up until the sun was high up in the sky. King Jing was caught by the emperor as an able-bodied man. Li Yu couldn't see Old Gong's figure all day long, and before he could go to bed, Old Gong would have already left when he woke up. If it weren't for the fact that he had a place to wrap his arms and legs around every night, he would have suspected that King Jing was staying somewhere else. Fortunately, no matter how busy King Jing was or how late he was, he would always come home and hug Li Yu to sleep. The pile of memorials was finally dealt with. The emperor was very satisfied with King Jing's performance and was waiting for King Jing to say something nice. Then, he would be pleased and make the crown prince. However, King Jing didn't ask for the crown prince position. He only asked the emperor to allow him to come home early. King Jing's attitude was also very resolute. Although the crown prince position was important, he cared more about his wife and children. If the emperor made him the crown prince, he wouldn't decline. If the emperor didn't make him the crown prince, he wouldn't snatch it from the emperor. Xiaoyu said that if it was yours, it would be yours. If it wasn't, even if you snatched it, you wouldn't be able to keep it. The emperor was speechless. The emperor also remembered Li Yu's words about teaching his son. He smiled and sighed, why do you have to rush back home? The relationship between the young couple was really good. Even the emperor and Empress Xiaoyu weren't so clingy. King Jing was afraid that the emperor would misunderstand Li Yu, so he said carefully, he has another child. I'm worried about him. Princess Jing is pregnant again? The emperor was overjoyed. He didn't care about that little regret just now and hurriedly sent King Jing away. He also sent a group of imperial physicians to King Jing's residence and told them to listen to King Jing's orders and not to disturb Princess Jing's rest. When King Jing returned home, Liu was lying on his back in a rocking chair in the courtyard. He was wrapped in a seaweed green quilt and was dozing off. Eunuch Wang was leading the children to play eagle and chicks. On the side, the rabbit pet was curled up into a ball and gnawing on green vegetable leaves. Two fat duck pets swam in the pond together, flapping their wings and quacking. Liu's ears were filled with the sounds of various activities. In a daze, he heard Eunuch Wang chatting with someone. Our princess is now in high demand in the eyes of the princes, dukes, and ministers. I heard that these ministers all have daughters who are 16 years old and as beautiful as flowers. All of them want to come to the prince's residence to be a concubine. What concubine? Liu had just woken up. His temples were throbbing and his head was still dizzy. When he looked carefully, he saw that Wang Shi was still playing the game of eagle and chicken with the children and was not talking. He was probably dreaming. But this dream was very real. With King Jing's current status, it was only a matter of time before he became popular. The emperor allowed King Jing to help with political affairs. In a sense, it was acknowledging King Jing's status. Even the second imperial prince, Marquian, who was about to become the crown prince, did not receive such treatment from the emperor, not to mention the third imperial prince, Marquis Ping. However, it was different for King Jing. As the only surviving son of the first wife, he had also been cured of his deafening muteness. Furthermore, he had saved the emperor. What reason did the emperor have to not choose King Jing? In the past, the officials might have hesitated to stand with King Jing, but now they followed the emperor's heart. Liu had heard Wang Shi talk about how glorious King Jing was now. Not to mention anything else, the emperor had already ordered King Jing to attend to political affairs. Every day after court, the number of officials waiting to walk the same path as King Jing could not be counted with just a few hands. These officials had not been able to curry favor with King Jing before because the situation was complicated. If they did not do so now, they would be fools. But King Jing remembered the emperor's taboo and did not interact with these people. Other than the assistant minister of works, King Jing occasionally exchanged a few words with them. Because King Jing had once worked in the Ministry of Works, Jing was the person who assisted him at that time, so it was normal for them to have some friendship. And if other people wanted to curry favor with King Jing would treat them coldly, so it was not easy. Wang Shi talked about how glorious his master was in front of Liu. King Jing was busy with political affairs, so he entrusted the heavy responsibility of taking care of Liu to Eunuch Wang. Because this child was in human form, King Jing could rest assured and tell Wang Shi to be careful. Wang Fei was pregnant again, so Wang Shi was overjoyed. How would he dare to gossip in front of Liu? Were there any young ladies who wanted to marry King Jing as his concubine? There must be, and there must be a lot of them. However, King Jing had never paid any attention to them, nor did he take it seriously. How could Wang Shi open her mouth? However, Liu was sensitive during her pregnancy, so she subconsciously imagined the danger. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. In ancient times, men had 3 wives and 4 concubines. Although Liu had some confidence in King Jing still had the emperor above him. If those ministers failed to beg King Jing and turned to beg the emperor, it would be difficult for Liu to refuse if the emperor gave King Jing a few gifts from the heavens on a whim. Was he going to put on a show of a carp spirit tearing apart a fox spirit? That would not do. The old woman must be his alone. Liu stood up. In the past, when he woke up, he might take another nap, but now he was not in the mood to continue sleeping. He got up and was about to look for King Jing when King Jing brought several imperial physicians back to the Fu. These imperial physicians were all experts in obstetrics appointed by the emperor. Liu did not have much contact with them, so he did not recognize them at first sight. The dream just now had made his mind a little confused, so he thought that these people were stopping King Jing from marrying off his daughter. Liu was dumbfounded and said sourly, "You even brought her back?" He thought that King Jing would definitely stand firm and say no, regardless of whether the other party was an old matchmaker or a beautiful and elegant noble lady. He would ignore them. but just like this? King Jing had almost brought her right under his nose, alright? Could it be that it was true that even pigs could climb trees when men were reliable? His wife suddenly became indignant and did not know what was going on. King Jing was dumbfounded. Even with King Jing's IQ, he did not know what was wrong with this fish's brain. However, King Jing had some experience and usually did not understand Xiaoyu's words. It was always right to go along with it. Moreover, the imperial physicians were here to take Xiaoyu's pulse, so King Jing nodded. Li Yu was instantly angered. He pointed at King Jing's nose and asked sadly, "Then are you going to bring their daughter into the Fu next?" All the imperial physicians were speechless. The imperial physicians were all hit by a huge pot. One of them said with trembling lips, "Princess consort, this old official's daughter is only 3 years old." Another imperial physician said weakly, "Princess consort, this old official's daughter is already the mother of 3 children." Li Yu was speechless. Li Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. He took a closer look and saw that some of these officials were carrying small, medicine boxes. Oh, so they were all imperial physicians. In this world, imperial physicians were also officials and had ranks. They wore official robes just like the court officials. Li Yu's first impression was the strongest. He did not think that the people who followed King Jing back to the Fu might not be the concubine's family members. They could also be the imperial physicians themselves. This was truly a disgrace to his grandmother's house. The world's #1 fish could not admit to such a shameful thing. Li Yu took a deep breath and quickly changed his expression. He smiled flatteringly at the imperial physician and took the initiative to pass his wrist. "Imperial physician, are you here to check my pulse?" Princess consort is right. The confused imperial physicians finally breathed a sigh of relief. King Jing saw the change in Xiaoyu's expression and knew that this fish must have misunderstood something. However, health was more important. King Jing held back his laughter and made a note of this fish. He asked the imperial physicians to quickly take the princess consort's pulse. The imperial physicians were all focused on business. When Li Yu came, he spouted a bunch of nonsense, but the imperial physicians did not think much of it. It was said that pregnant people were emotionally unstable. The imperial physicians said that they would occasionally get angry and choke. This did not count. There was even a woman who scolded her husband terribly before giving birth. After taking her pulse, they unanimously said that the princess consort's health was very good. She was almost 3 months pregnant. The imperial physicians had heard that this male princess consort was able to give birth and were very curious. Now that they had seen it for themselves, they confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. The imperial physician that the emperor had sent to the western border also came. Last time, he had taken the pulse of the pregnant Princess Jing through the curtain. It had been a long time since then. When Li Yu came in person, this imperial physician did not see anything and was only focused on congratulating King Jing. Even this imperial physician had finished his diagnosis. King Jing thought that the matter between Debao and the others had been completely resolved. King Jing asked the imperial physician a few more things to take note of and then sent the imperial physician away, ordering them to report the good news to the emperor. When all the outsiders had left, King Jing looked at Li Yu with a faint smile. Li Yu knew that something was wrong and looked pitifully at his 4 children, hoping that they would come forward to distract King Jing's father. Unfortunately, the other 3 children were looking elsewhere. Only Sibao received the fish father's pleading gaze. "Sibao, quickly save me," Li Yu mouthed. Sibao's reaction was a beat slower, but he could still see that the fish father needed help. Sibao bravely walked over with his short legs. Li Yu was overjoyed. King Jing usually doted on Sibao the most. As long as Sibao acted coquettishly, everything would be fine. Li Yu tried to use his sons to cover for him, but King Jing also had a way to deal with it. He quickly glanced at Wang Shi. Wang Shi was about to arrange for the little masters to eat, but he smiled and carried Sibao. "Little young master, this old servant will bring you to eat peach blossom pancakes and candies, okay?" Although Sibao didn't like to eat as much as Bao, he couldn't resist the temptation of peach blossom pancakes and candies. Especially since he had been playing crazily for a long time, he was already hungry. Sibao could only blink his eyes and look back at the fish father apologetically. It's okay, King Jing will definitely help the fish father, Sibao thought to himself. Then little Sibao and his brothers left with Wang Shi. Li Yu, this unreliable child, then, is it too late to pretend to be sleepy now? Li Yu deliberately yawned and pretended to go back to his room to sleep. Perhaps when he woke up, King Jing would forget about his pestering. However, King Jing's memory was very good. He stopped the fish in time, dragged it back, and held it tightly. This time, consort you couldn't escape even if she had wings. King Jing smiled and asked the person in his arms, Xiaoyu, tell me, who is going to enter the residence? Li Yu's denial failed, so he had no choice but to tell King Jing about his dream. Although it was just a dream, the fish still felt angry when he thought about it. Li Yu said indignantly, isn't it those women who are going to be your concubines? King Jing coughed softly. He had promised not to take in concubines before, but he didn't expect Xiaoyu to still be worried about this. Don't worry, there won't be anyone else, King Jing said softly. What kind of secondary consort was this? All King Jing knew was that he wouldn't allow anyone to snore on his bed. He only needed one fish, Li Yu found out. About King Jing's attitude, and his eyes curved into crescents. He didn't forget to ask, what about father? Father won't either. King Jing hugged this jealous fish and slowly told him something. In fact, Li Yu's intuition was quite accurate in analyzing the current situation. The emperor did ask King Jing about concubines. After all, marriage was one way to stabilize power. However, King Jing firmly refused. The emperor only asked casually, and after he found out about King Jing's attitude, he didn't force him. Indeed, there were ministers who begged the emperor, but it was different from what Li Yu thought. The emperor didn't want to grant these ministers marriage. There were many reasons why the emperor didn't want to. One of them was that the emperor used to worry a lot about King Jing's marriage. At that time, those families that he liked all used various reasons to say that their daughters couldn't marry King Jing. The emperor knew that this was a tactful rejection. Now that King Jing's muteness had recovered and he was valued by the emperor, and he was about to become the crown prince, these families began to beg for their daughters to marry into King Jing's family. They had changed from arrogance to deference. The emperor's mood was similar to Wang Shi's. In the past, they looked down on his son, but now they wanted to curry favor with him. It was too late. Moreover, Princess Jing was a good girl, and the emperor didn't want to make things difficult for her. The emperor himself was already traumatized by Princess Xianxia. What if he also gave King Jing a troublesome wife? Having children was a good excuse, but it wasn't a problem at all for King Jing. Of course, if King Jing himself expressed that he wanted to take in a concubine, the emperor would definitely not stop him. Since King Jing made it clear that he didn't want to, the emperor wouldn't force him. After finding a way to find the emperor's ministers, the emperor said to them in a refreshed manner, there's no other way. Even I can't persuade King Jing, that's what imperial father thinks. King Jing whispered the emperor's attitude to him. Li Yu's cheeks were red, and he didn't know if it was because he was shy or ashamed. He misunderstood the emperor. In fact, the emperor was also a human being. If he was good to the emperor wouldn't make things difficult for him. With the double guarantee, Li Yu's heart was completely settled. I'm sorry. I suddenly couldn't control myself. Li Yu lowered his head and apologized. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Recently, he always felt bursts of anger rising and his head was dizzy, as if he was blinded by lard. When he calmed down, he felt that he was unreasonable. It's not your fault. The imperial physician said that pregnant women are more sensitive. King Jing thought of the imperial physician's words and rubbed Li Yu's head to show that he didn't care. Moreover, you care about me. King Jing said with a smile. Xiaoyu had a straightforward personality and rarely lost his temper with him. This was the first time he was so unreasonable. Even if Xiaoyu pointed at his nose and scolded him, he still liked him. If the two of them were in different places and Xiaoyu brought a group of men to his door, the consequences would be much more serious. Li Yu was comforted by King Jing, and King Jing didn't have to work for the emperor anymore. With the company of Old Gong, Li Yu's mood quickly improved. On the other side, the imperial physicians who were taking Li Yu's pulse reported their diagnosis to the emperor. Princess Jing was really pregnant. The emperor couldn't help but smile. He flipped through the memorial that King Jing had approved. He originally wanted to choose a date to issue the edict, but now there was no need to wait. Wasn't it better to have 2 simultaneous happy events? Princely of the first rank and the 6 ministers had guessed most of the emperor's decision, but they didn't expect the emperor to decide on the crown prince so quickly. The emperor hadn't officially appointed a crown prince in the past few decades. Even if he did treat a prince differently, the emperor would nurture and guard against him. He wouldn't announce it so early. Princely of the first rank and the ministers were very satisfied with King Jing. They didn't have any objections when the emperor appointed King Jing as the crown prince, but as ministers, they couldn't directly agree. The emperor's heart was hard to predict. Princely of the first rank and the ministers thought about it, and could only kneel in unison and say, "Your Majesty is still young. Please reconsider." The emperor smiled but didn't say anything. He used to think he was young, but this change in the palace made him realize that he was no longer young. Faced with Princess Xianxia's surprise attack, he didn't have the strength to resist. This was a shame, but also a helplessness. Although he was only trapped for a while, and the other party was too sinister and disguised as someone he didn't expect, he was already showing signs of old age after being escorted here and there. No matter how much he nurtured, his energy couldn't return to the past. He didn't want to admit that life was rare. According to this calculation, he had already lived for more than half of his life. He didn't know how many years he had left. The truth of Empress Xiaowei and the 4th prince's deaths was also a heavy blow to him. He had been the emperor for a long time, but he was still powerless in certain matters. Power and position couldn't replace his dead wife and children, and couldn't replace the lost years. The imperial power that had been in his hands for so long, it was time to let it go. He had previously tried to let King Jing handle government affairs and found that King Jing was doing well. The emperor was very satisfied. He thought that since he had already decided to be King Jing, why not announce it early and happily let go of power? In any case, he didn't care about government affairs. It was more justifiable for the crown prince to take over, and he wouldn't be in a hurry when he ascended the throne in the future. The emperor only thought about it for a moment, but he was stunned when he thought about the crown prince ascending the throne in the future. However, appointing King Jing as the crown prince was something that would happen sooner or later, so the emperor quickly let it go. Princely of the first rank and the ministers pleaded several times, but the emperor didn't change his mind. In the end, Princely of the first rank and the ministers expressed that they would support the emperor's decision. In the following court session, the emperor ordered Princely of the first rank to read out the prepared edict in front of everyone, officially appointing King Jing as the crown prince. This time, the emperor did not tell King Jing anything. King Jing himself did not expect that the emperor would make him the crown prince in what seemed like an ordinary morning court session. King Jing was stunned for a while. Then, under the constant urging of King Li of the first rank, he knelt down and accepted the edict in front of all the officials. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. When he came back to his senses, he had just finished kowtowing to the emperor. In order to show the importance of the crown prince, the emperor smiled and pulled the newly minted crown prince to give him a round of encouragement. He also ordered the ministers to help the crown prince familiarize himself with the affairs of the various ministries and help the crown prince handle the affairs of the court. When the Ministry of Rites received the order, they immediately began to prepare for the coronation ceremony. After the court session ended, the emperor asked the crown prince to stay behind. "Tianqi, how do you feel?" the emperor asked. On this day, when Mu Tianqi attended court, the people around him still called him His Highness King Jing. After the reading of the edict, he became His Highness the Crown Prince. He felt that it was too sudden, but he couldn't say it in front of the emperor. He could only nod his head with mixed feelings. "Do well." The emperor smiled and patted him on the shoulder. In fact, the emperor had a lot to say, but he didn't know where to start. It was about the position of the crown prince, about the father-son relationship that they had painstakingly built. The emperor once heard that during the rebellion of Princess Xianxia, Dabao carried a small slingshot and wanted to save him. The emperor felt warm at the words of the child, but he also felt strange. How could such a young child have such courage? Could it be that he wanted his reward? When he asked Dabao, Dabao himself couldn't explain it clearly. However, Liu said, "You are his grandfather. This is a matter of course." The emperor was used to seeing all kinds of schemes in his life. He was also used to doing things with ulterior motives, but he forgot that there were also things in the world that didn't ask for anything in return. For example, kinship. It was precisely because he was a grandfather and a relative that Debao tried his best to save him. Debao was like this, and so was King Jing. Although King Jing himself didn't mention it, the emperor knew very well that if King Jing didn't save him that day and allowed him to be killed by Princess Xianxia, no one would blame King Jing. King Jing might have directly ascended the throne. However, King Jing didn't. This was also the father-son relationship between King Jing and him. The emperor deliberated and said something he wouldn't say in the past. "Xianxia, if you don't disappoint me, I won't disappoint you either." The crown prince didn't expect the emperor to confide in him so sincerely. He also tried and slowly nodded. "By the way, there's one more thing that I've been thinking about for a long time." The emperor looked kindly at the crown prince. Since the crown prince was already appointed, the emperor felt that there was no need to beat around the bush. He directly said what was on his mind. "Back then, your wedding was held at the western border. I was unable to attend and always felt regretful. I want to hold a make-up wedding for you and the crown princess after the coronation ceremony. Xianxia, what do you think?" The crown prince, at King Jing's residence. On a whim, Liu was teaching Debao how to write. Although Debao was only a little more than a year old, he could already recognize many words. The emperor specially appointed a teacher for Debao, and the teacher would assign homework to Debao every day and ask Debao to write at home. Although Debao was young, he was the most hard-working child in the imperial study. Whatever the teacher assigned him, he must complete it. When other children came back from school, they would eat snacks and go to sleep. Debao slept for a short while before getting up and asking Xianxia to carry him to the study to write. He usually had a teacher to teach him, and the emperor often gave him special treatment. His small and tender hands were already good at holding a brush, but the words he wrote really couldn't be considered good-looking. However, this didn't affect Debao's love for learning. Liu was originally passing by and saw Debao writing with his butt sticking out. His little chubby face was solemn, and for some reason, he thought of old Gong, who had the same expression. He held back his laughter until his stomach hurt. When he took another look at Debao's words, Liu really laughed out loud. After being laughed at by his father, Debao pouted his lips so high that an oil bottle could be hung from them. "Be good, Debao. Father will teach you." After Liu laughed, his son immediately tried to salvage the situation. He carefully recalled how King Jing taught him to write. Liu's heart was filled with sweetness, and he copied King Jing. He wrapped Debao's little tender hands and began to write. As he wrote, he said, "Debao, just write according to what father wrote." Recently, Liu didn't have to worry about being a secondary consort, so he was in a good mood and wrote very quickly. After writing one piece, he stopped and let Debao watch. Debao was originally looking forward to Liu's writing. King Jing's father's writing was praised by even the great scholar, so Debao felt that his father shouldn't be bad either. However, after his father taught him to write one piece, Debao's dream was shattered. His father's writing was worse than his. Debao, who felt cheated, didn't want his father to teach him how to write anymore. However, his father's hands were itching and he didn't notice it at all. He wanted to continue teaching Debao, but Debao turned his body and faced his father with his butt, firmly refusing. Liu, who suddenly realized that his son was disdainful of him, was speechless. The word disdain didn't exist in a fish's dictionary. Liu sneered and threw Debao's brush away. He was ready to teach this fish cub a lesson for daring to disdain his father. Debao realized that something was wrong. He quickly slid down from the table and tried to run away with his short legs. Liu pounced forward and forcefully twisted Debao's body over. He blew into his palm and began to crack Debao. Debao giggled. Just when the adults and children were having fun, Xianxia suddenly rushed in as if he didn't care about his life. He held onto the door and took a long breath. He said ecstatically, "Wangfei, there's great news, His Highness has been appointed as the crown prince by His Majesty." Liu No way, the crown prince was appointed just like that. He thought that the emperor would wait a little longer, at least 1 or 2 years, or at most 4 or 5 years. After all, the emperor placed great importance on power and position. Perhaps he would test King Jing again. Last time, he sent King Jing to the western border. In the future, he might go to the southern border. He didn't expect that the emperor would directly appoint the crown prince. Well, in the past, the emperor always let King Jing take over the government. Li Yu more or less got a glimpse of the emperor's intentions. In the novel, King Jing wasn't appointed as the crown prince, but his son, Old Gong, did. Although it wasn't an official ascension, he was very close to that position. Li Yu's eyes were a little moist, but he was happy for Old Gong from the bottom of his heart. Just when he was thinking about how to celebrate King Jing's return, Xianxia said, "His Highness has been appointed as the crown prince, so you will be the crown princess. The imperial edict will arrive soon." The emperor also said that after the ceremony, he will personally hold another wedding for His Highness and you. Li Yu originally felt very happy, but when he heard this, he was instantly horrified. It couldn't be. He had already given birth to 4 fish sons, and he was still carrying a small cotton-padded jacket in his stomach. How could he still want to get married? What did His Highness say? Li Yu really hoped that Old Gong would refuse. It was a little shameful to get married while pregnant. Moreover, they had already consummated their marriage twice and had even gotten married once. It felt weird to do it again. His Highness, just as Xianxia was about to answer, he caught a glimpse of the main character entering the room from the corner of his eye. He smiled and corrected himself, "You can ask him yourself." Recently, Xianxia had become more and more familiar with his master's mood. As soon as his master returned, eunuch Wang immediately retreated with his little master. "Tianqi, are you the crown prince?" Li Yu was happy to see Old Gong. He held his stomach and walked over happily. His lower abdomen had begun to protrude. Mu Tianqi was worried when he saw him walking. He quickly stopped him and strode forward to support Li Yu so that he could lean on him at all times. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Li Yu proudly winked at him. Mu Tianqi was originally a little reserved, but Xiao Yu's lively appearance made him want to laugh. Becoming the Crown Prince was a big step forward. He knew very well that if it weren't for Xiao Yu, he was afraid that he would still be a mute prince. He didn't even know where his position as the Crown Prince would be. "Xiao Yu, it's all thanks to you." "Thank you too," King Jing said. This was what he thought the most during the morning court. "HM? Are you being polite?" I heard from Xianxia. "Congratulations, Your Highness. I heard that father is going to hold a wedding for us?" Li Yu panicked when he thought of the scale of the battle in the west and the crowd. King Jing thought that he was dissatisfied, so he nervously held his hand. "You're not feeling well, so I didn't agree." "Do you feel slighted?" "Really?" "Of course not." Li Yu couldn't help but laugh. So King Jing really rejected him? He was indeed the man he liked. Even his rejection was telepathic. Li Yu praised his man in his heart. Just as he was praising him, his man said, "I've already told father. It won't be too late to hold the wedding after you've given birth and your body has recovered. You won't feel wronged." King Jing's lips were full of a satisfied smile as he promised Li Yu. Li Yu was speechless. He still wanted to hold the wedding after giving birth? He might as well not have rejected it. Princess Jingjue said that after giving birth, it was like a cloth bag that had been emptied. He was afraid that he would become a cloth bag and marry Old Gong. However, when he saw King Jing's expression, he felt ashamed. Did King Jing like it very much? After all, they could consummate their marriage again. Forget it. Since Old Gong liked it, they could talk about it later. It was just fitting, red bedding, and wearing a wedding dress. He was very familiar with the idea of marriage. At most, he would lose weight after giving birth. Li Yu touched his thin waist and slowly looked forward to the wedding. Li Yu's reaction to Old Gong becoming the crown prince seemed normal. The crown prince himself also felt that the crown princess was very calm. She was indeed a carp spirit. Who knew that in the middle of the night, something would happen? The sleeping fish woke up several times and pushed Old Gong awake. He shouted anxiously, "Tianqi, are you really the crown prince?" Mu Tianqi nodded for the nth time. He patted Li Yu's back and hugged him. This fish wasn't really calm. He just reacted too slowly. King Jing was made the crown prince, and Li Yu was made the crown princess. Li Yu's background in this ancient era was that he was a general without an army. He didn't have any background. He originally thought that he would be criticized. The crown prince had even made preparations. If anyone had any objections to the crown princess, he would refute them on the spot. Unexpectedly, not a single minister objected. It wasn't that some people didn't covet the position of crown princess. After all, once the crown princess ascended the throne and became the emperor, the crown princess would be the empress. If it was possible, who wouldn't want to fight for it? But these people had been busy until now. King Jing's husband's relationship with his wife was extremely good. King Jing hadn't even taken a concubine, let alone a concubine. The emperor obviously followed King Jing's lead. Now that King Jing had become the crown prince, would they be able to succeed if they rashly fought for the position of crown princess? He was afraid that if he angered the crown prince, the gains would not make up for the losses. Marriage was marriage, not enemies. It was true that Li Yu's birth was a sore point, but this person already had 4 sons, and all 4 of them were favored by the emperor. When they were just born, the emperor bestowed them with nobility, and often held the children on his knees. It was clear that he favored them greatly. If she wanted to become the crown prince's consort, would she offend these little imperial grandsons? The ministers did not dare to do so, so no one dared to obstruct the decree to confer the title of crown princess. The crown princess was thus settled. The crown prince originally lived in the King Jing Fu. The emperor originally wanted the crown prince to move into the palace, but the crown prince said that the original Fu was very good and that there was no need to make a big fuss. The emperor thought that the crown princess was still pregnant and that it was indeed inconvenient to move the palace. In this dynasty, the crown prince did not have to live in the palace. The emperor listened to the crown prince and changed the King Jing Fu to the crown prince Fu. The emperor was very satisfied with what he had done. But when he was done, he suddenly realized that Dabao was originally King Jing's heir apparent. Now that King Jing had become the crown prince, Dabao's heir apparent position was gone. Although the son of the crown prince had a much brighter future than the son of a Xianxia, Dabao did not have a title. The emperor stubbornly believed that Dabao had been wronged. How could the emperor be willing? He waved his hand and gave Dabao the title of a third-rank light carriage commander. Originally, the emperor wanted to bestow the title of prince to Dabao, which could be considered a good story. When he told Luo Ruisheng, head steward Luo was so scared that his legs went soft. He hurriedly tried to persuade the emperor, but the emperor changed his mind and reluctantly chose Captain Xianxia. Even so, the emperor still felt that Dabao was wronged. When Li Yu received the edict, the corner of his mouth twitched. He thought to himself, how could this be? He was really afraid that the emperor would spoil Dabao too much. What if he gave Dabao a grandson? Fortunately, the emperor still had a trace of reason left. Dabao was also a very lucky fish cub. He had been using cheats since he was born, and even helped his father conquer his grandfather. A child who was less than 2 years old actually had a third-rank noble title. If this wasn't cheating, then what was? Look, who was the real lucky fish in their family? Clearly, it was Dabao. After receiving the title, he had to enter the palace to give thanks. Li Yu tidied up and prepared to leave. He didn't go out much to begin with, and after becoming pregnant, he was even more careful. However, he had no choice but to enter the palace. Li Yu had someone send a letter to the crown prince, Old Gong, early in the morning to notify the crown prince. He also brought a crystal bottle with a fish substitute inside. The emperor had given him the title of #1 fish in the world. This was also to give thanks, so it was on the way. Wang Shi personally accompanied Li Yu into the palace. As the crown princess was seriously ill, Wang Shi specially chose a round-faced servant girl who knew martial arts and medicine to guard Li Yu at all times. Just as they were preparing to leave, the crown prince sent a message for the crown princess to wait in the Fu. The eunuch who came to deliver the message only received this unclear message. Although Li Yu felt it was strange, he still did as Old Gong said and temporarily delayed entering the palace. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, the crown prince quickly rode back to the Fu. Why did you come back? Liu was shocked at first, but then he asked Old Gong with a smile. To take you into the palace, the crown prince replied with a smile. Really, it's too troublesome, Liu kept muttering, but his mouth was wide open, a classic example of saying one thing and thinking another. Who didn't like to have their other half in mind at all times? In the past, at the hunting grounds, King Jing had personally taken him everywhere. Now that he was the crown prince, this habit still hadn't changed. These past few days, the crown prince had been swamped with work at the Ministry of Rites. Because he wanted to enter the palace, he specially rushed back to the Fu. Will it affect you? Liu was overjoyed. He also knew that Old Gong would be criticized if he wasn't careful. The crown prince smiled easily. It won't. I've already asked the minister for leave. Since he had already asked for leave, then it was fine. Liu nodded in confusion. He felt that this minister seemed to be very considerate of his subordinates. He completely didn't realize that with his status as Old Gong, even if he didn't ask for leave, no one in the Ministry of Rites would dare to stop him. Since the crown prince had specially rushed back, he left with the crown princess. The crown princess was pregnant and couldn't ride a horse. When the crown prince returned to the Fu, he rode a fast horse. When he sent the crown princess to the palace, he rode in a carriage with her. The carriage moved extremely slowly. When they arrived at the palace gates, the crown princess had already slept comfortably in the crown prince's arms. We've arrived so quickly? Liu used to feel that there was a distance between home and the palace, but this time, they flew by quickly. Wang Shi, who was following the carriage, did his best to suppress his laughter. His Highness the Crown Prince knew best whether it was fast or not. The Crown Prince helped Liu out of the carriage. One of Steward Luo's attendants was already waiting at the palace gates. When he saw the Crown Prince, he quickly came over to bow and lead the Crown Prince's group to the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Because of the Crown Princess's inconvenient health, the eunuch specially prepared a soft sedan for her. The Crown Prince glanced at the sedan and shook his head. He ordered Wang Shi to bring in the small sedan that had followed them all the way from the Fu. Liu? When did Old Gong prepare this? How come he didn't know? However, since there was a sedan to sit in, there was no need to walk. The lazy fish immediately sat in the sedan. He thought that the Crown Prince still wanted to sit with him, so he quickly patted the area beside him, asking the Crown Prince to sit as well. However, the Crown Prince didn't move. The sedan wasn't as big as the carriage. The Crown Prince was afraid of squeezing Liu, so he didn't enter the sedan. Instead, he opened the curtains on the left and right. This way, he wouldn't be stuffy and could see this fish at all times. After the Crown Princess sat down, the 8 servants from the Crown Prince's Fu were responsible for lifting the sedan and moving it forward. The Crown Prince followed beside the sedan. The eunuch had heard that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess were very loving, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face with hot dog food just by inviting the Crown Princess onto the sedan. The Crown Prince didn't need him to follow, so the eunuch returned to the Palace of Heavenly Purity to inform the emperor. The sedan wasn't fast, so nothing happened along the way. Liu also saw the scenery along the way. When they were near the Imperial Garden, Liu suddenly saw a white ball curled up in the bushes. Liu's heart jumped, and he quickly said, "Wait." The Crown Prince hurriedly ordered the servants carrying the sedan to stop and looked at Liu. Liu said, "That white ball, were his eyes playing tricks on him?" He actually felt that it looked a bit like Piao Shui. When he delivered the tiger tally last time, Piao Shui had helped him by luring away the guards. Liu had asked eunuch Wang to inquire after the incident. Piao Shui wasn't caught by the guards at that time. The guards thought that it was a stray cat and didn't go to the cold palace to look for it. Later on, when the Palace of Heavenly Purity was in chaos, the cold palace was relatively peaceful. Liu was quite happy that Piao Shui wasn't hurt because of him. However, the Crown Prince had a grudge against Madame Chao's son, and Ho, so it wasn't good for him to display too much. Liu asked eunuch Wang to deliver a bag of dried fish to Piao Shui as a form of thanks. Although he didn't explicitly order eunuch Wang to do anything else, the eunuch in the cold palace knew that eunuch Wang valued this cat and didn't dare to bully Piao Shui. As a result, Madame Chao's days were better. Liu didn't hide the matter of Piao Shui from the Crown Prince. Instead, he took the initiative to tell the crown prince. The crown prince understood his personality very well. Xiaoyu was kind-hearted and would repay kindness. Even if the other party was a cat, he would do his best to repay it. The crown prince knew that he knew his limits and still trusted him as before. On this trip to the palace, Liu had also asked Wang Shi to bring some dried fish, thinking that if they encountered Piao Shui, they could feed it. Perhaps because of this, he would think of Piao Shui from time to time. Now that he saw a white shadow in the imperial garden, he subconsciously thought that it was Piao Shui. The crown prince followed Liu's gaze and also saw the white thing. He ordered the round-faced maidservant, Xiao Luo, to take a look. Xiao Luo went for a moment and carried a white cat over. Because this cat hadn't been examined, Xiao Luo didn't dare to get too close. She only took a few steps forward for the crown princess to take a look. Liu took a look and saw that it was indeed Piao Shui. This was really fate. What's wrong with it? Why was it hiding in the bushes? Xiao Luo held Piao Shui and examined it carefully. Piao Shui was very clean and didn't have any dirt on it, but there was a bloody smell. Xiao Luo sniffed and examined Piao Shui's body. It turned out that one of Piao Shui's hind legs was wrapped in thick gauze, and there were bloodstains on the gauze. It's injured, Xiao Luo said with understanding. Wang Shi took the initiative to go forward and wiped the cat's fur with a silver needle. The silver needle didn't change color. Wang Shi looked at the crown prince to seek his opinion, not knowing how the crown prince would decide. Usually, this kind of examination was enough. Liu was a little worried when he heard that Piao Shui's leg was injured. He also looked at the crown prince pitifully. The crown prince's heart itched under his dark eyes. He turned his face and coughed softly. Let's take a look. It's never wrong to be cautious. The crown prince ordered Xiao Luo to hold Piao Shui and not let her get close. The crown prince walked over and personally examined Piao Shui. When Piao Shui saw the crown prince, it suddenly screamed miserably and bit the gauze on its leg twice. The blood on the gauze quickly spread. Because of this, the crown prince noticed Piao Shui's injury. After thinking for a while, he said to Xiao Luo, "Open it." Xiao Luo had brought Jinchuang ointment with her. If there was really no problem with the wound, she could apply the ointment on. Piao Shui again. Xiao Luo didn't dare to neglect the crown prince's order. She immediately opened the gauze, and a blood-red ball of cloth rolled out from under the gauze. Xiao Luo felt that something was strange. After taking a closer look, although there was blood on Piao Shui's leg, there was no wound. It should have been on the ball of cloth. It's my negligence. Xiao Luo hurriedly knelt down and apologized. What's wrong? Liu was still in the sedan. He was inevitably surprised to see Xiao Luo suddenly kneel down. It's nothing. I'm bandaging the cat. Don't worry. The crown prince's face had already darkened. Piao Shui wasn't injured, but it was wrapped in gauze. It made people think that the cat was injured. There must be something wrong with the thing hidden in the gauze. The crown prince thought of many things in an instant, but he was afraid of startling this fish, so he first calmed down with a gentle voice. With his explanation, Liu was relieved, but he still sat and waited. The crown prince gave Wang Shi a look. Wang Shi hurriedly pulled Xiao Luo up. The two of them walked away with Piao Shui and took the gauze and ball of cloth off Piao Shui's leg. They were sure that the reason why the blood kept coming out was because of the ball of cloth. Wang Shi had seen a lot of evil, so he knew that the ball of cloth was very dangerous. If someone who didn't know about it approached Piao Shui, it was very likely that the thing in the ball of cloth would be stained by it. Xiao Luo wrapped the handkerchief and removed the ball of cloth. There was more and more blood inside. The blood smelled so bad that Xiao Luo hurriedly covered her nose. What is this? Wang Shi was old and knowledgeable. He took a closer look and said to the crown prince, "Your Highness, this isn't human blood. This old servant smells like dog blood or chicken blood." The crown prince was speechless. The crown prince asked, "What's the use of it?" Wang Shi said, "I heard that among the people, dog blood or chicken blood are sometimes splashed to dispel evil spirits, especially black dog blood." Evil spirits? The crown prince had never heard of this saying. It was hidden in gauze in such a sinister way. How could it be used to dispel evil spirits? Wang Shi said, "Yes, it's to dispel evil spirits and demons. I heard that if evil spirits come into contact with this kind of dirty blood, they will change back to their original forms in public. Dispel evil spirits and change back to their original forms. The Crown Prince's expression suddenly changed. He looked up at Xiaoyu, who was waiting for him in the sedan chair. He knew that there was a demon beside him. If they hadn't discovered these things, Xiaoyu would have come into contact with Piao Shui and stained the ball of cloth. What would happen then? A voice in his heart said, she will change back to her original form in public. Xiaoyu's original form was a fish. He had always found it strange that a cat raised in the cold palace would have this kind of thing on its body. Moreover, it appeared on the path they had to pass to get to the palace of heavenly purity. No one is allowed to reveal what happened just now. The Crown Prince ordered everyone present. Wang Shi and the others quickly shut their mouths. Li Yu sat in the palanquin for a while. The Crown Prince didn't let Xiao Luo carry Piao Shui over. What's wrong? Li Yu was a little uneasy. During his pregnancy, he deeply felt old Gong's almost paranoid concern for him. If he really wasn't allowed to touch the cat, it was better to let eunuch Wang continue to feed it on his behalf. He knew that the repeated checkups were for his own good. After being pregnant, he often couldn't control his emotions, so he tried not to let himself be on the verge of anger. Mu Tianqi ordered Wang Shi to quietly dispose of the things. Xiao Luo was still responsible for carrying Piao Shui. He went to Li Yu's palanquin and said warmly, it's not far from Jingtai Hall. Why don't we go over and take a look? Li Yu didn't have any insistence on where to go, but the emperor was waiting. Was it appropriate not to go? The Crown Prince's eyes clearly wanted to say something. Could it be that something had happened and he had to change the route at the last minute? Li Yu trusted the Crown Prince. Since the Crown Prince had said so, he would follow the Crown Prince's wishes. He nodded and said, then let's go. The Crown Prince lowered the curtains on both sides for him. The palanquin turned around and rushed toward Jingtai Hall. After they left, a person hurriedly walked out from behind an acacia tree in the corner of the imperial garden. He looked at the backs of the Crown Prince and the others, then turned and left. Soon, a guard from the Crown Prince's residence quietly followed. Jingtai Hall was the Crown Prince's former bedroom in the palace. It was still kept by the Crown Prince. This was also a magical place where unexpected things often happened. Li Yu and the Crown Prince had thought of clues about the Lu Lan assassins here. However, Lu Lan's influence in the palace had been eliminated. Why did the Crown Prince still bring him here? It definitely wasn't for that kind of thing. Li Yu was experienced and wouldn't imagine such a thing. The Crown Prince first helped Li Yu sit in a chair. He placed a soft pillow made of peacock gold thread behind him so that he could sit more comfortably. After he sat down, the Crown Prince solemnly called out, Xiaoyu. Li Yu, huh? Old Gong, why are you so serious? The Crown Prince said, someone did something to Piao Shui's body. They found something else in the gauze wrapped around Piao Shui's leg. Crown Prince did not dare to reveal everything at once as he did not want to frighten Xiaoyu. He only revealed a little. Was there something strange in the gauze used by Piao Shui? Li Yu was stunned. Was that why the Crown Prince didn't let little Conk bring the cat over? Based on the Crown Prince's temper, that was definitely the case. What is it? Li Yu asked. The Crown Prince said, yes, melodramatic. Li Yu only knew that the article was melodramatic, but the Crown Prince was obviously not referring to this kind of melodramatic. Li Yu curiously asked, melodramatic? What's the use of it? Crown Prince, the Crown Prince frowned. You don't know? The system fish said rationally, I've never seen it before, so of course I don't know. Crown Prince, alright, Xiaoyu was a pure carp spirit. She probably hadn't experienced it before. The Crown Prince slowly explained the use of melodramatic. Li Yu. Especially when he heard that the demon would be beaten back to its original form, Li Yu's mouth opened so wide that half a fist could be stuffed in. This melodramatic can make me. Oh my god, make him show his original form? What kind of magical item was this? Although the system fish was a fantasy, it wasn't superstitious. There was no original form. Even if there was, his original form should be a human. If this thing could make him become a human forever, it would be a good thing. However, if it could be changed so easily, why would he do missions? The system fish was fearless. No, no, Li Yu suddenly remembered that he had told the crown prince before that he was a carp spirit. From the perspective of a carp spirit, he should be afraid of changing back to his original form, so he should be afraid of melodramatic. Afraid, how should he show it? Li Yu's expression froze for a moment. He tried to squeeze out some fear. The crown prince saw that he was stunned and thought that he was scared out of his wits. He was even angrier. With me here, you won't be in danger. The crown prince held his hand tightly. Li Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded lightly. He always knew that no matter what danger he encountered, this person would protect him. Do you have any leads on who did this? The crown prince asked. Li Yu was at a loss. Recently, he rarely went out and focused on taking care of his little girl. If he could offend someone like this, then there was nothing in the world that he couldn't offend. Could it be another hidden boss? Please don't. A princess of Xianxia almost caused chaos in the world. Please don't give him another surprise. The crown prince was also aware of Xiaoyu's daily whereabouts. He knew that it had nothing to do with Xiaoyu. Moreover, this was done to Piao Shui in a place they had to pass by on their way to the Palace of Heavenly Purity. It must be done by someone in the palace. He had already left his subordinates to keep an eye on the Imperial Garden. Piao Shui was just a cat. If she wanted to harm someone, there would definitely be someone following behind her. He just had to follow the vine to find the melon. The crown prince sneered. We'll see later. The crown prince ordered Wang Shi to send a message to the emperor, saying that the crown princess was a little tired and would go after resting. Li Yu was bored. So he took out a plate of peach blossom pancakes from the food box he brought from the crown prince's residence and ate them. He thought to himself, how can he be tired after sitting in a carriage and sedan chair? Tisk, it's probably to lure the enemy again. Li Yu immediately put down the peach blossom pancake and pretended to be so tired that he couldn't even lift his arms. Tianqi, I'm so tired. Li Yu deliberately winked at old Gong and made a move. The crown prince was speechless. The crown prince was so familiar with this fish that he knew what it was going to do with a flick of its tail. He held back his laughter and picked up a peach blossom pancake to feed the fish. Although the fish was listless and weak, it immediately ate the peach blossom pancake when it was delivered to its mouth. Seeing this fish's lively appearance, the crown prince was determined to protect it. After a while, a guard came to report that the guard who was ordered to stay in the imperial garden had indeed found an inner attendant spying on them. The guard followed this person and found that he didn't come out after going to the side hall of Yongfu Palace. Yongfu Palace? Li Yu was stunned. Wasn't this the territory of the former consort Zhang, who was also Princess Xianxia? But wasn't Princess Xianxia already dead? There, is still someone living there? Mu Tianqi sneered. How could there be no one? Princess Xianxia was dead, but there was still a male consort living in the side hall of Yongfu Palace. This was a noble with the surname Chu. He was only able to enter the palace because of Princess Xianxia's recommendation. It's Chu Yanyu? He wants to harm me? Li Yu really couldn't believe it. But according to the guard, the person spying on them from the Imperial Garden lived in the side hall of Yongfu Palace. Other than Chu Yanyu, there was no one else. Thinking about it carefully, he and Chu Yanyu had almost never talked. The only interaction they had was when he interrupted Chu Yanyu to drug the old man. They didn't do anything else. After that, he rarely saw Chu Yanyu a few times. Because Noble Chu's status wasn't high, he didn't have the chance to speak in normal situations. At most, he would just glance at him briefly. Moreover, he was the male protagonist's wife, and Chu Yanyu was the male protagonist's father's concubine. There was no direct conflict of interest. Chu Yanyu wouldn't take things too hard and splash him with dog blood, right? He was really crazy. The crown prince thought more than Li Yu and said, Chu Yanyu's position is unclear. Maybe it's still related to Princess Xianxia. After all, Noble Chu was recommended by Princess Xianxia. He used to be the sixth prince's sweetheart. The sixth prince's name had been completely removed from the Jade Archive by the emperor. Chu Yanyu might still be desperate. During the rebellion in Princess Xianxia's palace, Chu Yanyu was originally with Princess Xianxia. However, the emperor didn't punish him. There was a reason for this. When the emperor was detained in the palace of heavenly purity, Chu Yanyu was by Princess Langia's side on the surface, but he was secretly taking care of the emperor. Although he couldn't help the emperor escape, a cup of water and a cup of tea was enough to make the emperor have a deep impression of this male concubine. The emperor even buried Pu Lu. Later, he personally asked Chu Yanyu. Noble Chu said that he was forced by Princess Langia and had no choice. The emperor couldn't find evidence of Noble Chu colluding with Princess Langia. He felt that he was a pitiful person and didn't pursue the matter. After Princess Langia passed away, Noble Chu's situation was even better than when Princess Langia was still alive. The main hall of Yongfu Palace was sealed, but Noble Chu still lived in the side hall. The emperor originally took a fancy to a palace garden and wanted to give it to Noble Chu. Noble Chu said that if he lived in the side hall, he could be alert at all times and pray for the emperor. In this way, Noble Chu stepped on the late Princess Langia and rose to the throne. However, the emperor's enthusiasm for the harem was not as good as before. Although Noble Chu left a deep impression on him, the emperor still didn't dote on him. Perhaps in the next few years, Noble Chu would be promoted to the position of concubine, but that would be it. The crown prince was very clear about Chu Yanyu's past. Originally, the crown prince wouldn't take a second look at the emperor's harem. No matter how embarrassed Chu Yanyu had been in his residence, since he was a noble, the crown prince wouldn't gossip to the emperor. As long as he knew his place and minded his own business, the crown prince naturally wouldn't do anything. However, Noble Chu shouldn't have done anything to the crown prince's concubine. Since he knew Xiaoyu's identity, the crown prince definitely wouldn't let him leak the news. Tianchi. Li Yu saw that the crown prince was deep in thought. He stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of the crown prince. The crown prince smiled and pinched his naughty fingers. Li Yu said, "Why did Chu Yanyu use that to harm me? Does he know something?" Although Li Yu wouldn't really let that harm him, if he wasn't paying attention and Chu Yanyu found out, it wouldn't be good if word got out. He still had to figure it out. "I will investigate." The crown prince took the opportunity to pull Li Yu closer and kiss his palm. Chu Yanyu was a small noble and only had 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs to take care of him. The imperial bodyguards quickly found out that one of Noble Chu's palace maids went to the hunting grounds during the hunting festival. When she came back, she was in a daze and kept saying that she had met a demon. No one believed her and everyone thought that she was hysterical. Recently, this palace maid often talked to Noble Chu behind closed doors. Li Yu was confused. "I didn't expose myself at the hunting grounds. Even if I transformed, it was when you were around." Wait, Li Yu really remembered that there was one time when he wasn't. It was when the crown prince was agitated and vomited poisonous blood. The imperial physician had diagnosed the crown prince all night. He was guarding the crown prince and hurriedly went to the tent next door when he was about to transform. Could it be that? Although he almost scared the passers-by when he gave the tiger tally and turned into a fishman, transforming from a fish into a fishman wouldn't expose that this monster was the crown prince consort. The only person who knew that the crown prince consort would turn into a fish must have seen the process of a human turning into a fish. It was only then, Li Yu told the crown prince about the hunting grounds and the crown prince nodded. It was very likely that the palace maid had seen Xiaoyu transform. Although Chu Yanyu didn't know that fish could give the tiger tally, he saw Xiaoyu slap the 6th prince's face. Combined with the palace maid's words, Chu Yanyu would at least be suspicious. However, why did he plan to make Xiaoyu transform? "Your Highness, I have an idea." Li Yu looked at the crown prince and rubbed his hands excitedly. This little gaze that wanted to see the world in chaos and this mischievous tone, the crown prince was speechless. The crown prince smiled. "It's up to you. I'll take care of it for you. The crown prince is so nice." Li Yu cheered. He didn't get to enjoy himself at the hunting grounds last time. Now, he could make up for it. As a competent carp spirit, if Chu Yanyu wanted him to transform into his original form, he had to do so. Li Yu smiled. This time, he had brought a crystal bottle with him. "Fish substitute, I'll have to trouble you again." An hour later, the crown prince's blue-clothed sedan hurried to the palace gate. The eunuch who was guarding the crown prince's whereabouts in the imperial garden turned back and found Jingtai Hall. When he found that the sedan was about to leave, he followed it all the way. When Chu Yanyu learned from his trusted aide that there was only a crystal bottle and a fish in the Crown Princess sedan, he bit his lower lip hard. As expected, the Crown Princess was a fish demon. His guess was correct. At first, a palace servant girl by his side kept saying that the Crown Princess was a fish, but Chu Yanyu didn't believe it. After all, how could a living person be a fish? However, during Princess Langu's rebellion, he saw with his own eyes King Jing's fish jump up and slap the 6th imperial prince. He had seen this fish many times, but it was his first time seeing it slap a person. He couldn't help but be interested in this fish. Later, Chu Yanyu learned that the fish helped the Crown Prince deliver the tiger tally. It was said that the tiger tally was delivered to the Crown Princess, and the Crown Princess was able to contact the garrison. Chu Yanyu felt that the fish was too intelligent. In a flash, he remembered a few things. One was that when he was in the 6th imperial prince's fu, he had heard Mu Tianxiao talk about the King Jing's fish. The 6th imperial prince felt that there was something wrong with this fish. However, his suspicions were just suspicions, and he didn't discover anything. The other was something he found out himself. And Marquis's mother, Madame Chou, had also said that the King Jing's fish was extraordinary. It could fly, and it had even slapped her. Moreover, when Marquis himself went crazy, he would often talk about fish. If only one person said that there was something wrong with this fish, Chu Yanyu might have laughed it off. However, when 2 or 3 people said the same thing, even he felt that something was wrong. When the palace servant girl said that the Crown Princess had turned into a fish, Chu Yanyu's heart shook. Could this be the truth? The Crown Princess wasn't a person, but a fish. He immediately ordered the palace servant girl to recount the situation in detail. On Hunting Horse Festival, Chu Yanyu himself had gone to the hunting grounds. He knew that the Crown Prince wasn't feeling well at the time, and the Grand Physician was treating him. This matched the time and place the palace servant girl mentioned. Moreover, the fish that the palace servant girl said the Crown Princess had turned into was the one that Chu Yanyu felt was problematic. If the Crown Princess really was a fish, then this fish was a demon. This could explain its intelligence. Moreover, the Crown Princess was King Jing's former young masterly. Other people didn't know, but Chu Yanyu knew this young masterly. However, young Master Li had suddenly appeared in King Jing's fu. This was also very strange. The Crown Princess's name was Li Yu. Could it really be a carp? Chu Yanyu wanted to confirm his guess. He had read a lot of books and knew that there was a method among the people that could use black dog's blood to beat the evil back to its original form. Chu Yanyu decided to give it a try. He had tried every means to get some of the black dog's blood, but Chu Yanyu was in a dilemma as to how to let the Crown Prince consort touch the blood. He had been in the palace for some time now, and although he was only a minor nobleman, he was still able to use his wealth to gather information. News regarding the Crown Prince's residence was in high demand in the palace. There was one piece of information that didn't seem to have anything to do with the Crown Prince's residence, but it gave him an idea. It was said that eunuch Wang from the Crown Prince's residence often went to the cold palace to deliver dried fish to Lady Chow's cat, Piao Shui. When Wang Shi was feeding Piao Shui, Chu Yanyu secretly hid and watched with his own eyes. As Wang Shi fed Piao Shui, he told the cat that this was the Crown Prince consort's kindness. Chu Yanyu knew that he had an idea. He caught Piao Shui when it went out to look for food and tied it up in the side hall of Yongfu Palace for a few days. When he learned that the Crown Prince's husband had entered the palace, he personally wrapped Piao Shui's leg in gauze. Beneath the gauze was a ball of cloth soaked in black dog's blood, making it difficult to detect. He heard that the Crown Prince consort was very caring and raised ducks and rabbits in the Crown Prince's residence. Then what would happen to the injured Piao Shui? The answer was very certain. Just like that, Chu Yanyu ordered his trusted aide to put Piao Shui somewhere in the imperial garden and stared at it from afar. As expected, the Crown Prince and his entourage took Piao Shui away. Moreover, they didn't go to the Palace of Heavenly Purity but returned to Jingtai Hall midway. Chu Yanyu sent his trusted aide to investigate again. When he learned that there was only one fish in the Crown Prince consort's sedan, Chu Yanyu curled his lips. Just as he thought, the Crown Prince consort was a fish demon. Originally, he had wanted to become the Emperor's favorite consort one day and ruthlessly trample on the 6th prince, who used him whenever there were benefits and kicked him away when there were none. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The sixth prince schemed against King Jing on the hunting ground, but he was schemed against and sent to the imperial prison by the emperor. Later, he learned that the sixth prince's mother, consort Zhang, was actually Princess Xianxia of Lulan. Chu Yanyu's plan was completely disrupted. Putting all this aside, after entering the palace, he realized how difficult it was to be a consort. Consort Zhang, Princess Xianxia, had drugged the emperor's wine and caused him to get drunk. That was how he was able to get onto the dragon bed. In reality, the drunk emperor didn't do anything to him. Chu Yanyu knew this very well, but he would never clarify it. After becoming a noble person, he realized that the emperor really wasn't interested in male consorts. When he was young, he had other male consorts. In the past few years, no male consorts had been selected. Chu Yanyu was impatient to enter the palace and didn't know the deeper meaning. He hurriedly became noble person Chu and spent every day alone in an empty room. Only then did he realize that consorts were different from other consorts. Low-ranking consorts were favored and had to be carried into the emperor's bedchamber by the palace attendants, regardless of their gender. At first, he thought it was embarrassing, but ever since he became a noble person, he had never been carried. Even the servants by his side looked at him with subtle gazes. It was true that he would have a place by the emperor's side at every major banquet. Those who didn't know this situation would also think that he was favored. However, he knew that this was just the emperor putting on an act of harmony between the 6 palaces. He might have even forgotten his name. There was a saying that good wine fears no dark alleys, but being favored by the emperor was different. The emperor had seen too many stunning beauties, so his appearance couldn't enter the emperor's eyes. He was proficient in all kinds of poetry and songs, so the emperor wouldn't ask him to perform. The most sullen thing wasn't that he couldn't compare to others, but that he wouldn't have a chance even if he entered the palace. Chu Yanyu realized that before he could retaliate against the 6th prince, he must first be favored by the emperor, so he put it into action. However, this was even more difficult than attracting the King Jing's attention in the King Jing's residence. The methods that he could think of were all used by others. He fell into an awkward situation. He couldn't advance, but it was also impossible for him to retreat. The 6th prince fell from power, so he lost his target for revenge and also his backer. Later, Lady Zhang became Princess Xianxia, who was from Lulan. Chu Yanyu was shocked. Princess Xianxia also told him a secret. He also had the blood of Lulan. Princess Xianxia originally chose him and placed him by the 6th prince's side as a backup. Chu Yanyu was afraid that his identity would be exposed, so he had to listen to Princess Xianxia. He had been in the palace for many days, so he knew that sometimes people had to have a way out. He also knew that it was better to provide help in a time of need than to add flowers to a brocade. Therefore, he deliberately hid it from Princess Xianxia and took care of the emperor. This kindness finally fell into the emperor's eyes and saved his life. Princess Xianxia was dead, so only he and Princess Xianxia knew that he was from Lulan. The threat he faced was also gone. The emperor treated him better than before, but Chu Yanyu still felt that it was not enough. His previous goal of living was shattered. He could only work hard to be a favored concubine and work hard to climb up the ranks. At this time, the emperor appointed a crown prince. Chu Yanyu suddenly realized that the emperor was old. Not to mention that he was not a favored concubine. Even if he was, he would probably have to become a monk or be buried with the emperor. Knowing that there was no way out, what could he achieve by fighting? He was still young. How could he bear to bury his good years with the emperor? He was unwilling. Until he cast his gaze on the crown prince. Compared to the emperor, the crown prince was the rising sun. Everyone in the palace said that the crown prince and his wife were very loving. Chu Yanyu had actually seen it before. Once, there was a banquet in the palace, and the pregnant crown princess fell asleep halfway through. The crown prince apologized to the emperor and personally carried the crown princess back home. This was only a small matter, but it made Chu Yanyu care a lot. Once upon a time, all he wanted was this kind of love. Why was it that he was still a lowly noble after suffering so much? No one treated him sincerely, yet the crown princess' life was smooth sailing. She didn't do anything, yet she had everything. Even though the crown princess's rank was much higher than his, he still had to kneel to her. Chu Yinyu's mood was not right until he found out about the crown princess's secret. He knew that his chance had come. Send a letter to the crown prince. Chu Yinyu ordered his trusted aide in a good mood. He straightened his clothes in front of the bronze mirror. On a whim, he took a bit of lip rouge from the dressing table and applied it. Only when his lips were tender and beautiful did he feel satisfied. Chu Yinyu, he wants to see you? Li Yu pressed down on the secret report that the Imperial Guard handed over. He almost couldn't sit still. What the hell? He thought that he had tricked Chu Yinyu. If Chu Yinyu wanted to complain to the emperor and expose him, wouldn't he usually do this? However, Chu Yinyu did not do this. He secretly sent a letter to the crown prince. He was practically treating him, the crown princess, like heir, f*ck. He was wondering what Chu Yinyu's motive was, but it turned out that he wanted to seduce him. In the blink of an eye, Li Yu became a jealous fish again. Do you want to go and meet him? Do you want to go and meet him? Li Yu asked sourly. He didn't realize that he had become a parrot. He hugged the crown prince's arm and opened his mouth to bite on a piece of flesh. His teeth gently grinded. If the other party gave him an answer that he hated, he would fiercely bite him. Mu Tianqi laughed in spite of himself. He really wanted this fish to get jealous, but he was also afraid that he would hurt his body. He still rubbed his head and comforted him. I'm not going, the crown prince said resolutely. Li Yu, that's more like it, Li Yu proudly said, oh. He changed the shape of his mouth and kissed the place where he was about to bite. He kissed very loudly, causing the crown prince's ears to turn red. The crown prince said that he wouldn't go, so he didn't go. There was nothing else. The person that Chu Yinyu sent to deliver the letter didn't even see the crown prince's face. Wang Shi came out to deliver the crown prince's message and didn't even look him in the eye. The crown prince's status was noble. How could a small noble see him just because he wanted to? Wang Shi could guess what Noble Chu was thinking. He almost pointed at Noble Chu's nose and scolded him for being shameless. The person who delivered the letter left dejectedly. Chu Yinyu waited hopefully, but the crown prince refused to meet him. How is that possible? Didn't you say that I have very important news related to the crown princess? Chu Yinyu didn't believe it at first. His confidant said helplessly, I already said it. I said it many times, but eunuch Wang only said that His Highness the Crown Prince didn't want to see him. The Crown Prince refused to see him. Chu Yinyu's chest was full of resentment. When the Crown Prince was still the King Jing, he never looked him in the eye. Even if he had important information that could be used against him, the Crown Prince still looked down on him. How could this person be so cold to him? He only wanted to save him from the fish monster, but in exchange, he wanted a place by the Crown Prince's side. Although his status was unimaginable, as long as the Crown Prince became the emperor, there was nothing impossible. Yes, when he saw the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess being lovey-dovey, he was not only envious, but also crazily jealous. He also wanted someone to treat him like this. In the past, he was very close to the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince never gave him any chance. Since he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. You asked for it. Chu Yinyu's eyes were slightly red. He swept the bronze mirror in front of him to the ground. He crouched in front of the table for a long time before getting up. He tidied his hair again and then took his confidant to the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Chu Yinyu finally moved. Li Yu was also excited. What if the villain didn't follow the script? His Highness the Crown Prince replied, just force him to follow the script. Since Chu Yinyu was going to ask to see the emperor, Li Yu also had to leave as soon as possible. Who do you think I should pretend to be? Li Yu looked at Old Gong in high spirits. Previously, Mu Tianqi pretended to be an imperial bodyguard to protect him at the hunting ground. Now, it should be his turn to pretend. Actually, it would be fine to just stuff him into a sedan chair. There was no need for the Crown Princess to pretend. It was obvious that the Crown Princess wanted to play. The Crown Prince thought about it, and his eyes were tinged with a hint of a smile. It was impossible to pretend to be an imperial bodyguard. There were no imperial bodyguards with big bellies in this world. There was only a wet nurse who followed the Crown Prince to the Palace of Heavenly Purity in the sedan chair. Chu Yinyu requested an audience outside the Palace of Heavenly Purity. The emperor had a good impression of Noble Chu, so he summoned Noble Chu. After Chu Yanyu entered the hall, he discovered that the crown prince's children were also there. He thought that the fish demon's children must also be demons. No wonder they could bewitch the emperor. Chu Yanyu was somewhat disdainful of these demons. Debao and the others were originally studying in the imperial study. When the emperor learned that the crown prince's husband was coming, he specially ordered Luo Ruisheng to go to the imperial study and bring the children over to reunite with the crown prince. The emperor often brought the children with him. The emperor's concubines were also very common. In the past, Noble Chu tried to please the emperor and had designs on the children. He often gave them some small jade carvings and toys. However, the children had been warned by their fish father not to get close to people they weren't familiar with. They also didn't accept gifts. Noble Chu's attempts to win them over had never succeeded. When he saw the children this time, Chu Yanyu's attitude was clearly cold. He wasn't as warm as usual. Although the children were young, it didn't mean that they didn't notice. They quickly realized that Noble Chu, who used to smile at them, didn't smile at them anymore. "He's so fickle," the children whispered. Fickle was a new word they had learned recently. They often used it. When the emperor heard the children's words, he laughed loudly. Chu Yanyu was extremely embarrassed and could only pretend not to hear. "Your Majesty, I have something very important to report." Chu Yanyu took a step forward and knelt down. Because it was related to the fish demon, the children would be a hindrance. Chu Yanyu hoped that the emperor could send them away. "Just say it." In contrast to Chu Yanyu's caution, the emperor didn't care at all. In the emperor's eyes, Debao and the others were his own grandchildren. They weren't outsiders. There was no need to send the children away. Chu Yanyu gritted his teeth. It seemed that he could only say it in front of these demons. On the way to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, he had prepared an excuse. He only said that he met the servant girl at the hunting ground and that there was only one fish in the Crown Princess sedan. Although he didn't say that the Crown Princess was the fish demon, the meaning was very obvious. The emperor was speechless. The emperor's first reaction was disbelief. It was too ridiculous to believe that a living person was a demon just based on one side of the story. The emperor sternly reprimanded, "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to slander the crown princess?" Although the emperor had a good impression of noble Lady Chu, the crown princess was a junior that the emperor viewed as his own. This little impression was not enough to shake the crown princess's position. Instead, it caused the emperor to be dissatisfied with noble Lady Chu. Debao was by the emperor's side, listening openly. He wondered if the fish father had been discovered. Debao hurriedly tugged at the sleeve of his dragon robe. When the emperor saw this, he carried him onto his lap to prevent noble Lady Chu from spouting nonsense and scaring Debao. Although Chu Yanyu had helped the emperor before, the emperor would not allow a concubine to slander the crown princess. "Men, noble Lady Chu is spouting nonsense. Take her away and hand her over to the disciplinary department for punishment." With the emperor's order, Chief Steward Luo came up to arrest her. He looked at Chu Yanyu like he was looking at a dead person. The emperor had a very good impression of the crown princess. Noble Lady Chu was tired of living. If this reached the crown prince's ears, she would offend both the emperor and the crown prince. "Your Majesty, I beg you to listen to this subject. You've also seen that fish. Don't you feel that it's too human-like? Also, you've never seen the crown princess appear with a fish, right? The reason is very simple. The crown princess is that fish. It's impossible for them to appear together. This subject dares to guarantee that this subject's words are all true. If there's even half a lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning." Chu Yanyu struggled with all his might and spoke hoarsely to the emperor. He didn't hesitate to swear an oath to make the emperor believe him. "Your Majesty, please think about it. The crown princess is called Liu. She's clearly a fish demon." The emperor was infuriated by Chu Yanyu's shouts. When Debao heard these nonsensical words, his little head drooped and trembled slightly. The emperor was anxious and angry. "Shut up. Zhen doesn't believe it. If she's called Liu, could she be a fish demon?" There was a general with illustrious military achievements in this dynasty who had a rabbit in his name. There was also a musician with outstanding guqin skills who had a turtle in his name. Were those rabbit demon and turtle spirit? Did Chu Yanyu have a brain? Indeed, the emperor had never seen the crown princess appear with a fish. However, there were many cases where she didn't appear with fish. How could he forcefully link them together? It was truly too absurd. Chu Yanyu was about to be shoved out by Chief Steward Luo, but he still persisted. Your Majesty, I'm speaking the truth. The crown princess has returned to her original form and is hiding in the sedan that's about to leave the palace. Your Majesty will know when you send someone to take a look. The emperor didn't want to pay attention to him. At this time, an internal attendant came to report that the crown prince was requesting an audience. Just in time. The emperor hurriedly ordered the crown prince to enter. Xianxia, noble Lady Chu intends to slander the crown princess. How do you think we should deal with her? The emperor's head hurt from the noise. He was anxious to appease his precious grandson, Dabao, so he directly pushed the responsibility to the crown prince. Mu Tianqi said coldly, Imperial father, urchin's fish understands human nature. This is something that everyone knows. I didn't think that there would be some people who would spread rumors and slander the crown princess. Akan wants to hear how they are going to slander the crown princess. The emperor glanced at the crown prince in confusion. Was the crown prince letting Chu Yanyu continue, saying that the crown princess could turn into a fish was just Chu Yanyu's one-sided statement? The emperor knew how loving the crown prince and the crown princess were. According to the crown prince's personality, how could he tolerate Chu Yanyu's nonsense? However, the crown prince didn't panic, forget it. Since the emperor had pushed the responsibility and said that the crown prince would deal with it, then the crown prince would deal with it. Chu Yanyu's spirits were lifted. He didn't have time to think about why the crown prince, who originally didn't want to see him, changed his mind. No matter what the crown prince said, he was finally willing to listen to him. Chu Yanyu hurriedly said, Your Highness the crown prince, I am doing this for your own good. Please send someone to check the crown princess sedan. Mu Tianqi raised his brows slightly. What's wrong with the sedan? The crown prince unexpectedly cooperated with Chu Yanyu and sent someone to carry the crown princess sedan back. Not long later, an eunuch hurriedly returned with a crystal bottle. Your Highness the crown prince, there is no one in the sedan. There is only this crystal bottle that contains a fish. Finally, he caught it. Chu Yanyu rejoiced inwardly. The eunuch entered with the crystal bottle, and a koi fish with gold in it appeared in front of the emperor and the crown prince. Mu Tianqi sneered. So what if this fish is in the sedan? Chu Yanyu said, This fish is a fish demon. It transformed into the crown princess appearance, which is why it appeared in the crown princess sedan. If your highness doesn't believe me, you can ask the crown princess to come out and confront her. Chu Yanyu was certain that the crown princess would not appear. Before he could finish speaking, a young woman wearing a light yellow pleated skirt with her hair coiled up and a round belly walked in from outside the hall. This woman's face was covered with a thin veil that covered everything below her nose, only revealing a pair of clear eyes. When she saw the emperor, she clumsily curtsied. When she saw the crown prince, the young woman still wanted to curtsy. Mu Tianqi gritted his teeth. Before he could do anything, he personally pulled a chair over and stuffed the young woman into it. Because the eunuch did not inform them, the emperor and chief steward Luo did not know who this was. For a moment, they both looked at this woman. When the young woman sat in the chair, she noticed that the emperor and chief steward Luo were both looking at her, so she smiled embarrassedly at the two of them. When she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. The emperor unexpectedly felt that she looked familiar. For a moment, the emperor could not recall. Chief Steward Luo was attentive and noticed that this young woman's belly seemed to be bigger than the average fat person's. However, her waist was not considered thick. Could this be? Chief Steward Luo had a flash of inspiration. However, when he looked at the crown prince and this young woman's posture, they clearly did not want to be discovered. Chief Steward Luo could only pretend that he was blind and did not notice at all. Tianqi, who is this? The emperor, who was in the clouds, could not help but ask. She's Dabao's new wet nurse, the crown prince said. The emperor, she was just a wet nurse, but she had such a big presence. Perhaps it was the crown prince's intention. Even the emperor could not figure it out. When Dabao heard Daddy Crown Prince speak, he scratched his head curiously. This person was his wet nurse, but he had never seen her before. Debeo slid down from the emperor's lap and ran to take a look at the new wet nurse. Then, he was pulled back by the wet nurse. The new wet nurse blew into her palm and gestured at Debeo's armpit. Debeo, wasn't this the way Daddy Fish groaned at him? It was definitely Daddy Fish. Debeo pounced over and hugged the wet nurse's leg, unwilling to let go. Just now, noble Lady Chu kept saying that Daddy Fish was a fish. Debeo was really frightened. Daddy Fish said that their identities could not be discovered. If they were discovered, they would be locked up. Daddy Fish's identity definitely could not be discovered either. When the crystal bottle was sent in, the children could not help but look at the fish in the bottle for a moment. However, after looking at it, they were all relieved. This fish was an old friend. Since Daddy Fish was fine, Debeo was also relieved. Air Bao, San Bao, and Sea Bao also ran over like Debeo. When they realized that it was Daddy Fish, Air Bao was about to shout when the young woman threw him a ferocious look and softly shushed him. Air Bao was so frightened that he did not dare to shout, but he still had to hug him. The Emperor. Yes, it seems like she really is a wet nurse. Chu Yanyu had never seen the Crown Princess before and naturally could not recognize her. Moreover, when this woman appeared, no one paid attention to him. He had to remind the Emperor and Crown Prince that the Crown Princess was a fish demon. Chu Yanyu said in a clear voice, "Your Highness, this fish is the Crown Princess." Mu Tianqi retracted his gaze from the young woman. Chu Yanyu felt that it was a little strange. The Crown Prince's gaze was as deep as the sea when he looked at the wet nurse, but when he looked at him and the fish, it was indifferent. However, Chu Yanyu did not have time to think about it. The Crown Prince glanced at the fish in the crystal bottle. "You said that it is the Crown Princess. Why, can it respond to you?" Pfft. The young woman could not help but laugh silently. After being glared at by the Crown Prince, she immediately hugged the child obediently. Chu Yanyu had expected the Crown Prince to question him like this. He had already thought of a countermeasure to expose the fish demon in front of the Emperor and Crown Prince. Chu Yanyu stepped forward and said, "There is a Taoist priest who is good at catching demons waiting. Your Highness, please allow him to eliminate the demon." Mu Tianqi nodded expressionlessly. Xiaoyu said that it was not an ordinary carp demon. No matter if it was a Taoist priest or a monk, the black dog's blood, or anything else would be useless to it. Moreover, it would not be used on him. That was why Mu Tianqi agreed to let Xiaoyu change her clothes and take the risk. Soon, a Taoist priest in his 30s with a yellow beard came. Chu Yanyu had already set his eyes on this Taoist priest. The black dog's blood was also given to Chu Yanyu by this person. He immediately began to perform a ritual on the crystal bottle. The Taoist priest kept shaking the golden bell and chanting. He dipped a peachwood sword and a talisman into the clear water in the crystal bottle. After he was done once, the fish slowly swam. Hence, he performed the ritual again. The fish was still swimming. The Taoist priest and Chu Yanyu were dumbfounded. The Taoist priest had no other choice. He gathered his courage and asked for instructions. "The demon fish is afraid of the black dog's blood. To be honest, Your Highness, the reason why it turned into a fish was because it came into contact with the black dog's blood. If we use the black dog's blood again, it will definitely reveal its weakness." Chu Yanyu agreed. At the same time, he boldly looked at the Crown Prince's 4 sons. In other words, they might also be afraid of the black dog's blood. Mu Tianqi curled his lips. "How do we make it reveal its weakness?" Chu Yanyu took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve and opened it. A fishy smell floated out. Chu Yanyu handed the porcelain bottle to the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest apologized and placed the bottle in front of the fish. He thought that the fish would be frightened, but the fish still calmly swung its tail. The children who were being carried by the wet nurse were also looking at the situation. They smelled the pungent smell. The wet nurse covered their noses. The children all said, "It smells so bad." The Emperor also felt the stench. He ordered Chief Steward Luo to bring a silk handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. "Is this the weakness you were talking about?" The Crown Prince sneered. The Taoist priest's head was covered in cold sweat. The Emperor also realized something. Chu Yanyu saw that the fish was still fine after a few rounds. He was a little anxious. He thought that he should pour all the dog's blood into the crystal bottle. He didn't believe that the fish demon could take it if he forced it like this. Xianxia took the porcelain bottle from the Taoist priest's hand and was about to pour the dog's blood in when the wet nurse, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "If you do this, ordinary fish won't be able to take it." Xianxia said angrily, "What do you know? The fish demon is a demon. It's different from ordinary fish. Demons can't be killed easily. As long as it uses the demonic spell, it will prove what I said." The wet nurse said, "I see. But, what if it's really just an ordinary fish? What should we do?" "Then I'll ask for the crown princess's forgiveness and let your highness punish me," Xianxia said firmly. The wet nurse took a deep breath. Okay, there weren't any demons in this ancient era. There were only system fish with cheat codes. He originally wanted to watch the monkey show for a while, but if he didn't do anything, the fish substitute would be drenched in dog's blood. It would be so smelly that he couldn't keep it anymore. "Noble Lady Chu, before you pour dog's blood, you should take a look at who I am." When Xianxia saw an unexpected face, he felt as if he had been dealt a fatal blow. The wet nurse's veil was taken off. This woman that he found baffling was actually the crown princess herself. You aren't." He retreated in a panic and turned to look at the fish in the crystal bottle. The fish swam lightly and blew a bubble at Xianxia. Why would the crown princess appear with the fish? Wasn't the fish the crown princess? At this moment, Xianxia's brain could not process it. "Noble Lady Chu," Liu said seriously, "since you insist that I am a fish demon, then come and try to beat me back to my original form." "This is impossible, impossible, your highness the crown prince." Xianxia's expression was ugly as he turned to the crown prince. Mu Tianqi's expression was indifferent and was not surprised at all. Xianxia then knew that the crown prince should know that the crown princess had disguised herself as a wet nurse, so this was a trick. Allowing him to be happy alone, the crown prince treated him as a clown. The emperor watched a lively show, but the crown prince was calm and composed the entire time. When the crown princess appeared, the emperor finally understood why the wet nurse looked so familiar and why the crown prince allowed Xianxia to catch the demon. Previously, the emperor had arranged a show for the 6th imperial prince. Now, the crown prince and the crown princess worked together to put on a show for noble Lady Chu. If she did not have a guilty conscience, how could she become the main character of the show? The emperor looked at noble Lady Chu with disgust. The crown prince's fish pet was a koi that even Master Liao Kong recognized, and the crown princess was a living person. She was slandered as a fish demon by a few random people. Noble Lady Chu could even think of such distant words. The emperor felt that any good things that noble Lady Chu had left behind could be fake. Gentleness and kindness were just methods that this person used to fight for favor. In reality, she was the same as the 6th imperial prince, a scheming person. As expected of someone from the 6th imperial prince's side. Also, Xianxia was just a noble lady. What good would it do him to harm the crown princess? The emperor took a few turns and suddenly came to his senses. He trusted the crown prince now, so he wouldn't have any problems with the crown prince because of this. However, he was disgusted by Xianxia himself. This male concubine was too ambitious. Xianxia faced the crown prince consort. His heart was filled with all sorts of guesses, but he didn't dare to say another word. Unfortunately, the Taoist priest he found didn't have good eyesight. When the crown princess said, "Come and take me in," noble Chu didn't move. The Taoist priest was certain that this was a fish demon and rang the golden bell in his hand. The crown princess's expression was calm, and she did not react at all. "How dare you?" The crown prince was furious. The Taoist priest dared to offend the crown princess in front of him. The crown prince immediately went forward to protect the crown princess behind him. The Taoist was still frantically ringing the bell. The crown prince was annoyed and kicked the Taoist away. The crown prince's strength was astonishing. The Taoist's head hit a pillar and he fainted, bleeding profusely. "Take him away," the crown prince said. The guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the unconscious Taoist away. Xianxia covered his mouth with all his might. He was truly frightened by the crown prince's viciousness just now, but he couldn't even scream. Wang Shi walked over. The crown prince glanced at him. Wang Shi walked out of the hall. Not long after, a woman dressed as a palace maid was escorted in. Chu Yanyu recognized this palace maid at a glance. It was the maidservant who served by his side and had witnessed the crown princess turn into a fish. The crown prince said coldly, "I heard that there's a palace maid in the side hall of Yongfu Palace who is always spouting nonsense. Noble Chu, you should investigate this matter first." The crown prince waved his hand, and Wang Shi came over to bring Chu Yanyu in front of this palace maid. Chu Yanyu's last hope ignited in his heart. He forced himself to say, "Hong didn't you say that the crown princess turned into a fish?" "That's right." This palace maid called Hong smiled and said, "I saw the crown princess with my own eyes." Before Chu Yanyu could calm down, Hong tilted her head and continued, "I also saw His Majesty turn into a fish. Noble Chu also turned into a fish. We are all fish, he he he." Chu Yanyu's heart turned cold when he saw that her eyes were turbid and her words were incoherent. Hong had probably really gone crazy. However, when someone said that Hong was crazy before, it was because no one believed her words. In reality, Chu Yanyu knew whether Hong was crazy or not after interacting with her. It was definitely the crown prince. He had offended the crown prince. His Highness the crown prince was too ruthless. In this way, he had deliberately framed everything. He didn't even have the last witness. "Noble Chu, what do you think?" Mu Tianqi specially asked. The crown prince wanted to put an end to all the rumors that were unfavorable to Xiaoyu in front of the emperor. Chu Yanyu's ruckus was not without benefits for him. In the future, if anyone spread rumors that the crown princess was a fish demon, they would be directly slapped in the face. "Your Highness the crown prince," Chu Yanyu knelt down. The situation was stronger than the person. Everything was disadvantageous to him now. He couldn't continue arguing with the emperor and the crown prince. "Noble Chu." The crown prince sneered. "I remember you said that if the crown princess wasn't a fish demon, you would be at my disposal?" "Your Highness the crown prince." I misunderstood because of Honger's words. That's why I said something unpleasant." "Your Highness the crown prince, please spare my life." Chu Yanyu panicked at the oath he swore and stuttered as he explained. What should he do? Would the crown prince banish him to the cold palace? The cold palace was not for people to live in. He didn't want to be banished to the cold palace. Chu Yanyu's mind was in a mess. The crown prince looked down at him from above and said in a cold voice, "Flog him 200 times, demote him, and banish him to the cold palace." Chu Yanyu instantly collapsed to the ground. In a daze, he remembered that he was the emperor's concubine. How could the crown prince beat him above the emperor and banish him to the cold palace? "Your Majesty, I beg you. I beg you to save this subject on account of the fact that this subject has helped you before." Chu Yanyu begged piteously. He had been flogged before and knew that if he were to be flogged 200 times, he would either die or be injured. The crown prince definitely wouldn't let him off. He could only beg the emperor. When the emperor heard him mention the favor of saving him, the corners of his mouth slowly drooped. As expected, Noble Chu had a motive. The emperor felt that he had been fooled and ignored Chu Yanyu. Instead, he ordered the imperial bodyguards to drag him further away during the execution. Chu Yanyu begged miserably the entire way. Li Yu turned his face away. He didn't want to pity Chu Yanyu at all. If Chu Yanyu had only offended him from beginning to end, perhaps he would ask the crown prince not to punish him too harshly. However, not only did Chu Yanyu offend him, but he also offended the emperor and the crown prince. Of all things, he shouldn't have targeted the children. When he looked at this farce as a bystander, he clearly saw that Noble Chu's eyes were filled with malice as he looked at the children. Li Yu was often soft-hearted, but this didn't mean that he didn't have a reverse scale. The children were his reverse scale. Whether or not Chu Yanyu was the original submissive, he definitely couldn't harm the children. Li Yu imitated old Gong's appearance and also put on a cold face. He didn't want to know what Chu Yanyu was like anymore. After Noble Chu was taken away, the crown prince apologized to the emperor. After all, he had dealt with the emperor's concubine and kept the emperor in the dark at the beginning. However, the emperor didn't plan to pursue the matter. The emperor was more than happy to have one less concubine with ulterior motives. "That's right, Tianqi, you're fish." The emperor paused. Mu Tianqi listened respectfully on the surface, but his heart was in his throat. After all, there was still a difference between a fish substitute and a real fish. Could it be that the emperor could tell? Let's forget it. It's nothing, the emperor said. When the fish in the crystal bottle was brought into the palace of heavenly purity, the emperor felt that this fish was much quieter than before. However, the crown prince's fish had its moments of silence. Moreover, Noble Chu had brought a Taoist priest to catch demons. Did he expect this fish to be happy? The emperor couldn't tell the difference between fish and fish. Moreover, compared to Noble Chu's hypocrisy, this fish was the one that really helped him through his difficulties. Was he still going to suspect this fish? This was the #1 fish in the world that he had personally conferred. Even the emperor himself found it laughable. Raise this fish well and bring it into the palace more often. I still want to see what new tricks this fish has. The emperor recalled that this fish had brought him flowers during the emperor's birthday and was looking forward to it. The crown prince and Li Yu, this fish has many tricks. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. The emperor didn't suspect anything, and the crown prince felt relieved. Suddenly, he realized that the crown princess, who was wearing a dress, was winking mischievously at him. The crown prince felt that the crown princess was a little cute like this. After everything was done, the group returned to the crown prince's residence. Li Yu dilly-dallied and found excuses for one moment and another. In the end, he didn't have time to change out of his dress. He had never worn women's clothing before, so it was very refreshing to suddenly wear it. Moreover, he fooled the emperor and the others as soon as he appeared. Li Yu felt that he was very successful in pretending to be a wet nurse. No one noticed that he was pregnant. At most, they would think that he was a little plumper. The excitement lasted until the crown prince returned to his room. Under old Gong's teasing gaze, Li Yu became mischievous. He still wasn't in a hurry to change clothes. He wore his dress and went to tease the crown prince. Your Highness, don't you feel good doing this? Li Yu snickered and hugged the crown prince's arm. In order to act like a wet nurse, Li Yu stuffed a lot of cushions and tried to make himself look exquisite. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to let the crown prince experience his superb acting skills. Mu Tianqi, the crown prince, who only felt the pile of cushions, silently pulled his hand out and didn't say anything. The crown princess thought that she had overreached herself. The crown prince was gay, so he probably wouldn't like these. Ugh, I've overdone it. What if old Gong is traumatized? Li Yu hurriedly took out all the cushions and threw them on the ground. Then, he went behind the screen to change out of his dress. However, this dress was very tight and wasn't easy to change out of. Li Yu had just unbuttoned the pearl button on his collar when the crown prince suddenly barged in and pushed him against the screen. Wet nurse. The crown prince chuckled and called out. Li Yu, ? Li Yu didn't understand, but he mustered up his courage and answered. The crown prince picked up the fish, walked out of the screen, and put it down on the couch. He carefully avoided Li Yu's stomach. When he came up, Li Yu narrowed his eyes comfortably. The crown prince smiled and asked, Is it really a wet nurse? Li Yu's mind was filled with more and more useless things, so he nodded randomly. He gave birth to these children, and he had also fed them. Of course, it was a wet nurse. Then, there was no then. The wet nurse, Li Yu, was cleanly taken care of by the children's father. In the first half of the game, they hammered and hit each other. In the second half, there was only sweet moans. The husband and wife were talking about intimate things that belonged only to the two of them when they suddenly heard someone frantically banging on the door outside. If the couple did this, they would usually lock the door. Li Yu hurriedly wrapped himself in the blanket and glared at the crown prince. It was just a bird's nest hair, rabbit eyes, and sausage mouth that didn't have much of a deterrent force. The crown prince was in a good mood. He smiled dotingly and personally opened the door. A fish cub stood outside the door hugging a small pillow. Father, Dabao said timidly, I want to sleep with the wet nurse. The crown prince had already started to let the babies sleep by themselves and didn't allow them to always disturb their father. However, Dabao wanted to sleep next to his father and finally found an excuse. Mu Tianqi, how could Li Yu bear to reject his son? He immediately had old Gong take his son over. Debao was very happy as long as he could be by his father's side. He hugged the small pillow and took the initiative to sleep between his fathers. Debao, be good. Don't be noisy. Debao closed his eyes happily. Liu gave old Gong a comforting look, and the couple lay down together around their son. Not long after, the door banged again. In this way, the door banged a total of 4 times. In total, 3 fish cubs said that they wanted to sleep with the wet nurse, and 1 fish cub wanted to sleep with the crown prince. What should she do? The wet nurse was dumbfounded. This won't happen again. The crown prince intimately scratched Liu's nose and lay down with him hugging the children. They were all satisfied just like this. Liu shouldn't be fooled again, right? He was very careful. The night was peaceful. The next day, the children went to the imperial study. The crown prince went to the Ministry of Rites and came back. He smiled and said, "Wet nurse." Chu Yanyu had been taken care of by the crown prince. Piao Shui had been bathed and wiped by Wang Shi and little Conk several times. Its fur was white and shiny, and there was no trace of dirt on its body. The crown prince had even asked the servants in the cat and dog room to check on the cat several times. They all said that the cat was fine, but the crown prince still didn't allow Liu to get close to the cat. Just because Chu Yanyu had once put the black dog's blood on Piao Shui, the crown prince was still worried that something would happen to the fish, even though Liu had emphasized countless times that he wasn't afraid of Taoist priests or black dog's blood. It was hard to convince a stubborn person. Liu also knew that the crown prince was doing this for his own good. If it wasn't black dog's blood this time, the crown prince might not have let him touch it. Got it. Liu had an idea. Then can you help me carry it? It was said that the husband and wife were one. The old man had carried it before, so wouldn't it be the same as him carrying it? The crown prince was speechless. The crown prince hesitated for a moment. He had rejected Xiaoyu many times, so he knew that Xiaoyu was giving in. For safety and for Xiaoyu's happiness, he had to agree to this request. The crown prince agreed. Wang Shi was all smiles as he handed the cleaned Piao Shui to the crown prince. Piao Shui had already given up resisting after being tormented several times. It ate dried fish if there was any, and curled up if there wasn't any. Piao Shui was confused when it was suddenly picked up. Then, it was pushed in front of a tall man. Piao Shui, meow. Piao Shui recognized the man and was about to explode. It kept meowing. The crown prince didn't like Piao Shui either. He stiffly carried the cat. Piao Shui opened its mouth to bite, but the crown prince glared at it. Piao Shui was terrified. It recalled the fear of being dominated by the crown prince and didn't dare to move. It was held by the pair of hands that were like iron pliers. The crown prince signaled Wang Shi with his eyes. Wang Shi smiled until the corners of his mouth kept twitching. He handed over a dried fish with trembling hands. The crown prince put the dried fish in front of Piao Shui's mouth. Piao Shui didn't dare to not eat it. It took 2 bites in fear, and for the first time, the dried fish didn't taste good. Feed it, the crown prince said. The crown prince and the cat looked at each other with disgust. After completing the task, he put the cat down. Piao Shui immediately picked up the dried fish and hid behind eunuch Wang. Liu sat in his chair. He was so amused by this scene that he couldn't speak. The crown prince went to bathe first and changed from head to toe. Only then did he come over to hug the fish that was laughing so hard that it was about to pass out at any moment. What's so good about holding a cat? The crown prince thought to himself that he still preferred holding a fish. Because of Chu Yanyu, Piao Shui temporarily stayed in the crown prince's residence for a few days and enjoyed a life of luxury. It didn't like to play with rabbits, nor did it like to chase after ducks. It would often curl up on the wall, sleep, and bask in the sun. In the end, it was still incompatible with the crown prince's residence. A few days later, the drifting snow cat suddenly disappeared again. It must have gone to find its master, Liu thought. In the past, Piao Shui didn't recognize the path, but she should be able to recognize it now. Liu asked Wang Shi to go to the cold palace to confirm Piao Shui's situation. Wang Shi went, and when he returned, the cat was already at Madame Chow's side. It was really strange. Piao Shui was listless in the crown prince's residence, but it ran around excitedly in the cold palace, catching butterflies and mice. It was lively and lively. Even if Madame Cho was in a bad mood and scolded it, she couldn't chase it away. Madame Cho didn't have any dried fish, so she often fed Piao Shui leftovers. However, Piao Shui tasted as good as the dried fish. Every time Wang Shi went to the cold palace, he would bring dried fish to Piao Shui. This time was no exception. Madame Cho knew that Wang Shi often came to feed her cat, so she whispered a few words with Wang Shi. Wang Shi also told her that Chu Yanyu had used Piao Shui to frame the crown prince consort, but the crown prince consort didn't pursue the matter. Wang Shi originally hoped that Madame Cho would be grateful, but Madame Cho's expression darkened as she said coldly, "We are unlucky people. The crown prince consort's kindness is beyond our reach." She meant that she didn't want eunuch Wang to come again. After all, Marquis and the crown prince were enemies, and this relationship couldn't be repaired. Madame Cho also disliked the crown prince. This time, Piao Shui was used by Chu Yanyu because the crown prince's residence had taken care of Piao Shui, which attracted the attention of people with ulterior motives. Madame Cho realized this and didn't want to be too involved with the crown prince's residence. Wang Shi could only pass on Madame Cho's words. Li Yu sank into silence for a moment. He remembered that Madame Cho had secretly been brought into the residence and asked them to take care of Piao Shui. At first, when Wang Shi went to feed the cat, Madame Cho didn't stop him. Why did it change now? Maybe Piao Shui's disappearance made Madame Cho realize the hostile relationship between them. Forget it. Li Yu just wanted to thank Piao Shui. He could ask the crown prince to help him hold the cat, but people had to make a choice. If this would affect or make things difficult for the crown prince, there was no need. That's good. Piao Shui has already gone back, Li Yu said to Wang Shi. Wang Shi heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Li Yu would be unhappy, so in order to please his master, Wang Shi said some other things. This time, when I went to the cold palace, I met someone else, Wang Shi said with a smile. Who? Li Yu didn't react for a moment. It's Chu Gui. Ah, this old servant has a bad memory. That person surnamed Chu has no status and is now a commoner. This old servant saw him. Was it Chu Yanyu? Li Yu had almost forgotten about this person. Ever since Chu Yanyu was beaten and banished to the cold palace, he didn't take the initiative to ask about him. Wang Shi saw that he had no intention of stopping him, so he continued speaking. This old servant almost couldn't recognize his current appearance. But after going to the cold palace, it's no wonder, the way to survive in the palace was about connections and relationships. This was especially true in a place like the cold palace where there was basically no hope of leaving. For example, there was still the Marquis and estate outside the palace. Although Marquis and himself was no longer useful, as long as the name of the Marquis and estate existed, even if they couldn't take care of Madame Cho, it was still better than nothing. As for those who really didn't have a backer and were disliked by the emperor for doing wrong, they were only left with the fate of being tortured by the eunuchs and palace maids in the cold palace. Those who had some money on hand could live a slightly better life. Those who didn't have money on hand were just struggling to get by. When Chu Yanyu first arrived at the cold palace, he originally had some valuables on him, but because he had just been beaten, he couldn't move. He could only watch as most of his valuables were instantly divided up by the envious eunuchs and eunuchs. These eunuchs were like hungry wolves. Even if it was a bracelet, they would break it into pieces and snatch it away. Chu Yanyu couldn't stop them and had to treat his injuries. He wanted to invite a doctor and take medicine, but after being cheated a few times by people he didn't know, he basically didn't have much left. There was an eunuch who knew a little about medicine in the cold palace. He casually took his pulse, took away the last of his money, and gave him a few commonly used plasters. The ointment had saved his life, but it couldn't save his leg. Because he had dragged it out for too long, his injured leg had left sequelae. He walked with a limp, and the scars from the whipping didn't fade away. But at least he was still alive. Chu Yanyu now lived in a room with half of the roof collapsed. Every morning when he woke up, he had nothing to do. The only thing he could do was to look at the sky with a pair of empty eyes. How good would it be if he didn't expose the crown princess and anger the crown prince? How good would it be if he didn't enter the palace and become an imperial concubine? How good would it be if he followed the crown prince in the beginning? How good would it be if, he didn't know the sixth prince. If he didn't, these things wouldn't have happened. But these fantasies had already become Chu Yenyu's consolation. The Cold Palace only provided 2 meals, and both were distributed by the Cold Palace's chief steward. Those who had money and backing would naturally get a better share. However, in order to treat his injuries, Chu Yenyu spent the last of his money. He didn't even have a piece of valuable material left on him. When the chief steward saw that he didn't have anything left, he gave him some leftovers. Chu Yenyu ate them like he was chewing wax. Even so, he had to eat because if he didn't eat, he would starve for an entire day. After one meal, another meal, he could go back to sleep. On this day, he had just finished his meal when someone suddenly came looking for him. Chu Yenyu was wondering why someone would think of him. Ever since he entered the Cold Palace, he hadn't seen a single one of his trusted subordinates. However, when he thought of Hong these people probably wouldn't have a good ending. As for the others, he was already in such dire straits, so why should he care about them? Although he didn't know who the other party was, to remember him at this time was already taking care of him. Chu Yenyu straightened the coarse clothes on his body and walked out of the room. What greeted him was a loud and crisp slap, causing Chu Yenyu to stagger. "Slut, you actually dare to harm my cat." Chosher's long, shapely eyebrows furrowed as she cursed. Chu Yenyu's mind buzzed like a swarm of bees flying past. Slowly, the sound became softer and softer. He could only see Chosher's lips moving, but he couldn't hear what she was cursing. To the side, a snow-white cat sat on the ground and licked its paws in boredom. Chosher muttered something and took out a bottle from her sleeve. She splashed the contents of the bottle at Chu Yenyu. "Master, this old servant has finished speaking." Wang Shi vividly described the interesting events of the Cold Palace and waited for Li Yu's instructions. "Eunuch Wang, are you saying that Chosher beat up Chu Yenyu?" Li Yu was a bit confused. How did Chosher find Chu Yenyu? Was this considered a fight between villains? No matter what, noble consort Liang was mighty. Chu Yenyu didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, so he shouldn't be able to beat Chosher. Li Yu selfishly hoped that noble consort Liang could teach noble Chu a lesson. Hiding dog blood on a cat was too disgusting. "Master, Chosher not only beat up Chu Yenyu, but she also brought a small gift for him." Wang Shi smiled mysteriously. "Don't misunderstand. Chosher didn't splash any medicine, but a bottle of dog blood. She was giving him a taste of his own medicine. If Chu Yenyu could get dog blood, why couldn't Chosher do the same? Chu Yenyu's punishment was given by the emperor and the crown prince, but this bottle of dog blood belonged to Chosher. They couldn't be confused. Chu Yenyu was immediately splashed with a fishy smell. Even the people in the Cold Palace who hadn't bathed for many days had to take a detour when they saw him. The Cold Palace didn't have the conditions to bathe. Chu Yenyu was about to go crazy. He could only get water from the well to wash himself. However, after washing himself several times, the smell still didn't dissipate. This old servant heard that the Cold Palace now calls him the walking dog blood jar, Wang Shi said. Li Yu was speechless. Li Yu wanted to laugh but felt that it was rude, so he could only cough a few times. As for Chu Yenyu, he originally planned to mind his own business. Who asked him to be the first to cause trouble? This was probably the result of harming others and himself. Also, there was no need to think that he stole the crown prince. Long ago, when he was a fish, he realized that the crown prince didn't like Chu Yenyu. The crown prince liked him, and he also liked the crown prince. He wouldn't let the crown prince down. Green Tea Chu should just stay where it was cool. Li Yu told Wang Shi not to report Chu Yenyu's news anymore. A person's time was limited. Instead of spending it on unrelated people, it was better to think about his son. His old enemy, the crown prince's position in the Ministry of Rights was gradually on the right track. He wasn't as busy as before. Perhaps the emperor couldn't bear to see the crown prince so leisurely, so the Ministry of Rights quickly arranged for the crown prince to be transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. The crown prince always had endless things to do, but as long as he was free, he would immediately return to his residence to accompany Li Yu. As for the children, they often went to the imperial study and the crown prince's residence. Recently, they had even started to learn to use chopsticks. Li Yu was bored to death from taking care of the fetus, so he wanted to find something safe and interesting to do. Gong Gong Wang, What do you think if I make the children and the crown prince's heart lunches? The children had to go to the imperial study every day. Liu combined using chopsticks with studying and thought of making the children's heart lunches. And he had made the crown prince before, so he was familiar with the process. Liu rubbed his palms together, planning to give the children and their father a surprise. The children didn't like to eat cucumbers, so he said that being picky about food was a bad habit. How about he make the cucumbers that even the children's father praised? Xianxia. Xianxia had the fortune to taste the crown prince consort's cooking once. The taste was indescribable. Fortunately, the crown prince had ordered the entire residence to be unified, so the crown prince consort didn't know how bad the food he made was. Originally, this matter had passed for a long time. Xianxia thought that the crown prince consort's status was noble and she was pregnant, so she probably wouldn't think about it. But who knew that not only did she think about it, she wanted to make it immediately. Liu did as he said, so he didn't need to make any extra preparations. He just rolled up his sleeves and did it. Moreover, it was just smacking a cucumber, so it wasn't too close to the smoke and wouldn't affect his little cotton-padded jacket. He was already in the second trimester of pregnancy and was more sleepy than when he first got pregnant. Right now, he felt as strong as an ox. Smacking an elephant wouldn't be a problem, let alone a cucumber. Liu still asked Auntie Sue to help him. Auntie Sue was already numb to the crown prince consort's cooking skills, so she quickly prepared everything needed in advance. Smacking was a strenuous job. Auntie Sue thought that she couldn't let her pregnant master do it, so she was about to take over when Liu had already swung the back of the knife and nimbly smacked the cucumber. The knife fell, and the cucumber was already shattered into several pieces. Helpless, Auntie Sue began to seriously assist Liu. What's this? Liu found an inconspicuous little jar in a corner by the stove. It looked a bit like a sugar jar and a salt jar. Auntie Sue took it and glanced at it, beaming with joy. Master, this is pepper that only exists in the south. Not much is produced in a year. Just this little bit is more valuable than gold. Liu almost thought that he had misheard. Wasn't it just pepper? Pepper was worthless in his original world. However, he knew that this was ancient times. Seasonings in ancient times were precious. Perhaps pepper was more valuable than gold, and pepper, which was more valuable than gold, was actually thrown into a little jar. Wasn't this too casual? The crown prince really refreshed his understanding of wealth time and time again. What did pepper in ancient times smell like? Liu curiously sniffed the little jar. Sure enough, the smell hadn't changed for thousands of years. Liu's hand accidentally trembled when he sniffed, and a lot of pepper fell onto the cucumber. Liu, this was pepper, which was more valuable than gold. He couldn't let pepper fight alone. Liu steeled himself and added a lot of other seasonings. In the lobby of the Ministry of Rites. When Mu Tianqi received the news from Xiaoxi's eunuch, his originally expressionless face was tinged with warmth. The crown prince's temperament was cold, and it was rare for him to be so approachable. The official from the Ministry of Rites plucked up his courage and asked, "Your Highness, did something good happen?" Yes. For the first time, the crown prince nodded. It was indeed a good thing that Xiaoyu was cooking for him. But if he were to cook for the kids, the crown prince paused. He had to think of a way to stop it. The crown prince summoned the imperial bodyguard and gave him instructions. The imperial bodyguard hurriedly left and returned with 2 food boxes not long after. It turned out that the crown prince wanted this imperial bodyguard to return to the crown prince's residence and think of a way to quietly take over the task of delivering the meal of love. Since Xiaoyu wanted him to treat the meal with love as a surprise, he could not take the initiative to expose it. He could not let Xiaoyu know that he had already found out. The bodyguards used some tricks and asked Eunuch Wang to help cover for them. Finally, they managed to get 2 food boxes filled with love meals. The crown princess had instructed that the red one was for the children, and the green one was for the crown prince. The guards followed the crown prince's orders and sent the 2 food boxes to the Ministry of Rites. Mu Tianqi took the 2 food boxes and opened them to take a look. Then, he took out another red food box that was exactly the same. He filled it with many snacks that the children liked and ordered the guards to send it to the imperial study. The children were still too young. Rather than letting them understand what a white lie was without revealing any flaws, it was better to give them all to him. This was not difficult for the crown prince at all. The crown prince himself did not like other people enjoying the crown princess cooking. He would be jealous even if it was the children. After hoarding the 2 meals of love, the crown prince happily sat down and took out the portion that was given to him from the green food box to eat. The officials from the Ministry of Rights were all envious when they saw the crown princess sending food to the crown prince. As expected of those who worked in the Ministry of Rights, they had a way of praising the crown prince's husband. When they smelled the strange smell of the cucumber in the crown prince's plate, they all choked and did not know what to say. Other than pepper, there was also a lot of star anise and fennel in the cucumber. The crown prince's expression did not change. Under the respectful gazes of the officials from the Ministry of Rights, he finished them all. The crown princess had worked hard. When the crown prince and the children returned home, they all said that the meal of love was delicious. The children probably would not lie. Was the crown prince's portion really delicious? Liu felt inexplicably guilty, but the crown prince kept smiling and looked at him a few times. The gentleness in his eyes could not be concealed. Liu was enlightened. The crown prince definitely liked pepper. He had to remember it, the crown prince was introverted and used his eyes to convey his likes. It was different for the children. "Father, it's delicious." Erbao shouted very loudly and made a wish very happily. "I want it tomorrow too." "No problem." Liu quickly agreed. Old Gong and the children liked it, which was the greatest affirmation for him. Although he did not have the luck of the koi fish, he was still self-taught. "Xianxia, I will also cook for you every day, okay?" Liu was not someone who would forget about old Gong after having a son. He liked to take care of them together. The crown prince smiled. "Okay." Liu was about to shamelessly praise himself when he suddenly felt his stomach move. After being stunned for a moment, Liu realized what it was. He was so happy that his voice changed. "Xianxia, come quickly." She moved. After Liu became pregnant with the cotton-padded jacket in his human form, he had been looking forward to the official fetal movement for a long time. However, even he himself was not very sure what the fetal movement was like. Sometimes, there would be a feeling of bubbles in his stomach, as if he was pregnant with a fish. However, this was only his personal feeling. The crown prince could not understand it. It was very different this time. There seemed to be someone pushing him hard in his stomach. His stomach faintly bulged. Liu was very sure that this was the baby's fetal movement. He was afraid that if he moved, the baby would not move. Liu did not dare to blink his eyes and repeatedly called for the crown prince. Mu Tianqi ran over and hugged him. He also gently hugged his stomach. Liu was encouraged. He pulled his hand and placed it on the bulging stomach. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement inside. "Hey, could it be that it still doesn't work this time?" Liu jokingly apologized and moved the crown prince's hand down. Who knew that after a while, there would be movement inside again? Liu! Liu hurriedly put the crown prince's hand back on, and it stopped moving again. Liu did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Little cotton-padded jacket, don't tease your father, okay?" Perhaps feeling the fish father's grievance, Liu put the crown prince's hand on it again. This time, the baby lived up to his expectations and kept moving. She is really moving. The crown prince quickly felt the strength under his palm and looked at Liu's stomach in disbelief. "It's our daughter." Liu nodded proudly. He was proud of his little cotton-padded jacket. Dad. Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao gathered around. The children did not know how to express themselves. They hugged Liu's stomach together. After a while, they cried out, "It's moving! It's moving!" Liu did not hide it and told them that it was a little sister in her stomach. The children changed their words in unison. "Little sister is moving." Wang Shi watched all of this from afar and kept wiping his eyes. Although he did not understand why the two masters were still so excited when the crown prince consort was pregnant for the second time, even Wang Shi himself was very excited. He did not know that although Liu already had 4 children, this was her first time giving birth in human form. Of course, it was very refreshing. Even the emperor paid special attention to Li Yu's pregnancy. Ever since he was informed that she was pregnant, he sent an imperial physician to the crown prince's estate on time every day to take her pulse. When the baby moved, the crown prince's lips curled up in bliss the entire time. The emperor was very surprised. The crown prince was not like this when he was conferred the title. After asking, the crown prince said, "My daughter is moving. This son is happy." When the emperor learned the truth, he felt a bit sour. When the 4 babies were born, they were far away in the western border. The emperor could not take care of them, and they were almost a year old when he carried them. This was the 5th child. The emperor thought about it and felt that he had to do something. However, even the imperial physician had not confirmed the gender of the crown prince consort's child, so why was the crown prince so certain? The emperor guessed that the crown prince consort already had 4 sons and might want a daughter more. He heard that the crown prince consort had even thought of a pet name for the child, Little Cotton Padded Jacket. The emperor thought about Debao and the others. It would be good to have a little granddaughter. When the crown prince returned home, he brought back a pile of gifts from the emperor for the children. Although the emperor said that he would only give 1 or 2 gifts, he wanted to make it up to the 4 children as well. When normal people received the emperor's gifts, they would think more. When Li Yu entered pregnancy, her reaction would always be slower. She would not use her brain if she could. Now that the pregnancy was getting bigger, Li Yu's movements were becoming more and more inconvenient. When Li Yu first became pregnant, she had thought that she could slowly adjust for the next 10 months. Recently, she was a bit anxious about giving birth. Princess Xianxia often came to see her. The princess did not understand Li Yu's worries. In the princess's eyes, Li Yu was a godly person who could even give birth to quadruplets. Who knew that this was also his first time? However, the princess still shared some of her experiences at Li Yu's request. The more Li Yu listened, the more scared and anxious Li Yu became. After becoming pregnant, he slept very soundly. However, because of his fright, he rarely had insomnia. Li Yu turned over twice with difficulty before the crown prince woke up. "Xiaoyu?" The crown prince rubbed Li Yu's head. Li Yu's back was facing him. He should be awake, but there was no movement. Mu Tianqi carefully flipped the fish over and found that the fish's face was covered in tears and snot. "What's wrong?" Mu Tianqi was anxious and hurriedly hugged him. Li Yu buried his head in his chest. I'm suddenly a bit scared." He froze. As if he had finally reached his limit, he cried out involuntarily. It wasn't that he didn't want the child in his stomach. He really had feelings for the little cotton-padded jacket. He was the happiest person to know that the little cotton-padded jacket was moving, but he was also genuinely scared. This was the fear of facing a danger alone that he had never experienced before. The reason why he cried had nothing to do with weakness. Only by letting his emotions out could he get rid of his worries. Li Yu kept encouraging himself. He would definitely be able to do it. He wanted to push the crown prince away and tell him not to worry about him. He was more sensitive during pregnancy. He was easily angered, and now he was easily crying. Was he going to be a deserter at the last minute? It was a little pretentious. Even he despised himself. "I'm fine. I'm just a little emotional." Li Yu sobbed. However, the crown prince didn't leave because of his refusal. Instead, he hugged him and stroked his back. "Xiaoyu, cry if you want to. Don't force yourself." Mu Tianqi comforted him softly. Li Yu had calmed down a lot, but because of his words, he cried a few more times. In fact, the crown prince couldn't help. Li Yu knew in his heart that because he couldn't help, he was a little hateful. It was really not easy to be pregnant, whether it was physically or mentally. Li Yu also wanted to complain. It was clearly the child of 2 people. Why did he have to suffer alone? He pouted and was still unhappy. The crown prince lifted his sleeve and stretched out his arm. The crown prince said in a low voice, "If you're unhappy, bite me." Li Yu really found a place with more meat on the crown prince's arm and took a big bite. He didn't let go. The crown prince didn't even frown. After Li Yu finished biting, the crown prince hugged him tightly and said with heartache, "Unfortunately, it's not even 1/10,000th of what you suffered. Don't be afraid." The crown prince said, "I'll protect you." Li Yu, who had cried a lot, couldn't help but have his eyes turn red again. It seemed that after the crown prince said that, he felt much better after taking such a big bite. I'm fine now. Don't worry, Li Yu said in a hoarse voice. Although the emperor had issued an imperial edict to make Mu Tianqi the crown prince, the actual ceremony had not yet been held. The ceremony was handled by the Ministry of Rites. In order to satisfy the emperor and the crown prince, the Ministry of Rites and the imperial astronomer gave several auspicious dates for the emperor to choose. The emperor had tasted the sweetness of having the crown prince do manual labor and had begun to give more and more tasks to the crown prince. Naturally, the crown prince also asked for the crown prince's opinion on the ceremony. To the emperor's surprise, the crown prince chose the farthest auspicious date, half a year later. Although the Qingjing mansion had now been changed to the crown prince mansion and everyone had changed their title, in reality, he was still one step away from officially becoming the crown prince. The ceremony was the last procedure and could not be avoided. The emperor did not expect the crown prince to be so unhurried. However, thinking that the crown princess was 2 months away from giving birth, he seemed to understand. Because this was the day the Ministry of Rites proposed for selection, there was nothing wrong with it. The more time, the more preparations there would be. Since the crown prince wanted this date, the emperor did not need to make things difficult for him and readily agreed. Li Yu was secretly relieved when he learned that the crown prince's ceremony would be held after he gave birth. His body was getting heavier and heavier. As the crown princess, he had to be present at the crown prince's ceremony. He heard that the dynasty had to offer sacrifices at such an important time. It would be difficult to bear with a pregnant belly if she did not come down for a whole day. For this day, Li Yu braced himself and asked Wang Shi to make many soft cushions for him in case he needed them. Now that he did not need them for the time being, Li Yu was very glad. The crown prince was not someone who would take credit. As long as Li Yu was not worried, the crown prince was happy. Wang Shi knew the inside story and was very anxious. Since the crown prince did not say it, eunuch Wang spoke for the crown prince. The crown prince had been in the Ministry of Rites for some time. Setting the date for the ceremony was not within the Ministry of Rites' consideration. After all, it had been a long time. The crown prince was afraid that the crown prince would not be happy. It was the crown prince who personally discussed with the Minister of Rites and added this date. It was also the crown prince who strongly recommended this date to the emperor. When Wang Shi revealed this secret, Li Yu's joy turned to gratitude. The crown prince could only become the true crown prince after the official conferment. It was clear how important the conferment ceremony was to the crown prince. Li Yu was also very clear about this point, which was why he wanted to endure it no matter what. However, the crown prince was willing to postpone such an important ceremony for him just to make it convenient for him. Although the crown prince could not directly share the pain of childbirth, he had done a lot for him. Li Yu was also willing to be a bit braver for the crown prince. If he was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death, at most, he would wait until after the birth and then bite a few times to get it back. As the remaining days approached, Li Yu no longer felt afraid. His stomach grew bigger and bigger, which meant that his little cotton-padded jacket was also growing. Halfway through the 9th month, Li Yu's belly was so big that he could no longer see his own feet. He looked like a rubber ball. Li Yu had been busy preparing the meal of love before, but now, he didn't dare to cook it himself. Even if he dared, the crown prince wouldn't allow it, so the meal of love could only be dropped. After his stomach sank, not only would his movements be restricted, he would also not be able to sleep well. Li Yu was better at night, but it was almost impossible for him to fall asleep at noon. After the crown prince learned of this, he would get up in the morning and go to court every day. At noon, he would rush back to accompany Li Yu to eat and take a nap. When Li Yu fell asleep, he would go out. Only when Li Yu was hugged did Li Yu feel more comfortable. Little Conk was someone who couldn't stay still. She always wanted to solve her master's problems. Seeing this, she quietly said to Xianxia, "It's not good for His Highness to always run around. Why don't we make a big soft pillow for Master? If you can think of it, how can His Highness not think of it?" Xianxia smiled. His Highness had to pamper his master more. How could he feel tired? Little Conk was a girl. She only understood after Xianxia's reminder. Xianxia used the tone that Xianxia had used to teach her and said to little Conk meaningfully, "You will understand more in the future." Little Conk nodded with a red face. Time flew by. On this day, Liu's waist was sore when he got up in the morning. However, it wasn't October yet, so Liu didn't mind. After breakfast, he usually took a walk in the courtyard. Xianxia would personally clean the courtyard every day. There wasn't even a speck of dust on the ground. Liu walked with the help of little Conk and a few other eunuchs. For some reason, his legs were especially tired today. He couldn't walk after a few steps. Liu didn't dare to force himself to walk down. He found a chair and sat for a while. When he got up, he lost his balance. Fortunately, little Conk was there and supported him. Liu felt his heart beating fast. Although he didn't fall, his whole body didn't feel right. Little Conk knew medicine. After taking Liu's pulse, she hurriedly invited him to sit down and ordered someone to call for a physician. The crown princess's due date was approaching. The crown prince had also invited a physician and had been living in the Fu recently. When the physician came, the imperial physician who came every day also arrived. They took Liu's pulse together and all said that the crown princess was in labor. Xianxia had already invited the midwife over. After receiving the imperial physician's approval, he quickly went to find the crown prince. Liu, who thought he was just in shock, was speechless. Sob sob sob, he didn't expect the little cotton-padded jacket to come out in such a hurry. Was he going to give birth so suddenly? The crown prince had already chosen 3 midwives with clean backgrounds for Liu. The delivery room was also prepared and waiting at any time. When the midwives received the news, they rushed over and looked at Liu's stomach. Although they didn't have experience in delivering a man, the crown princess's pulse was similar to that of a woman. The midwives had an idea and methodically instructed the servants to boil water and prepare food. Although she was in labor, there was still some time before she would really give birth. The midwives wanted Liu to eat as much as possible and walk more so that it would be easier for her to give birth. Liu had heard Princess Xianxia talk about this experience many times. When the midwives came, he started to feel a bit of pain in his stomach. It wasn't a particularly intense pain, but a kind of dull pain. When the pain reached a certain level, his waist would start to ache. However, it was still within his tolerance range. After a while, the soreness would subside. The midwives said that everyone's labor was different. Some people would only feel pain, while others would feel pain in their waists. Only when the pain became more frequent would they start to give birth. Liu was very familiar with these steps. Xiao Luo came over and handed Liu a small bowl of freshly cooked shrimp dumplings. Liu was in a good state and could even scoop the dumplings to eat. Seeing Xiao Luo's worried expression, Liu was still in the mood to joke. At a time like this, Liu, who used to be anxious, calmed down. In any case, she was going to give birth no matter what, so she just had to keep her head down and give birth. The crown prince must be on his way. Liu wanted to see the crown prince, but his nose was a bit sore. He was looking forward to the crown prince's return, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. When the crown prince suddenly appeared, Liu hadn't even finished a bowl of shrimp dumplings. He had half a dumpling in his mouth, and there was a slight bump on his cheek as he chewed. When the crown prince burst in, Liu was so shocked that the other half of the dumpling in his spoon fell out. Xiaoyu. The crown prince didn't care about anyone else. He hurriedly rushed over and held Liu in his arms. Xiao Luo and Xianxia consciously stood to the side and acted as background. Tianqi. I'm going to give birth. Liu hugged him back tightly. In fact, Liu was still a bit scared. As soon as the crown prince came, he gained courage. Don't be afraid. I'll be with you, the crown prince said gently and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Liu nodded. Only then did he realize that the crown prince, who had always been as calm as a mountain, was pale and his hands were trembling slightly. He looked even more nervous than him, who was about to go to the battlefield. Liu was amused and touched. He was still in the mood to tease him. Your Highness, did you ask for leave? I forgot. When the crown prince received the news that Liu was going to give birth, he didn't have time to tell the minister and directly returned to his residence. Liu burst out laughing. The crown prince picked up the bowl and fed Liu some dumplings and a peach blossom cake. Li Yu's stomach had just stopped for a while, but it started to hurt again. This time, it hurt more than last time, and it was so sore that he felt uncomfortable. Li Yu couldn't speak. He bit his lips tightly, trying to get through this wave. The crown prince pulled up his sleeve and put it in front of him. Li Yu shook his head with red eyes. It was better not to bite. After this wave of pain passed, the midwife asked Li Yu to get up and walk again. Li Yu was in so much pain that his legs went soft, but there was no other way. He had to walk. Xiao Luo came over to help Li Yu. The crown prince said, "Let me do it." He hugged Li Yu and let Li Yu lean on his body. They walked very slowly. Li Yu's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Even at this moment, he felt that he could still endure it. After walking for a long time, Li Yu sat down to rest when he felt pain. When he felt better, he continued to walk, and the cycle repeated. During this time, the midwife came over to touch Li Yu's stomach several times. Finally, she said, "You can enter the delivery room." "I have to go," Li Yu whispered. He struggled to move his lips, wanting to ask for a final victory kiss. The crown prince kissed the corner of his lips, held his hand, and said, "Let's go." Li Yu was a little confused about the crown prince's decisiveness. The crown prince didn't seem to be reluctant, but he soon found the reason. The crown prince didn't hand him over to the midwife. Instead, he accompanied him into the delivery room. He laid down on the bed according to the midwife's instructions. He thought that the crown prince should say goodbye, but the crown prince didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. He stayed by the bed. The midwives were busy and ignored the crown prince. Obviously, they had already been warned. Why didn't he leave? Li Yu couldn't believe it. In ancient times, the delivery room was a filthy place. Not to mention people of noble status, even ordinary men wouldn't enter. However, the crown prince had been there for a long time. "Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. I'll accompany you," the crown prince said again. Li Yu finally understood what the crown prince meant. He closed his eyes and nodded, letting the tears flow from the corners of his eyes. He took a deep breath. Even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of him, he wouldn't be afraid. No matter how long the pain was, there would always be a pair of hands hugging him tightly, giving him the courage and strength to endure. Li Yu tried his best to follow the midwife's instructions. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the system's voice, the child's cry, and a familiar call. After some time, he opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by a halo. In front of him was the system interface. Thinking back, he seemed to have fainted from exhaustion. Did he enter the system because of that? He was still giving birth. Was the little cotton-padded jacket okay? And the crown prince was also waiting for him. "Host, please don't worry. You have successfully completed the intimate cotton-padded jacket side quest. Your daughter has joined the team," the system informed Li Yu. The interface immediately showed that the status of the intimate cotton-padded jacket side quest was completed. So I'm finally done giving birth, as expected of me." Li Yu forgot about the pain after the scar healed and felt proud. Although the little cotton-padded jacket was a baby and not a fish, she could be checked through the fish cub status when she joined the team. Li Yu hurriedly went to see the little cotton-padded jacket. He saw Xiao Luo and Xianxia scrubbing a little baby with thick, pink, and round hair. Li Yu's heart softened. This was his and the crown prince's daughter. He raised this child very well. Although the little cotton-padded jacket was just born, her skin wasn't wrinkled at all. On the contrary, it was a bit rosy. As if she knew that he was looking at her, the little baby's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. Her black eyes looked into the air, as if she was looking at Li Yu from a distance. Li Yu covered his mouth and laughed. This child looked like him and also looked like Xianxia. It was obvious that this was their child. He stared in a daze for a long time until he couldn't look anymore. The system reminded Li Yu to collect the side quest reward. Only then did Li Yu reluctantly turn to look at other things. The side quest reward this time was very special. It increased his healing ability and reduced the pain caused by childbirth. Li Yu thought to himself, what's the point of giving these now? I've already suffered the hardest part. The scammer system is really giving advice after the fact. The system, who knew the host's thoughts clearly, said, "The host is dissatisfied with the reward. Do you want to cancel it?" Liu. "No, it's better than nothing. Even if it's giving advice after the fact, it's better to have less pain." Liu exited the system. It wasn't easy for him to wake up this time. His eyelids were so heavy that he almost couldn't open them. Just now, he felt relaxed in the system, but when he exited the system, he felt weak. He was very glad that he collected the reward first. His body was still aching, but it was much better than the pain during childbirth. His throat was so dry that it was about to smoke. Liu moved his eyes and looked around. The room he was in was dark. Only a candle on the table was lit. He could vaguely recognize that it was a bedroom. It seemed that he had been cleaned up and moved to the bedroom. Liu cleared his throat and wanted to call someone. Someone nearby called out first, "Xiaoyu." Liu was too familiar with this hoarse voice. He was surprised and happy. The room was dark. He didn't notice Xianxia at first and thought that he wasn't there. In fact, the other party had been watching over him, waiting for him to wake up. "Xiaoyu." Xianxia didn't allow him to get up. He first fed him a cup of warm tea. Then, he called the imperial physician over to check Liu's pulse. The imperial physician had already checked Liu once when he was unconscious. The crown prince ordered him to check again to confirm that the crown princess was fine. Liu looked outside the door anxiously. "Where's my little cotton-padded jacket?" Although he had seen his daughter in the system, he hadn't really held her. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm still tidying up." Wait a moment. Not long after, Xianxia walked in with a pink swaddle. The crown prince took it and carried the child to Liu's side. Liu touched his daughter's hand and looked at the little cotton-padded jacket's rosy cheeks. It really was the same as what he saw in the system. The father of the fish kissed his daughter's face in satisfaction. Liu was very tired. Waking up for a while consumed a lot of energy. Soon, he fell asleep again. Xianxia covered him and his daughter with a blanket and kissed their foreheads. Footsteps came from outside the room. The children were coming over. "Father, father." The children called out. The children were studying in the imperial study during the day. When they learned that Liu was about to give birth, the emperor specially brought them to the palace of heavenly purity for a few more shurchen. He only let them return to the Fu now to avoid the crown prince's husband being flustered. "Shoo." Xianxia stopped the children and said softly, "Father is tired. Don't disturb him." The children nodded and promised not to disturb him. The crown prince let them go. De Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao tiptoed to the father of the fish. He looked at his sister first. She was really small, even smaller than Uncle Ye's sister. Then, he looked at the father of the fish. The father of the fish was still sleeping soundly. The crown prince consort gave birth to a daughter. Many officials felt it was a pity after hearing this. If it was a boy, it would be the first imperial grandchild the crown prince had after he was made the heir apparent. It would be very meaningful and would definitely be doted on by the emperor and crown prince. However, if it was a daughter, it would be hard to say. Liu also heard some similar rumors and didn't think much of it. The ancients still favored boys over girls. It was fine as long as he didn't think so. It didn't matter if it was a boy or a girl. The little cotton-padded jacket was also very meaningful. She was his and the crown prince's only daughter. As for the crown prince himself, Liu often saw him holding the little cotton-padded jacket and looking at her for a long time, unwilling to let go because he needed to rest. The crown prince personally took care of everything for the little cotton-padded jacket. How was this not doting? It was clearly because he was afraid she would melt in his mouth. The crown prince's doting on his daughter didn't stop there. When he first learned that Liu was pregnant with the cotton-padded jacket, the crown prince prepared many names for his daughter. After his daughter was born, he felt that none of them were suitable. After 2 days, he still couldn't decide. Liu felt that the decisive crown prince had some difficulty in choosing. In the end, he still went out and picked the 2 words Xianxia from the thick pile of names. It was all because 2 days had passed since the little cotton-padded jacket was born. Her slightly red skin had become white and glossy like a beautiful jade. This fairy-like name was very suitable. After the official name was chosen, the next was the nickname. Liu had thought of it when he hatched the young fish. He wanted Dabao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Sea Bao to pass down the names. The cotton-padded jacket was ranked 5th and was one of the 5 treasures. However, Liu wanted to show off his cute and beautiful daughter. Combined with his daughter's official name, he simply had his daughter call her Shui Bao. The crown prince said it a few times and liked it very much. Dabao and the others quickly clapped and called her. You will be an older brother in the future. Take good care of Shui Bao, understand? The father educated his sons. The children all nodded and took out their favorite toys to give to Shui Bao. Liu laughed. There was still a long time before his sister could play with these toys. When the emperor learned that the crown prince consort had given birth to a daughter, he rewarded her generously. Because Shui Bao had just been born a few days ago and could not leave the house, the emperor came to the crown prince's residence in plain clothes to see his little granddaughter. This was the first time Liu had seen such a thing. The emperor suddenly saw the confession engraved on the walls of the manor and glanced at the crown prince mockingly. He was much less surprised that the entire manor had been turned into a fish tank. The crown prince carried Bao Shui out and showed it to the emperor. The emperor held it and refused to let go. Bao Shui was not afraid of strangers and looked at the emperor curiously with its dark eyes. The emperor was so happy that he gave a piece of warm jade that Empress Shelui used to wear to Bao Shui. In the end, Shui Bao was still a baby. Soon, he would need to drink milk and change diapers. The emperor personally carried Shui Bao into Xianxia's arms and instructed her to be careful. Liu looked at his daughter who was like the moon surrounded by stars and thought of those rumors. He thought that the people outside would not have thought of this. The emperor was never stingy with his grandchildren. He bestowed titles to Liu and the crown prince's sons. The daughter of the Duke Qingyan's heir and Princess Jinjue was given the title of Junzhu. This time, it was his granddaughter's turn. Originally, the crown prince's daughter should have been given the title of Junzhu. However, the emperor felt that this would be the same as the Qinghe Junzhu. In reality, one was a ruler and one was a subject. How could their statuses be the same? The emperor unreasonably gave Bao Shui the title of princess. Since the crown prince's husband had given both a formal name and a nickname, the emperor did not want to be outdone and took the title. In this dynasty, princesses would usually only be given titles when they were married. The emperor put it nicely and said that he wanted to pick a title for the little princess first. The emperor had also thought about this title for a long time. The crown prince's daughter, Xianxia, would be given the title of Princess Wenhui. Looking at their infant daughter, Liu and the crown prince both experienced the bitterness that Yi Qinghuan had mentioned about their daughter's marriage. The crown prince, there was the word hui in this title. It was the emperor's hope for his granddaughter and also his remembrance of Empress Shelui. Liu originally wanted to spoil his daughter like a little princess. When he learned that his daughter had become a real princess, he was speechless. However, even if the emperor did not give her the title, her father would be the emperor in the future. She would have to be a princess sooner or later. Previously, they thought that Dabao was a real koi, but the little princess's luck was not to be outdone. Because of the emperor's willfulness, the strict ministers could not help but argue in court. Bao Shui was a girl and the crown prince's daughter. The emperor insisted, so they could only accept it. There were also people who advised the crown prince to decline on behalf of his daughter, but the crown prince ignored them. Firstly, this was the emperor's goodwill. Secondly, Xiaoyu's daughter was naturally worthy of the title of princess. Those who originally wanted to see the crown princess in action suddenly realized that even after giving birth to a daughter, the crown princess was still endlessly favored. When it came to Bao Shui's 1-month-old celebration, the crown prince's residence invited more than half of the people in the imperial city. After the celebration, no one dared to say that the little princess was not favored. Liu had the system. Although giving birth was extremely painful, his body recovered very quickly. According to the midwife, it would take a month to recover, but Liu was more or less recovered in half a month. However, he was still forced by the crown prince to go through confinement. The ancients all believed that during confinement, one should not be exposed to the wind, the cold, or bathe. 1 month after giving birth to little Shui Bao, Li Yu saw that swimming and bathing, which he did not care about in the past, had become a luxury. He had actually recovered a long time ago. The Crown Prince, this cautious demon, actually wanted him to recuperate for a month. How could he endure not touching water for a month? Li Yu had to turn back into a fish once a day, but the Crown Prince was more accurate than him. Li Yu originally planned to secretly swim in the water when he transformed, but the Crown Prince mercilessly took away his right. The fish tank and crystal bottle were all confiscated, and he was only given a wet handkerchief. If Li Yu flopped on the handkerchief for a while, he would immediately turn back into a human. After a long time, Li Yu felt that he had been raised into a dirty loach. He protested more than once about his filth. The Crown Prince consulted the midwife and the imperial physician several times and began to help him wipe his hair and face with a hot handkerchief. However, this was almost useless. It only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. In order to reassure him, the Crown Prince personally wiped his face for him. Li Yu felt awkward a few times before completely letting go. In any case, the Crown Prince had seen him in his worst state. There was a row of teeth marks on the back of his hand from when he was in extreme pain. Helping him with confinement was nothing. Finally, the day of the ban was lifted arrived. Li Yu impatiently dragged the Crown Prince to bathe for a full 4 hours. After he was clean, the loach turned back into a refreshed man. At Shui Bao's 1-month-old celebration, Li Yu wore a crimson brocade robe that matched the Crown Prince's. De Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao all wore small gold ornaments with the word fortune embroidered on top and fish patterns below. Shui Bao wore a small silk dress dotted with red plum blossoms. She had 2 small braids on her head and a hairband that matched her dress. She looked like a little fairy that had descended to the mortal world. When the Crown Prince got a daughter, Duke Qing'an's family came to congratulate him. When the old Duke Qing'an Jiqian saw his great-granddaughter, his footsteps became lighter. After carrying Shui Bao, the old Duke Qing'an Jiqian smiled and took out an old jade necklace to personally hang around Shui Bao's neck. Shui Bao didn't know anything and accidentally reached out to grab a few strands of Yi Qian's beard. Yi Qian didn't get angry. Instead, she made him laugh. Princess Jingjue and Yi Qinghuan also came with their daughters. When they saw Shui Bao, they praised Li Yu for raising her well. Princess Qinghe had already started to learn how to walk. She hobbled over to her younger sister and kissed her younger sister's tender face. De Bao and the others were very naughty. They pulled out all the flowers in the garden and picked the prettier ones to make garlands for their younger sisters to wear. Li Yu hated that he didn't have a camera right now, so he couldn't record this warm scene. Later, when he returned to his room to change, he saw an unfinished painting on the table in the room. It was the scene of the 2 families meeting. There was a group of cute children and 2 little girls wearing flowers in the middle. They all had pink, flower-like smiling faces. Although the painting wasn't finished, it was easy to recognize that it was the Crown Prince's painting. The Crown Prince was very good at painting. No matter whether it was people or things, they were all very lifelike. Li Yu loved this painting so much that he couldn't put it down. He wanted to ask Old Gong for it for his collection. Suddenly, he found that there were words in the corner of the painting. It was already written, for Xiaoyu. So it was painted for him. Li Yu was very pleased. He had accidentally discovered the Crown Prince's gift for him. It was better to continue pretending that he didn't know anything. Li Yu looked around. Other than the unfinished painting on the table, there was also a painting of a family of 6 fish on the wall. No, there were now 7 fish. Li Yu suddenly found that there was an extra little koi fish with red dots in the middle of the painting. It was very similar to the pattern on Shui Bao's clothes today. It was also the Crown Prince's work. Although the Crown Prince and Shui Bao were not fish, they still looked like fish in this painting with everyone. Li Yu looked back and forth between the 2 paintings and laughed foolishly. Wang Shi called Li Yu outside the room, saying that someone from Marquis Dingbei's Fu had sent a gift and wanted him to give it to the Crown Princess. Wang Shi's words sounded a bit strange. There were many people who gave gifts at the 1-month-old banquet. Usually, they wouldn't specifically specify who to receive it. Moreover, Marquis Dingbei's Fu, Li Yu was already the Crown Princess and was very confused about the dukes and marquises in the imperial city. The Crown Prince told him to let nature take its course and never forced him to remember. Marquis Dingbei's Fu. Liu felt that it sounded strangely familiar. The person who Wang Shi was talking about should be someone from Marquis Dingbei's Fu. Why didn't he have any impression of it? Liu put the painting back and went out to see Wang Shi. Wang Shi was holding a wrapped handkerchief in his hand. Seeing Liu come, he opened it layer by layer for Liu to see. Inside, there was a pair of delicate and small silver bracelets. When Wang Shi received this gift, he was also very confused. He was very careful now and wiped the bracelets inside and out several times. He even held them in his pocket for a while. After confirming that there was really no problem, he dared to look for Liu. When Liu saw the word Liang embroidered on the handkerchief, his heart stirred. So it was her. No wonder he felt that Marquis Dingbei's Fu was familiar. It was the family of the late 6th Prince Mu Tianxiao. Mu Tianxiao's wife, Madame Liang, was coincidentally helped by Liu. Mu Tianxiao's behavior of holding his first wife hostage caused Madame Liang to give up on her husband and lose the fetus in her womb. Madame Liang had always lived in her maternal home, Marquis Dingbei's Fu. When Mu Tianxiao and Princess Langyu joined forces, he never thought of this wife. Fortunately, when the emperor later dealt with Lolan's power, Marquis Dingbei's Fu, which had a broken relationship with Mu Tianxiao, was not implicated. When Mu Tianxiao was alive, Madame Liang did not have time to divorce him. After Mu Tianxiao died, Madame Liang became a widow and lived in seclusion in a manor under Marquis Dingbei's Fu. She did not leave the house at all. When she heard that the crown prince consort gave birth to a daughter and was about to be 1 month old, she originally wanted to send a blessing gift to express her gratitude to the crown prince consort. However, she was in mourning and should not appear at the 1-month banquet. She was afraid that she would offend the noble, so she could only express her gratitude in this way. Her child was also a daughter. Because she was useless, she could not keep her child. She hoped that the crown prince consort's child could be safe forever. Liu put away Madame Liang's gift. Thinking about Madame Liang's situation, he felt some sympathy. When Mu Tianxiao was alive, he did not care about Madame Liang at all. Could it be that he wanted Madame Liang to be a widow after he died? In terms of age, he heard that Madame Liang was even younger than him. Could it be that she would have to waste her future days as a widow? Liu asked Xianxia about the life of a widow. In this dynasty, a woman who did not remarry after her husband died and remained a widow for her husband was called a chaste woman. Although chastity was not written into the law, the imperial court would reward a woman who remained chaste for her entire life. There were chaste women, and naturally, there were people who remarried. However, the latter usually received disdain and were despised by the world. Xianxia's situation was more complicated and difficult. A normal woman could remarry without any reputation, but Xianxia had almost no possibility of remarrying. Even if the 6th prince had been expelled from the imperial family, Xianxia was still considered a member of the imperial family. The emperor would not allow a former imperial concubine to remarry. Moreover, Xianxia and Mu Tianxiao's marriage was set by the emperor. If she had any intention of remarrying, it would be considered a rebellion. The emperor hated Mu Tianxiao and did not even ask about Xianxia. Although the Marquis Dingbei residence was Liangxia's maternal home, there would inevitably be gossip if she lived there for a long time. In order to not burden her parents, Xianxia moved to a farmstead. Even so, she would be treated coldly when she went out. Could it be that master wants to act as a matchmaker for her? Xianxia asked with a smile. Generally, people who took the initiative to inquire about widows had a purpose. Xianxia had an older sister and had a husband in the past. Because her husband died of illness, she had suffered enough of being a chaste woman. Later, her widowed life was worse than death. Fortunately, her older sister remarried and was living a good life. She often came back to visit Xianxia. Because of her older sister's experience, Xianxia approved of Liangxia's remarriage. She thought that Liu wanted to act as a matchmaker for Xianxia. Liu was stunned. Matchmaker? Matchmaker, if Xianxia and Mu Tianxiao were in love, and Xianxia was willing to be a widow for Mu Tianxiao, Liu naturally could not say anything. However, Xianxia was clearly disappointed in Mu Tianxiao. Forcing her to be a widow, how was this different from moral kidnapping? Why would a perfectly fine person hang herself on a withered, crooked tree? If a man lost his wife, he had never heard of these men keeping chastity for their wife. People only felt that men needed to be taken care of. It was reasonable for a widower to remarry, but if a widow remarried, she would be criticized behind her back. This was too much of a double standard. However, Liu didn't want Madame Liang to marry anyone else. Mu Tianxiao was dead, so Madame Liang had nothing to do with Mu Tianxiao. She should live the life she wanted to live. Liu shook his head. I don't do matchmaking. He only wanted Madame Liang to completely break free from Mu Tianxiao's shadow. Then, if she wanted to remarry, she could remarry. If she wanted to be quiet, she could be quiet. Liu had plans to help Xianxia, but as for how to do it, he had not thought of it yet. Liu had a deep relationship with the Crown Prince. If he asked the Crown Prince for help, the Crown Prince would definitely help him think of a way. Liu shared his thoughts with Xianxia. Xianxia sighed, if we can truly receive your help, it would be Madame Liang's fortune. I just don't know if she's willing. Breaking off all ties with one's original husband's family was, in the end, turning away from the secular world. It required the person to have the courage to endure confusion and abuse. When Xianxia's older sister remarried, she was scolded by her relatives and neighbors for not abiding by the virtues of a woman. After her remarried husband got married, he took her away from her hometown. Only then was she able to face her new life with ease. Liu never thought that there would be this layer. Was it possible for Madame Liang to refuse his good intentions? Liu decided to send Xianxia to sound out Madame Liang's intentions first. The news she received was that Madame Liang did not want to change the current situation. When asked for a reason, she only said, gossip is a fearful thing. After all, she could live alone and peacefully as Mu Tianxiao's wife. But with her own identity, she had to endure the world's cynicism. This was not something that could be solved by changing a person's identity. It needed to change a group of people. The series of arrangements that Liu originally wanted to make for Madame Liang were all ruined. It seemed that there was no need to discuss it with the Crown Prince. No, he still had to go. Even if Madame Liang did not need it, it did not mean that other women did not need it. This was a society's problem, not a person's problem. Even if with his power, he could only change the world a little. Even if it was just being more tolerant of widows, it would be fine. Liu ran to find the Crown Prince. After searching a few places, he could not find him. From afar, he saw the Crown Prince's imperial bodyguards standing guard outside the study. Liu went over to ask. It turned out that the Crown Prince and Yi had a secret to discuss. Liu consciously turned to leave. However, the imperial bodyguard said that the Crown Prince did not forbid others from approaching, but he did not forbid the Crown Princess from approaching. Liu, what does this mean? Did it mean that it was fine for him to go in directly? Since the Crown Prince did not need to avoid him, Liu did not need to be polite in his own home. After entering the study, he heard Yi Qinghuan's voice. Yi said solemnly, Tianqi, answer me. Is he a human or a demon? Liu? In reality, Liu was not a demon. However, he was very sensitive to the term demon. After all, he was pretending to be a carp demon. When Yi Qinghuan mentioned demon, Liu immediately connected the dots. Could it be that his disguise was so unreliable? First, there was Chu Yanyu, and now there was Yi Qinghuan. Everyone was suspecting him. Chu Yanyu suspected him because his transformation was seen by a palace maid. What was going on with Yi Qinghuan? Liu was very sure that he did not transform in front of Yi Qinghuan. He held his breath and continued to listen. In the face of Yi Qinghuan's questioning, Mu Tianqi was a trustworthy person after all. He did not directly answer. Instead, he pondered for a moment before asking, why do you say that? Yi Qinghuan said. That day, he suddenly appeared at the lotus pond and entrusted the tiger tally to me. However, he refused to go ashore. He even told me not to let anyone near him. It was very strange. However, when I asked the gatekeeper afterwards, the gatekeeper said that he did not see him enter the fu. Mu Tianqi listened without batting an eyelid. The tiger tally was a secret. There were very few people outside who knew about it. However, everyone knew that the crown princess secretly ran out of the palace to call for help. The emperor had seen the fish take the tiger tally away with his own eyes. The crown prince took advantage of the situation to make the emperor think that it was the fish that handed the tiger tally to the crown princess. The crown princess then thought of a way to call for help. This way, it would match the rumors outside. The emperor did not suspect anything. In reality, only the crown prince and Li Yu knew. There was no relay between them. Li Yu was the one who delivered the tiger tally to the fish. Because the rebellion of Princess Xianxia had been successfully resolved, the crown prince did not think much of it. However, Yi Qinghuan found it suspicious. Now, it seemed that he had been negligent. However, the crown prince would not be so easily exposed by these few words. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What can this prove?" "Nothing," Yi Qinghuan said. "I also thought that it might be cousin-in-law who sneaked in when the gatekeeper was unprepared." Later on, a commoner came to the Duke Qing'an mansion to seek an audience. On the way, he ran into a half-fish, half-human monster with a fish head and a human lower body. This monster escaped into the river outside the Duke Qing'an mansion. I originally did not believe it and reprimanded that person, telling him not to talk nonsense. However, later on, I discovered that the river and the lotus pond were connected. Mu Tianqi and Li Yu, holy shit. It can be connected? When he delivered the tiger tally, he had to transform several times due to the complicated route. When he arrived at Duke Qingjianfu, he was in his mermaid form. He hid his tail well in the water, so Yi Qinghuan could not get close to him. After that, he did not say anything, so Li Yu thought that everything was fine. He did not expect heir apparent Yi to still be suspicious of him. There was also the fish-head witness. Sigh, he was also in a hurry. Fortunately, he was encountered by Yi Qinghuan. He was in a hurry to save old Gong and completely forgot. The crown prince frowned in deep thought and did not speak again. Yi Qinghuan said hesitantly, "Actually, all of this does not prove anything." "Yes." Later on, I heard that noble Lady Chu slandered the crown princess, saying that the crown princess was a fish that you raised. I remembered. That day when he was hiding in the water, I saw a silver shadow at the bottom of the water. I originally did not think about what it was, but after hearing noble Lady Chu's absurd words, I actually felt that it should be a fish tail. "Tianqi, no matter what, I still want to ask you first." Yi Qinghuan pondered for a long time and repeatedly pondered over the events of that day. Actually, he already had some conclusions in his heart. The reason why he had delayed until now was because he had finally made up his mind and wanted to obtain confirmation from the crown prince. What noble Lady Chu, noble Lady Wang? Yi Qinghuan was a staunch supporter of the crown prince and only cared about the crown prince's safety. Regardless of whether Li Yu was a person or something else, he could be sure that Li Yu did not have any ill intentions towards the crown prince or his family. This was a fact that had become clearer and clearer in his mind after dawdling for so long. Yi Qinghuan had guessed correctly. Li Yu was so embarrassed that he could dig out a large fish tank from the ground. However, he did not dare to appear face to face with Yi. What if Yi asked him to answer? What should he say? It was easy to refuse to admit it, but Yi Qinghuan had already seen his tail. If he did not admit it, would Yi Qinghuan not suspect anything? He was afraid that this would not solve the problem, but rather deceive himself. Moreover, he was friends with Yi Qinghuan's husband. He could not possibly make a move against Yi Qinghuan. Li Yu did not want to hurt his friends, and he did not want the crown prince to hurt his friends because of him. The crown prince was also in a difficult position. He probed, "If you knew, what would you do?" "Nothing." Yi Qinghuan said, "He saved His Majesty, saved you, and saved me. He also helped you cure your muteness and gave birth to children for you. I will not tell anyone, including the princess. I only want to know the truth. I don't really want to do anything to him." If he had really done something, Yi Qinghuan would not have delayed for so long and come to meet him in private. "Li Yu." Yi Qinghuan, well done. As expected of the man who called him cousin-in-law. Li Yu was so moved that he could not stop. He recalled the day when he gave the tiger tally to Prince Li Qin. It was Yi Qinghuan who helped him even though Prince Li Qin did not believe him. Even if he was suspicious, Yi Qinghuan had always taken care of him. Mu Tianqi sized up Yi Qinghuan. The crown prince understood Yi Qinghuan's temperament. Yi Qinghuan's expression was serious, and he was not lying. The crown prince did not hide anything and simply nodded. "Indeed, it is as you think. Yi Qinghuan, so, he really is?" Yes. Even though Yi Qinghuan was mentally prepared, his mouth was still wide open. No wonder Li Yu could give birth to children and help the crown prince so much. He really was a demon, there really were demons in this world. Why does he stay by your side? Yi Qinghuan stuttered. Prince Yi revered ghosts and gods, but he also revered demons. He could not understand why a demon would lower herself to marry a mortal. The crown prince calmly said, because I have a fate with him for 100 lifetimes. I will be his husband for 100 lifetimes. This is the first lifetime. Li Yu thought the crown prince would say that he was going to undergo a tribulation or something like that, but the crown prince did not. The crown prince felt that this was Xiaoyu's secret. He would rather be beaten to death than say anything. Li Yu finally understood that the crown prince was not spouting nonsense. He was simply slapping dog food on the table. Prince Yi slapped his thigh in realization. So that's why you have that kind of fetish for fish, right? I understand now. The crown prince, ? Li Yu. Yi Qinghuan thought of something and smiled strangely. But if then why don't he just do something? Yi Qinghuan occasionally had things he couldn't figure out. The crown prince said firmly, Xiaoyu has his own principles. We can't force him. Yi Qinghuan nodded. No matter what, as long as Li Yu was on the crown prince's side and harmless to him, it was fine. Then Debao and the others, and Shui Bao, are they also? Yi Qinghuan asked another important question. No, the crown prince said. Shui Bao was born a human. The crown prince personally watched over Li Yu in the delivery room because he was afraid of accidents. He had already thought of ways to protect Xiaoyu. If anything happened, many people would have to be dealt with immediately. The crown prince knew very well that his daughter wasn't a human. As for his sons, although they were born as fish, they were now humans and wouldn't turn into fish. The crown prince didn't want to complicate matters, so he said they weren't. Xiaoyu once told him that the 4 babies could only turn into fish when they were 7 years old. It was still early. If necessary, they could explain it to Uncle Yi. Yi Qinghuan obviously accepted this answer and heaved a sigh of relief visibly. Then how should I interact with him in the future? Are there any taboos? Yi Qinghuan asked. Li Yu was a fish demon. Just thinking about it made him excited. He didn't know in the past and thought that Li Yu had a good personality. Now that he knew, he felt that a demon with a good personality was rare. The crown prince said. No. Even if he did, he wouldn't tell you. Then is he afraid of Xiongfeng? Yi Qinghuan pondered. If Li Yu was afraid, he should try to keep his beloved dog tied up in the future. The crown prince looked at him with a "Are you stupid?" expression. Yi Qinghuan suddenly slapped his head and said, Right, how could I forget that he often plays with Xiongfeng? So he shouldn't be afraid. That was for sure. Li Yu smiled. Xiongfeng had not treated him as a stranger for a long time. He probably knew about him even earlier than his master, Yi Qinghuan. Yi Qinghuan was inexperienced and had a lot of questions. Once he started talking, the crown prince couldn't stand him anymore and planned to drag him out. All right, I'll walk by myself. Don't carry me. I already know. I promise you that I won't tell anyone else. Yi Qinghuan smiled and begged for mercy. Of course, the crown prince knew that Yi Futian was reliable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have admitted it in front of him. Yi Qinghuan said a brief farewell and was about to leave when the crown prince suddenly called out to him, Wait. Yi Qinghuan looked back. The crown prince spoke in an unprecedentedly stern tone, Remember, he is me. Protecting him is protecting me. Yes, your highness. Yi Qinghuan instantly understood the crown prince's intentions. He also became serious like never before. He restrained his smile and clasped his hands towards the crown prince. Now that he knew the truth, his conflicted feelings were much better. He had been trying his best to suppress his feelings, and he couldn't let his wife and parents find out. He had been holding it in for a long time. Yi Qinghuan hummed a little tune as he walked out. When he raised his head, he saw that Li Yu was standing outside. Yi Qinghuan couldn't help but shiver. The present was different from the past. He already knew that Li Yu was a demon. It was still a bit too difficult for him to treat her normally. Yi Qinghuan. Liu knew that he was conflicted and deliberately waved at him. Yi Qinghuan's hands hadn't even trembled when he killed the Lulan rebels. At this moment, his face was completely red. He weakly called out, "Cousin-in-law," and immediately slipped away. Don't misunderstand. Yi Qinghuan wasn't afraid. He had important matters to attend to. For example, he had to go back and settle down the commoner who saw the fishman. Liu was just teasing Yi Qinghuan. He didn't want to do anything else. As soon as Yi Qinghuan left, he stepped into the room. "Tianqi, I'm here," Liu said with a smile. When the crown prince saw him, the seriousness on his face disappeared. Only tenderness remained. He didn't seem surprised at all that this fish had come to the study. "Tianqi, I heard your conversation with Yi Qinghuan just now," Liu said. The crown prince was speechless. The crown prince held his hand. "I'm sorry." Yi Qinghuan found out. "I can't hide it anymore." Liu quickly shook his head. "It's nothing. Yi Qinghuan isn't an outsider. It's just that you told him that we have a promise of 100 generations. This?" Liu wanted to ask the crown prince what he was thinking. However, the crown prince faintly glanced at him. "Can't I?" Liu's heart was pierced by the loneliness in the crown prince's eyes. He quickly said loudly, "Of course." "Then it's settled." "It's settled." The crown prince curled his lips. What was the point of tricking Yi Qinghuan? Even though he already had 4 sons and 1 daughter, the crown prince was still worried that the carp spirit would abandon him. If there really was a promise of 100 generations, would he still be afraid that this fish would leave? Liu was confused by old Gong's charm. He didn't realize that he had been tricked. When the husband and wife were alone, they were tired of each other as usual. Liu playfully rubbed old Gong's leg. He thought of something important. "Tianqi, can I help some widowed women? If they want to start a new life, can I support them?" This was only a rough plan. As for how to implement it, because he didn't know what these women needed, he couldn't list it out. However, Liu hoped that there would at least be a place where they could ask for help. He wanted to clearly show the world that there were people in this world who supported widows starting a new life. When he said this, the crown prince knew who it was. He thought for a moment and said, "You want to help Xianxia. She was betrothed by Fu Huang. It won't be easy." "I know. It seems that she doesn't want me to help. What I mean is to help women like Xianxia." Liu actually wanted to create an organization like the Women's Federation. If he could provide help to these women, as long as they needed it, he would help. Xianxia was naturally included. Originally, he had planned to use emotion and reason to convince the crown prince to accept his idea. However, when the words reached his mouth, he changed his mind. The crown prince had once said to Yi Qinghuan, "He is me." It turned out that he was this important in the crown prince's heart. Liu's mind rippled for a while. He was very curious as to how far the crown prince would go for him. It was said that the standard to test if an old attacker was considerate was to act cute and coquettish. Let him act a little coquettish. "Tianqi, I just want to help them, okay?" Liu grabbed the crown prince's arm and shook it tentatively. Mu Tianqi paused slightly and then said with a smile, "Okay." This was okay, Liu probed again, "Then I will tell you the reason why I want to help them. Will you listen?" The crown prince said, "I will listen." Liu was overjoyed and immediately listed all the injustices that had been done to women in the ancient times. If he wanted to change this era, it was best for people to have empathy with these women. Perhaps it would be very difficult. After all, many people would not have the same experiences as them. However, everyone had a mother, sisters, and daughters. Just like Shui Bao was his and the crown prince's daughter. Helping these women, maybe one day, he would help the women close to him. "There is some logic," the crown prince said. "What do you want to do?" If it was money and food, there was no need to discuss it with him. The crown princess could make the decision herself. Therefore, the crown prince had a premonition that it would not be an easy task. Liu blinked and kept the crown prince in suspense. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, let's do a public opinion poll." "What is this?" The crown prince had never heard of it. "It's, look at mine." Liu wrote a few questions and made them into 2 sets of papers. He ordered the servants to copy them and called them questionnaires, preparing to distribute them outside the Fu. He set a temporary rule. Anyone who answered the papers seriously would receive a copper coin as a reward after handing them in. Each person was limited to 1 answer. This was undoubtedly giving money to the people. Liu asked Xianxia to spread the news in advance. A long line had already formed outside. There were many people among the people who did not know how to write, and they all felt that it was a pity. Liu asked Xianxia to pass the message that even if they did not know how to write, the people of the Crown Prince's residence could ask questions according to the papers. They only needed to answer verbally, and their answers would be recorded. This way, they could receive money. This way, the line grew bigger and bigger. Xianxia did not finish distributing the questionnaires, so he added several dozen more before every commoner present received one. Many of these people were scholars. After seeing the questionnaires, they all shook their heads. What kind of messy questions were these? For example, how do you view a widow remarrying? Did they need to answer specifically? Could it be that after studying for so long, they did not even know the most basic sense of shame? Many people answered the first paper without hesitation, but when it came to the second paper, there was only 1 sentence. Imagine if the unfortunate person who lost her husband was your relative. Please answer the first question again. If everyone could answer the first paper, the second paper was a bit tricky. Because they could only receive money if they answered seriously, many people were extremely serious and racked their brains. If it was their relative, what would they do? In this way, Liu distributed a small sum of money and received the hearts of the people. Liu sorted out the papers. Among the more than 200 commoners who participated in the survey, less than 10% strongly opposed the 2 questionnaires, and 10% were tolerant of both. The remaining 80% changed their attitude from strong opposition to acceptance when they considered that it was their relative. Sure enough, people always stood on the moral high ground when it did not concern them. In reality, they knew very well that widows did not have a good life. If it was someone related to them, they would not be so harsh. Liu handed the sorted results to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince glanced through 10 lines and praised, "So Xiaoyu wants to plead for the people." Yes. Liu did not deny it. Doing his best could only help a few people. However, if he could speak to the emperor and make changes from the top to the bottom, he would benefit more than a few people. "Xianxia, will you help me?" Liu asked. "Yes." The Crown Prince said firmly. "Because I am you?" Liu asked, half touched and half mischievously. It turned out that this fish had heard it. The Crown Prince smiled, "Because I will give you whatever you want." "Xianxia," the Crown Prince's swearing words stunned Liu. He suddenly thought of the main plot that had been silent after the chaos of Princess Xianxia. What did it mean to share the country? The Crown Prince would even give him what he wanted. Since he had said such words, should he also bravely move forward? In addition to helping those women, I actually want something else. Xianxia was shocked for a moment, not because Liu boldly mentioned the country, but because of that sentence, the final tribulation. What did the final tribulation mean? Although Xiaoyu herself did not say why she stayed by his side, Xianxia was reminded by Liao Kong, and he could sense that Xiaoyu was going to pass the tribulation. The last tribulation, because of the bandits, Xiaoyu did not completely succeed. Xianxia naturally thought, since this was the final tribulation, after the tribulation, would Xiaoyu leave him? Now that he was the Crown Prince, he had a son and a daughter. In the eyes of outsiders, it was already very perfect. He was very afraid that this perfection would make the carp spirit think that she had stayed by his side long enough, and that it was time to leave him. But he cared more about Xiaoyu with each passing day. He could not accept Xiaoyu leaving unless he died. Every time he mentioned it, Xiaoyu always stammered and did not speak clearly, to the point that he did not hesitate to use any means to trap this fish by his side. He knew that Xiaoyu was kind-hearted and even wanted to take care of Piao Shui and Lianshi. Xianxia did not believe that she stayed by his side for so long just to seek the country. Xiaoyu was different from other people. If she really wanted to negotiate with him, why didn't she choose to do it when he was in a difficult situation? That way, no matter what the reason was, he would have agreed. However, Xiaoyu had inadvertently and hurriedly brought it up when he was no longer in any obstacles. If he was an evil person, he would have just brushed her off with a few words or rejected her outright. What could Xiaoyu do? Could it be that the smart Xiaoyu was not clear about this? In fact, there was no need for Xiaoyu to ask. He originally planned to give Xiaoyu the same rights as the regent after he ascended the throne. He knew that Xiaoyu often wanted to do something and had the ability to do it, but she was bound by the titles of Wang Fei and Crown Prince Consort. She was also afraid that this would cause estrangement between them. But how could that be? When the imperial physician detoxified him, he was once unconscious and accidentally remembered some old things in his sleep. His muteness, the position of crown prince, and even his life could not be separated from Xiaoyu's help. If the regent was not enough and Xiaoyu wanted more, when he could afford it, he would not be stingy. Xiaoyu's tone, rather than saying that she really wanted it, it was more like she was testing him. Mu Tianqi saw the essence of this phenomenon and felt that this test was very likely related to the final tribulation. Would Xiaoyu turn around and leave if he answered her? It wasn't impossible. Following the safe birth of baby Snow, the uneasiness in Mu Tianqi's heart grew more and more. He definitely could not make a single mistake. He would rather not answer than to answer wrongly. Mu Tianqi tightened his jaw and said, "Let me think about it, then I will answer you." Li Yu, who had been waiting for the standard answer. Didn't the crown prince just say that he would give him whatever he wanted? Li Yu couldn't help but pout. If a man was reliable, even a pig would climb a tree. On one hand, he felt that the crown prince knew how to coax him with beautiful words. On the other hand, he knew that his request was a bit too much. A country wasn't something that could be taken lightly. Some people were willing to give up their parents and children for a country. Some people were even willing to give up their own lives. A country was so important that it belonged to the crown prince. Who did he think he was? Why should the crown prince share his family's property with him? Li Yu secretly scolded himself for being stupid. He was actually blinded by the crown prince's love and let his imagination run wild. He forgot that the bottom line couldn't be touched. An extremely stupid question put the crown prince and himself in an awkward situation. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked this. Just pretend that I never mentioned it," Li Yu said. He wouldn't hate the crown prince because of this. After all, he didn't grasp the situation well. They had already reached the final storyline. How could it be so easy? He just felt a little disappointed and let it go. Besides, the crown prince didn't really refuse. He said that he would consider it. If it was someone else, the crown prince would have already turned hostile. They had only been together for more than 2 years. Maybe in another 2 years, or when they were old, the crown prince would give an answer after considering. Anyway, the boss was gone. As the crown princess, no one dared to target her. Even if an excellent carp spirit had to change once a day, the difference wasn't big. Li Yu comforted himself in time. His mentality was very stable. Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, he was still intimate with the crown prince. Mu Tianqi was even more certain that deliberately delaying and not saying what was in his heart was right. Otherwise, this fish might just pat her butt and leave him and his children behind. Because of his refusal, he could feel that Xiaoyu was a little disappointed. But it didn't matter. He would help Xiaoyu find somewhere else to make up for it. Li Yu didn't complete the storyline, so he devoted himself to the construction of the Women's Federation. Of course, this was ancient times. It wasn't easy to understand why it was called the Women's Federation. Li Yu changed the name slightly. It was called the Women's Assistance Association. Initially, he wanted to get the emperor's support to build an office in the imperial city. If it was done well, he would gradually promote it to other places. Ever since the public opinion poll, Li Yu was more confident. The crown prince gave him a crooked idea. It was a deep-rooted concept that women should keep their chastity. If he wanted to change this concept, it wasn't enough to rely on the opinions of the common people. It was best to get the opinions of the officials. That would be more persuasive. Li Yu thought that it made sense. But how was he going to get the officials to fill in the questionnaire? The crown prince looked at the crown princess with a faint smile, then glanced at his legs. Li Yu's face instantly turned red. He already had a son and a daughter. Why was he still doing it? The crown princess mumbled, but she still went over and sat down. The crown prince hugged the crown princess contentedly. The Snowbow's 1-month-old celebration had just ended, so it wasn't good to hold another one immediately. This was also where Liu was troubled. It wasn't easy to find an excuse. Liu was trying to guess what the Crown Prince was going to say when the Crown Prince directly ordered the officials of the 6 ministries to come to the Crown Prince's residence. Liu was speechless. Alright, the Crown Prince had special privileges. Because the Crown Prince was personally guarding, the officials worked hard to answer the questions. Liu didn't spend much effort and completed the task. At first, he thought that most of the officials didn't agree with the widow remarrying. However, the reality was the opposite. Liu thought about it carefully. It was probably because the officials were experienced and knowledgeable. They knew that keeping chastity was not beneficial for women. It was only because the imperial court respected it. Liu sorted everyone's papers into categories and organized a list. He originally hoped that the Crown Prince could help him speak in front of the emperor. However, the Crown Prince said, "Since it's your idea, it's better for you to speak to Imperial Father directly." Liu panicked. Didn't the Crown Prince say that he would help him? Was he helping him enter the fire pit? Moreover, he was the Crown Princess, not an official. Would he be scolded when he went to court? However, Liu really wanted to create the Women's Federation. He wasn't just saying it. The Crown Prince went to court, and Liu followed closely behind him. Woo-woo, he felt that the censors and a group of slightly older officials could stare holes in him with their daggers. When he saw Liu, the emperor looked at the Crown Prince with a puzzled expression. Mu Tianqi curled his lips and said, "Imperial Father, the Crown Princess has a memorial that she wants to present to Imperial Father. This son feels that he is also a member of the Imperial family and should have the right to present a memorial to Imperial Father." Which daughter-in-law would present memorials at the drop of a hat? The emperor was a bit surprised. However, when he thought about Liu's idea of controlling the locusts in the western border, the emperor loved talent and approved it. Liu then presented the memorial he had organized to the emperor. After reading it, the emperor smiled and said, "This is an old practice left behind by the previous dynasty. This dynasty is still using it. I didn't realize it for a while. It's rare for you to gather so much information. I will consider it carefully. The Relief Society has its merits, so I'll leave it to you. You can draft a detailed plan for me." It was done just like that. Liu was secretly happy. He was too lucky. He thought that he would need to rely on a long speech to convince the emperor, but the emperor actually approved it. Liu quickly thanked him, and the surrounding officials cheered. Liu suddenly had an idea and was enlightened. Why didn't the officials oppose it? It was because keeping chastity wasn't a rule set by the emperor. If it could be abolished, it would be beneficial to the emperor's reputation. How could the emperor not accept it? Moreover, even if the emperor didn't accept it at first, when he saw the attitude of so many officials, he would consider it carefully. Was that why the Crown Prince wanted him to gather the opinions of the officials? Liu suddenly turned around and looked at the Crown Prince. Was the Crown Prince teaching him? The Crown Prince smiled gently at him. Liu's heart was scratching. He could feel that the Crown Prince wasn't afraid of him at all. The Crown Prince even specially gave him pointers. He still loved him. Why did sharing the country, need to consider? Liu didn't know either. Later, the emperor issued a decree, making it clear that one of the husband and wife had died, and the other party was free to come and go. Keeping chastity was a virtue, but not keeping it was understandable. The emperor's decree gave Liu a basis to do things. Because there were too many things to do in the beginning of the Relief Society, Liu couldn't be distracted. He had to find a place and find people. When it was really opened, he was worried that someone would come and cause trouble. Finally, the Relief Society welcomed the first woman who wanted to ask for help. She was tortured by her husband's family after his death. She couldn't stand it and wanted to leave her husband's family, but the elders in her husband's family refused to let her go. The woman was desperate and had a strong reaction. She wanted to end her life several times, but she was saved every time. She heard that a new relief society had been established, and this was the last straw. Liu quickly found Madame Qin, Xiao Luo, and the others to counsel this woman. He also used his identity as the Crown Prince's wife and the Emperor's instructions to persuade her husband's family. The woman was able to leave peacefully. Li Yu was already mentally prepared, and he increasingly understood the importance of patience and care. After a while, the Relief Society's work was on the right track, and more people wanted to ask for help. The emperor ordered trained female officials to take over. Li Yu smoothly stepped back and occasionally helped to come up with ideas. The Relief Society became famous. Later, even Madame Liang summoned the courage to come accompanied by servants. After all, if there was a new path to take, who would be willing to stay in the mud forever? The crown prince had said that Madame Liang's situation was more complicated than that of other women. Li Yu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to persuade the emperor, so he grabbed the crown prince to help. Fortunately, the emperor had issued an imperial edict saying that he couldn't make things difficult for widows. He also couldn't make things difficult for Madame Liang. Moreover, this marriage was decided by the emperor. Although Madame Liang was suspected of disobeying the edict, the marriage that the emperor wanted was also the source of Madame Liang's pain. The emperor hated Mu Tianxiao, so he didn't ask about Madame Liang. Since Madame Liang and Mu Tianxiao had long lost their friendship, the crown prince suggested that the emperor allow Madame Liang and Mu Tianxiao's memorial tablet to be separated. Li Yu was completely speechless. The crown prince really spared no effort to deal with the sixth prince. But wasn't this the most basic and effective method? The crown prince's suggestion was very much to the emperor's liking, and the emperor approved it. From then on, Madame Liang was free. She successively kowtowed to the emperor, the crown prince, and Li Yu. "No need to thank me," the crown prince said. "If it weren't for Xiaoyu's persistence, we might not have reached this step today." Madame Liang understood in her heart and hurriedly kowtowed to Li Yu a few more times. Li Yu secretly glanced at the crown prince. The crown prince was also looking at him. Li Yu pondered in his heart. The crown prince even gave him the credit, which meant that he didn't have any grudges against him. "Xianxia, can we discuss the matter from last time again?" Li Yu asked. Was the crown prince hiding something from him? Li Yu's intuition told him so. He was also in a difficult position. Both of them had 5 children. Since the crown prince trusted him, why couldn't he be honest with him? But when he thought of the crown prince's lies, Li Yu lost the confidence to pursue the matter. In this day and age, shouldn't it be popular to have a little secret? "I got it." A bright light bulb popped up above Li Yu's head. How could he forget that he had a ready-made secret viewer, the system? Li Yu immediately entered the system, which he hadn't entered in a long time. In the past, when he was doing missions, he had accumulated a pile of secrets that he hadn't had time to read. He had to destroy them all. "I want to extract the secrets that I've accumulated in the past," Li Yu said. The system immediately responded and listed the crown prince's secrets. There were still no descriptions. It was just a scene that changed. Li Yu was depressed. Wasn't this catching him off guard? Moreover, he couldn't describe what the crown prince's most recent secret was about. "Look, it's almost become a jingle." Li Yu asked tentatively, "Are there any recent secrets?" The system said, "Secrets can only be refreshed randomly. They can't be searched for." Li Yu. Okay, I knew you were a scammer. Li Yu could only read all the secrets one by one. These secrets were mostly the crown prince's unknown methods. Li Yu could generally judge who appeared in the scene. Li Yu quickly learned a lot of things that he didn't know before. Mu Tianxiao had been impeached by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Xingjing, and lost the emperor's trust. In fact, it was the crown prince who ordered someone to pass the news to Xingjing. The crown prince wrote a letter to the emperor, advancing step by step, asking to be made the emperor's official consort. Before the crown prince left the western border, he specially went to the old Duke Qing'an's place and asked Ji Qian to take out the green plum wine that he brewed for them. Li Yu was dazzled, but this was the crown prince's normal behavior. After reading one secret, a new one would be refreshed. Li Yu suddenly saw a scene where a fish swam past. Could it be here? Li Yu quickly clicked on the secret. This secret scene was in the water. A black fish with a hint of gold was struggling to hold the corner of a child's clothes in its mouth as it swam towards the surface of the water. Wasn't this his fish body before he had completely transformed into a koi? At that time, his body's base color was black, and he hadn't had the time to do the quest to change it. Li Yu wouldn't make a mistake, but he probably hadn't picked up a child in the water before. This child looked even bigger than Dabao. The child happened to turn his face around. His cheeks were bright red. When he saw that it was a fish that saved him, his eyes were filled with surprise. Li Yu was even more surprised than him. Although this child was not Dabao, his face was extremely similar to Dabao's. Li Yu finally recognized him. This was little Fatty. When Dabao's father was young, Li Yu choked. He had almost forgotten that this was the Crown Prince's secret. The child in the secret was definitely the Crown Prince. However, there were also contradictions. Li Yu remembered that his fish body had met little Fatty before. It should have been in the illusory realm. How did he end up in the Crown Prince's secret? Illusory realms were imaginary and didn't exist. However, the secret was real. Why was this place in a mess? Li Yu was confused and continued to watch. This should be little Fatty's perspective. Li Yu also saw the black and gold fish roll up on its own and let little Fatty rub it. Li Yu, originally, he was a little suspicious that this black and gold fish wasn't him at all. In the end, it was so active. Who else could it be other than him? The black and gold fish brought little Fatty to the shore. Little Fatty hugged the fish excitedly. Inspired by the fish, he rubbed the fish's head unskillfully. Little Fatty played with the fish for a while. When he heard the sound of people, the fish bones slipped into the water. Li Yu saw the golden light shining in the pond. That was obviously where the fish was hiding. Little Fatty wanted to find the fish. At this moment, the emperor brought a group of imperial physicians over and asked about little Fatty's situation. Little Fatty fainted. The imperial physicians found that he had a high fever. The emperor wanted the imperial physicians to treat little Fatty no matter what. Finally, a monk appeared. Li Yu recognized this monk. He was the young Liao Kong. Liao Kong helped the imperial physicians treat little Fatty who had a fever. The emperor also listened to Liao Kong and decided to change little Fatty's name. The emperor smiled and said, "I saw a pond full of golden light. Let's call it Tianchi." Li Yu, when he was a fish, he hid and didn't notice the changes in the light on the surface of the water. However, from the perspective of a bystander, he knew that the golden light the emperor saw was because of the refraction of the golden scales on his stomach. Could it be that the Crown Prince's name was because of him? After recovering from his illness, little Fatty, Mu Tianchi, came to the edge of the water and looked at the water. Little Fatty had forgotten the details after he fell into the water. He couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. After the secret ended, Li Yu couldn't calm down for a long time. What was going on? Why did the promised illusion become reality? Did he really exist in the experience of the Crown Prince when he was young? The system didn't answer. Only the scenes represented by the secret kept flashing and changing. Li Yu continued to look. He found a scene where Mu Tianchi had become the Crown Prince's attire. Li Yu chose this scene next. In the scene, Mu Tianchi sat in front of a table and wrote something on a piece of paper. Li Yu waited for a long time, but he didn't see anyone else. The Crown Prince was still writing non-stop. Li Yu thought about it and went to look at the note the Crown Prince wrote. He usually avoided the Crown Prince when he was dealing with private matters. However, when he recalled the Crown Prince's trust in him and the various help he had given him, Li Yu mustered the courage to look at it himself. He felt that what the Crown Prince was writing had become a secret. Perhaps it was related to government affairs, or perhaps it was a secret order. A secret was something that had already happened. It was a memory. The Crown Prince inside shouldn't be able to sense him. Let's just take a look. Li Yu took a quick glance. Who would have thought that he would actually see his own name at this glance? Li Yu paused and looked down again. He vaguely recognized a sentence. Appoint Li Yu as the Empress, the same position as the Regent. Li Yu, exclamation point. Li Yu quickly reacted. This was the Crown Prince's arrangement after he ascended the throne. If the Crown Prince ascended the throne, Li Yu would naturally be the Fish Empress. He had mentally prepared himself countless times, so he could accept it. Appointing him as the Empress was nothing, but the second half was the main point. The same position as the Regent, the Empress's job was to manage the Emperor's harem. At most, she would advise the Emperor when he was out of tune. The Regent was different. He had real power and Could govern the country, hiss, Li Yu's teeth itched. His old gong was sneaky. What kind of strange combination did he give him, the position of the empress and the regent? Was it the regent empress? Wait, wasn't this sharing the country? Li Yu quivered. System, can my main task be completed? The system said. Host, I'm sorry. The tyrant didn't say anything, so it doesn't count. He had already written it, so why didn't it count? Li Yu was anxious. Just as he was about to argue, he saw the crown prince put down his brush and read the note carefully with a smile. Then, he sighed softly and put the note close to the candle. He watched as the words were swallowed by the flame. Li Yu, the note was burned by the crown prince. No wonder it didn't count. However, he couldn't blame the crown prince. The crown prince was only one step away from the throne. This kind of thing was disrespectful, so the crown prince had to get rid of it. But if that was the case, why did he write it? Also, if the crown prince wanted him to govern the country with him, why didn't he tell him? Why didn't he talk about the country when he mentioned it? In addition to knowing the crown prince's intentions, Li Yu had many more doubts. After exiting the system, Li Yu wanted to find the crown prince and ask him about it. However, the crown prince went to the Ministry of Revenue and wasn't in the residence. Li Yu remembered that he had been busy with the Women's Association and neglected Princess Xuebao. He should take care of the child first. Li Yu entered Xuebao's room and found Xiao Luo, who was in charge of taking care of the child, asleep in front of the cradle. Xiao Luo was still young and had to take care of Xuebao. Sometimes, she would be summoned by Li Yu to help out at the association. There were many things to do in a day. As the master, Li Yu was easy to talk to. He followed Xiao Luo to sleep. He was on one side of the cradle and found that Xuebao's little face was facing the other side. Li Yu turned and found Debao and the rest. The 4 babies were lying on the ground and had also fallen asleep. Erbao's fingers were still on his chubby face, making funny faces to tease his sister. Debao and Sanbao's hands were pinching Erbao's face. Sibao was a little further away from them and was curled up in a ball. It was unknown if he had rolled over before falling asleep or if he had rolled over after falling asleep. Li Yu smiled and tucked his daughter in first. Xuebao's little face was rosy in her sleep. Her eyes were moving under her eyelids. Li Yu quickly stroked her back. Xuebao had not woken up yet and had fallen asleep again. Li Yu turned and took 2 blankets from the bed. He put one over Xiao Luo's shoulder and one over the 4 babies. When he was covering them, he thought that he was very gentle. However, he still woke Debao up. Debao rolled and got up. He rubbed his eyes and called out in a daze, "Father?" Li Yu quickly shushed him. He thought that Debao would continue sleeping like Xuebao. Who knew that Debao would wake up instead? The responsible brother fish and father fish covered the other baby fish with blankets. They even learned from their father and covered Xuebao's sister with blankets. They patted her and took care of Xuebao. Debao was really a reliable brother. Li Yu couldn't help but smile. Xiao Luo woke up not long after. She realized that she had accidentally fallen asleep. The crown prince consort was taking care of the children. Xiao Luo looked guilty. Not only did Li Yu not blame her, but he even waved his hand at her magnanimously to let her go and rest. Xiao Luo was extremely touched. She bowed to Li Yu and retreated. Thinking that the little masters might be hungry after waking up, Xiao Luo went to make preparations. The weather today was not bad and was very warm. There was a gap in the windows in the room to prevent the room from being too stuffy. Li Yu simply opened the windows completely to let in some air. The sky was very blue. Li Yu casually glanced at it. A few dark clouds floated over from the distant horizon. Mu Tianqi had recently entered the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue intended to show off and was reporting to the Crown Prince about the important matters of the Ministry of Revenue over the past few years. A cold wind blew in. The Crown Prince looked up and glanced outside the window. 15 minutes ago, the sky was still bright and beautiful. Now, it was filled with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. "Your Highness, please be careful," the Minister of Revenue said with concern. But Mu Tianqi did not listen. The Crown Prince's hand that was holding the memorial paused. He was still looking outside the window. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning suddenly lit up and fell, followed by the roar of thunder. The thunder was unusually loud. The crown prince looked at the place where the lightning fell. It seemed to be the crown prince's residence. Xiaoyu was still in the residence. Mu Tianqi's face was ghastly pale from the lightning. He recalled the few ancient cultivation books he had read in the past. This kind of lightning and wind should be a lightning tribulation. The crown prince immediately threw down his brush and strode out the door. The Minister of Revenue and several officials were shocked. They went forward to persuade the crown prince, but the crown prince turned a deaf ear. The minister had no choice. He could not persuade the crown prince. He ordered people to fetch a straw cape and bamboo hat. But when they came, the crown prince was long gone. Mu Tianqi rode a fast horse and rushed back to the crown prince's residence in the rain as fast as lightning. The crown prince did not even have time to get off his horse and rushed into the residence with his horse. Eunuch Wang was frightened by the crown prince's sudden appearance. He asked nervously what happened, but the crown prince did not say anything. The crown prince rushed all the way back to his room. His heart tightened when he heard the child's crying. He broke through the door without caring about anything else. He saw Debao sitting on the ground and rubbing his eyes. Liu stood in front of the window, his clothes fluttering. At this moment, he thought that the other party was going to fly away. No matter how he tried to avoid Xiaoyu's problem, did the final tribulation still come? The lightning tribulation was dangerous. Even if he succeeded, he would have to leave. Xiaoyu, don't go! Mu Tianqi shouted. He rushed forward, separated the fish from the wind and rain, and firmly locked it in his arms. Debao was crying because of the wind. Liu, who wanted to close the window because of the thunder and wind, was speechless. Debao forgot to be sad. He blinked his eyes and stared blankly at his two fathers. Tianqi, what's wrong? Liu was puzzled and asked softly. The crown prince's face and body were full of rain. His brocade clothes were soaked. He hugged Liu tightly and refused to let go. Don't go. The crown prince said in a muffled voice. Liu heard him repeat this sentence intermittently and suddenly came to a realization. Because he said that he was a carp spirit, the crown prince was more into the act than him. It was an ordinary thunderstorm, but the crown prince thought that he was going to pass the tribulation. What kind of sin did he commit? Why was this person so stupid? Liu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sniffled and hugged the crown prince tightly. Liu closed the window. The room was wet from the wind and rain that blew in. Liu called Xiao Luo over and carried the children and baby Snow to the next room. Debao grabbed his father's sleeve and refused to leave. Liu hugged Debao and kissed him, letting him go with peace of mind. Only the drenched crown prince was left. Liu took a clean handkerchief and wiped the water on the crown prince's face. Mu Tianqi was still staring at him, afraid that he would fly away if he wasn't careful. Liu was distressed and angry. What are you looking at? This is a thunderstorm, not a tribulation. You don't even use an umbrella. Are you made of iron? The crown prince was speechless. The crown prince curled his lips and coughed. I forgot. Liu kept a straight face as she lectured him. But even though she lectured him, her actions were very gentle. After wiping his face, Liu found a set of clean clothes from the wardrobe. He wanted to wipe the crown prince's body and change his clothes. Xiaoyu, you're wet too. The crown prince struggled. The crown prince wanted to change himself, but Liu glared at him fiercely. The crown prince knew that he was in the wrong and had no choice but to shut his mouth. Liu nimbly helped him change his clothes. She then looked at herself. Most of her clothes were already wet. Liu took off her wet outer shirt, found a quilt, and crawled under it. Mu Tianqi was speechless. Mu Tianqi also crawled in. The two hugged each other and listened to the wind and rain outside the window with their body temperature. Liu thought carefully for a while. He didn't know how to make the topic clear, so he went straight to the point. Tianqi, do you want to make me the regent queen in the future? The crown prince, who was caught off guard, was speechless. The crown prince didn't know how this fish knew about his plan. This was not the point. The carp spirit must have some tricks that he didn't know. He didn't care. However, he couldn't admit it when it came to the country. Mu Tianqi said coldly, no, I didn't think about it. The bastard still didn't admit it. Just a little bit more and everything would have been over. Liu was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. However, when he saw the obvious teeth marks on the back of the Crown Prince's hand, Liu couldn't bear to do it. Stupid Crown Prince, listen to me. Liu grabbed the Crown Prince's collar. The Crown Prince lowered his eyes, silently and obediently encircling Liu. Do you think I'm going to transcend the tribulation and fly, ascend to the heavens? It's not like that. Liu is already trying her best to translate the system's language into cultivation language. It's not convenient for her to reveal it. I transcended the tribulation because I wanted to completely transform into a human. This is the purpose of my tribulation. Crown Prince, the Crown Prince thought to himself that this must be a lie. How could there be an evil spirit in this world who didn't want to be an immortal and wanted to be immortal? However, the one who told him this was a carp spirit who had already given birth to his children in his arms. The Crown Prince unconsciously hugged Liu tightly. Is it true? It's true. Liu hurriedly promised. No matter what, it was true that he wanted to transform into a human. Then why did you? The Crown Prince was still worried. Liu, there's no reason. I don't want to be an immortal. His sparkling eyes gazed at the Crown Prince, who was afraid of parting with him, and said softly, I only like you. You will regret it. The Crown Prince reminded him in a hoarse voice. Evil spirits lived longer than humans. If Xiaoyu wanted to be a human, the Crown Prince was full of contradictions. Although he hoped that they could be together for 100 lifetimes, he didn't want Xiaoyu to destroy her future for him. Because he liked this fish so much, even if he had to choose between himself and Xiaoyu, he would still choose Xiaoyu without hesitation. I won't regret it, really. Liu said loudly. Xianxia, when you appointed the Queen Regent, did you ever regret it? What if I have ulterior motives? What if I approach you for other purposes? What if everything I do is to bring chaos to the country? You're not, the Crown Prince said firmly. Even if you are, it doesn't matter. Liu was stunned. The Crown Prince actually said, it didn't matter. The Crown Prince hugged Liu and let him lie on his chest. He rested his chin on his forehead. Liao Kong said that you saved me before. Although I know, I just can't remember. Later, the imperial physician cured me of the poison of the snowcrow seed. I was in a coma for a period of time. By chance, I remembered the past. Many years ago, he hugged the fish like this. The fish lay on his chest and wagged its tail happily. Xiaoyu, you saved me. I remember everything. Even my life is yours. If it's you, it doesn't matter, the Crown Prince said. You really remember it? Liu felt that it was unbelievable. It was just a side task, but he actually appeared in Mu Qianqi's memory. At that time, what he thought was an illusion was actually real. The name Mu Qianqi was also because of him. Besides being surprised, Liu was also glad. Fortunately, he saved the little fatty. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liu always had a lot of questions in his heart. Since they talked about it, he could ask. Qianqi, why do you always touch the fish's head? What do you mean? Liu asked curiously. He obviously learned this action from the adult Mu Qianqi and taught it to the little fatty. The little fatty was not even familiar with ruining fish back then. When he grew up, he used it on him. What was the meaning of this mysterious and magical signature action? Mu Qianqi smiled and rubbed his head again. He said with a double meaning, stop fooling around. The Crown Prince refused to say anything again. Liu groaned gloomily. Then, why did you pick up the fish back then? He could at least say this, right? Now, Mu Qianqi could answer this question. He kissed his lips and said, because the sound of the fish's tail suddenly stopped. Liu was confused. Although I don't remember at that time, I still remember the sound of your tail. When the sound stopped, the fish died. I don't want you to die, the Crown Prince said. Liu was moved. So it was like this. The Crown Prince saved him. It was the result of him saving the Crown Prince, and it was also the reason why he could save the Crown Prince. This was a super difficult question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. This was AF*King Circle, but so what? The Crown Prince didn't care at all. He didn't care if he was hugged like this. Xianxia, this is the last tribulation. Can you help me? Liu said pitifully, if I can't complete it, I will turn into fish bones and fish ashes. The crown prince was speechless. Was it that serious to fail a tribulation? How could the crown prince bear to let the carp demon turn into fish bones and fish ashes? He nodded solemnly. What do you need me to do? The crown prince asked. A few days later, the crown prince's coronation ceremony. Mu Tianqi was appointed as the crown prince in front of the ancestors of Ancestor Worship Hall. After the imperial edict was read, the emperor pardoned the world and everyone celebrated. Liu was wearing the crown princess's embroidered uniform. As the crown princess, he stood closer to the crown prince than the others. He had a solemn expression and his back was straight. After the imperial edict was read, the emperor ordered the crown prince to worship the heavens on his behalf. Liu and the others were about to kneel down. Mu Tianqi strode in front of Liu and held the crown princess's hand as if no one else was around. This wasn't good, right? The coronation ceremony was the crown prince's stage. Why was the crown princess joining in the fun? Liu felt everyone's eyes on him and was under great pressure. Don't be nervous. I've already reported to father, the crown prince said. When Liu heard this, he glanced at the emperor from afar. The emperor waved at them. The crown prince and the crown princess were the future emperor and empress. It was okay for the crown princess to worship the heavens with the crown prince. The crown prince had always been considerate. Liu didn't have to worry about these trivial matters. He was pulled by the crown prince and the two walked to the Star Hill platform built for the ceremony. The platform stood tall with a divine position on it. Countless offerings were placed in front of the divine position. The drums and music sounded. Liu was fully focused on the crown prince's movements. They completed the complicated ceremony together. After the ceremony, the two looked at the crowd below the platform. Liu inexplicably thought of the people who bowed to him in the West. Facing such a scene again, he was already confident. Perhaps, this was the feeling of being in a superior position. Is it done? The crown prince asked. It's done. Liu nodded expectantly. Xiaoyu wanted to go through the tribulation when the ceremony was more ritualistic. The crown prince struggled for a long time before he understood what ritualistic feeling was. He chose the time of the ceremony to help Xiaoyu. The crown prince looked into Liu's eyes and said softly, I'm willing. The system's voice sounded in Liu's mind, intertwining with the crown prince's voice. It was both a pledge of loyalty and the sweetest confession. The crown prince said clearly, I'm willing to share the country with you. The share the country quest was finally completed. Liu wanted to wake up from his dreams with a smile. After the ceremony, he found an empty spot and entered the system. Once he was free, he waited to straighten his back and receive the reward. The system had already sent out the reward package for the main storyline. Liu clicked on it and accepted it. His human transformation skill had become fish transformation, and there was no time limit or number of times it could be used. He could even cancel it. This meant that under normal circumstances, he was no longer a fish, but a human. And he was a human who could transform into a fish at will. The mermaid and fishman skills were the same. There were no longer any restrictions. He could perfectly play the role of a carp spirit. Liu's dimensional pocket doubled again, to the point where she didn't even know how big it was. For the final reward, an illusory door appeared in front of Liu. What was this? Liu asked. The system said, Congratulations, host. You have completed all the main quests and changed the Tyrant's personality. You can return to the real world through this door. Liu still remembered that he was wearing a book. Behind this door, was leaving this book? Liu took a deep breath. He admitted that this was indeed a great temptation. He wanted to leave on the first day he transmigrated, but now that he could leave, he couldn't take this step. He already had ties in this ancient world. He had old Gong who doted on him, and he had cute children. How could he bear to leave them? The system said, Host, please don't worry. If the host chooses to leave, the host's memory will be reset. I guarantee that the host won't feel guilty. Liu? He knew that this reset would only reset him, not old Gong. If he did that, he would leave his children and old Gong behind. That would be too heartless. I won't leave, Liu said. The Crown Prince didn't regret his trust and love. He didn't regret it either. If he was a carp spirit, he wouldn't regret giving up on becoming an immortal. If he was a system fish, he wouldn't regret giving up the chance to return to the real world. The system received Liu's confirmation. The illusory door flashed twice and disappeared completely. The system said, since the host doesn't want to accept this reward, change it to something else. A small button appeared where the illusory door was, and a line of golden words floated above it, 2 days trip in the modern world. The system said, host, please choose a team member. This reward can stay in the modern world for 2 days in the modern world, but only for 15 minutes in the ancient world. Host, please choose if you want to accept. Liu, so this became a 15 minutes trip back to his parents' home. It wasn't bad to be able to visit his parents' home once in a while, and it wouldn't be a problem to leave for 15 minutes. He could even form a team and go back together. But who should he bring? There were 4 babies and Snowbow. If he brought one, he would have to bring the others. He couldn't be biased. However, it was also a disaster for him to bring 5 children to a place that he was not familiar with. System, can I bring Tyrant? Liu asked. The system said, yes. Mu Tianqi had always agreed to anything this fish wanted. Knowing that they were going to the immortal mountain where the carp spirit lived, Crown Prince always thought that Xiaoyu lived on the mountain. Crown Prince was very happy. However, he couldn't bring the children with him. They were still young. If he brought them along, it would be difficult to take care of them. He could only leave them in the mansion first. Crown Prince quickly made preparations. In fact, he just sent people to guard the house where he and Liu were and told Wang Shi and Xiao Luo to take good care of the children. Liu didn't know how to get Crown Prince to join the team. He first held Crown Prince's arm and then entered the system. Liu said, I'm ready. I want to take Crown Prince with me. How do I do this? The system said, please click the button to go to the modern era. Liu tried to click it. Suddenly, he lost consciousness and fell into darkness. When he woke up again, he was neither in the system nor in Crown Prince's arms. He was lying on a table. His face was wrinkled by the phone. Liu looked up blankly and looked around. He was too familiar. This was his home in the modern era. When he looked at his phone, this was indeed his phone. Liu grabbed it and glanced at it. What he saw was a web novel he was reading before he fell asleep, The Tyrant and the Little Concubine. Hey, why is it this? Liu threw the phone aside disinterestedly. He felt that something was missing. What was it? F***ck. Liu jumped up from the chair. Old Gong, he didn't see his old Gong. Old Gong, who came to the ancient era with him for 2 days, was missing. Tianqi, are you there? Liu shouted in panic. The house was empty. He was the only one in it. Right, the system. Liu quickly entered the system. The system was still the same. The button he clicked showed him progress and there was a countdown of less than 2 days. Seeing the countdown, Liu finally felt relieved. Sure enough, it was 2 days in the modern era. However, his original intention was to take Old Gong to visit his mother's house. What should he do now that Old Gong was missing? System, I was separated from Crown Prince. Can you tell me where he is? Liu asked. The system remained silent as usual. Liu wanted nothing more than to give the system a good beating. How could such a big thing happen when she was just returning home? What if they couldn't find him in 2 days? Would the Crown Prince be in danger? Would he also return to the ancient times when the time was up? Liu was a little anxious. The system said, don't worry, host. You will find him. Liu, why are you still in a daze? Since the system has already said it, hurry up and find it. Liu exited the system. His house in the modern world had 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. It was less than 50 square meters in total. When Liu was still very young, his parents had passed away, and this house was left to him by his grandparents. The current state of the Li family was that each person had enough to eat and the whole family did not have to worry about anything. Therefore, when Liu transmigrated, there was nothing for him to worry about in the original world. He was already used to his own life. Liu walked around the house. It was not a big place, so he could see at a glance if there was anyone else around. The Crown Prince knew nothing about the modern world. He had to find him as soon as possible. He had a feeling that since the Crown Prince had come with him, he should not be too far away from him. Liu took his phone and rushed out. After walking around outside, he did not see anyone who looked like the Crown Prince. He had already planned where he would take Old Gong when he returned to the modern world. At the same time, he would also calm Old Gong's heart and tell the Crown Prince that there were actually many people in the carp spirit's lair. The carp spirit was also a person, so as to prevent the Crown Prince from thinking too much. However, he did not expect that the Crown Prince would be separated from him when he returned to the modern world. Other things were obviously not as important as finding the Crown Prince. Xianxia, Xianxia, Liu shouted loudly, but no one responded. Occasionally, a few passers-by would look at him curiously. Don't be anxious, calm down. If the Crown Prince heard or saw him, he would definitely not ignore him. Secondly, when he thought about how he had been shocked when he returned, would the Crown Prince also be shocked? He originally wanted to give the Crown Prince a surprise, but it turned out to be a huge shock. According to the Crown Prince's cautiousness, would he run somewhere to hide first? This was possible. Other than the road near Liu's house, there was only a supermarket and a park. At first, Liu thought that the latter was a good place to hide, so he plunged into the park. The park was not big. Liu had searched behind every tree, but he still did not see the Crown Prince. Could it be that the Crown Prince did not go to a place with fewer people, but went the opposite way and went to a place with more people? Liu turned and ran to the supermarket. However, the supermarket was very big and there was a sea of people. It was not easy to find a person. Liu was worried, but this small matter was not difficult for him. Liu had an idea and went to the supermarket management office. After a while, the loudspeakers in the supermarket sounded in unison. Little Mu Tianqi, your father, Liu, is looking for you. Please come to the management office to meet your father, Liu. Because the management office staff said that they would only help to find the father and son, Liu had no choice but to make a bold announcement. If the Crown Prince heard it, he would definitely not be able to sit still. The supermarket management office was easy to find. It had a big signboard and was very eye-catching. He felt that it would not be easy to find the Crown Prince among so many people in the supermarket. Why not let the Crown Prince come to find him? Liu was counting his chickens before they hatched. However, he waited for a long time at the management office and no one came. The staff who helped him make the announcement looked at him and said with concern, "Young man, why is your son not here yet? Do you want me to help you call the police?" Liu, forget about calling the police. The Crown Prince was an unregistered resident. How could he call the police? Liu thanked the staff and left his phone. He asked the staff to continue waiting for him while he went to look for the Crown Prince himself. Although the announcement was everywhere, what if the Crown Prince did not hear it? Liu walked around but found nothing. His phone did not ring either. It had been half a day since he transmigrated back, but he still could not find the Crown Prince. What should he do? If the Crown Prince was not in the supermarket, Liu stood in the middle of the crowd. For a moment, he did not know where to go. Liu? Is that Liu? A voice drifted over and attracted Liu's attention. Liu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, thin, fair-skinned man with gold-rimmed glasses looking at him in surprise. Liu did not recognize this person. He asked warily, "Who are you?" The man adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "I was your neighbor who used to live in your building. Later on, I moved away. I always remember you. Don't you remember me?" Liu really did not have much of an impression of him. The residential building he lived in was very dilapidated. Many of his neighbors had moved away. Because the rent was cheap, people kept moving in. There were so many so-called neighbors. It was impossible for him to remember all of them. However, this person was able to accurately tell him his address. In other words, this person should have seen him often but had not spoken to him much. Liu carefully sized up this person and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" The person said, "It's nothing. I suddenly saw you and wanted to say hello to you. You should be in university now, right? Where are you going to school?" Li Yu had just finished taking the college entrance examination this year. He received the notice and did not have time to register before he transmigrated. Because his grades were not good, the school was also very ordinary. Li Yu told him the name of the school. The person said happily, "I live nearby. Why don't I take you to visit your future school and treat you to a meal to catch up?" The man patted his trouser pocket and revealed a string of luxury car keys. Li Yu frowned and took a step back. He was not used to this person's sudden warm attitude and intentional or unintentional flaunting of his wealth. It seemed to be hinting at something. Life in the palace in the other world made him more vigilant against strangers. "Thank you, but there's no need." Li Yu shook his head decisively. The person said, "It's my duty. You don't have to be polite. We're all neighbors." As he spoke, he was about to step forward and pull Li Yu. The two of them were currently at the fresh food store. There were relatively fewer people here. Li Yu was about to avoid and reject him sternly when a thick and long black shadow suddenly jumped out from behind the person. What the hell was this? Li Yu was dumbfounded. The man in front of him was still trying to strike up a conversation with Li Yu, but Li Yu's attention was focused on the black shadow behind him. This black shadow seemed to be a living thing. It was somewhat like a thick and long strip of cloth. It twisted violently in the air and slapped towards the man's head. "Pa!" What a crisp sound. The man was stunned by this sudden slap. Even the wig on his head was whipped off, revealing a bald head. Li Yu, pfft. This scene was inexplicably familiar. "Ow!" The man cried out. When he turned his head, the black shadow quickly and accurately slapped him. The man's face was also slapped. In a flash, his face was like a red-hot egg. The black shadow slapped him several times without stopping. The man screamed again and again. He didn't see what was slapping him. He only felt something sticky on his body. It hurt and gave him goosebumps. The man was already guilty. At this moment, he was embarrassed. He didn't dare to say another word. He hurriedly grabbed the wig on the ground and ran away. Li Yu clicked his tongue and was too lazy to care about the man who ran away. He squatted down to look at the black shadow. The black shadow lay quietly on the ground, motionless. This time, Li Yu saw it clearly. It was a majestic big black fish that was as long as an adult's arm and as thick as a bowl. Its scales were dark and shiny. Li Yu, if it were anything else, it would be fine, but this was a fish, F***ck, could it be? It can't be so coincidental, right? Li Yu hurriedly picked up the big black fish and looked around. Not far in front of him was a big fish tank in the seafood store. There was a puddle of water in front of the tank. He guessed that the big black fish should have jumped out from this fish tank. The fish was very heavy. Li Yu hugged it, but it didn't struggle. It just nestled in Li Yu's arms. It didn't have the thunderous momentum it had when it was beating up the man. A pair of black fish eyes looked at Li Yu, and its tail gently wagged. The more Li Yu looked at it, the more frightened he became. He said in an extremely soft voice, "Your Highness, old attack? If so, can you rub against my hand?" He was afraid that the fish couldn't hear him, so he said it twice. However, the big black fish didn't move. Li Yu sighed. He thought that he was possessed. How could the crown prince turn into a fish? Even if he transmigrated into a book and turned into a fish, it didn't mean that the crown prince who transmigrated with him would also turn into a fish. This strange thought was illogical. Li Yu tried hard to convince himself. Suddenly, the fish in his arms arched its body and nimbly rubbed against Li Yu's face. After rubbing against him, it even used its tail to curl around Li Yu's fingers. Li Yu, the big black fish's ferocious action stunned Li Yu. F***ck, he was really in big trouble. This black fish really was the crown prince. The crown prince couldn't stand the vulgar man hitting on his wife. Even if he turned into a fish, he would jump out to protect his wife. Prince turned into a big black fish, and Li Yu hugged it tightly. Although the staff didn't hear what Li Yu said to the big black fish, the staff was shocked when the big black fish suddenly jumped out and slapped a male customer. He asked Li Yu mechanically, "Do you want this fish?" Li Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. He was afraid that the staff would notice something, so he laughed and tried to smooth things over for Prince. I didn't expect this fish to be so active. It can actually hit people when it jumps. The staff thought about it and realized that it was true. He wiped his sweat and said, "Then, please weigh the fish first." Liu was speechless. Oh, this was usually the procedure when buying fish. Liu didn't need the staff's help and went to weigh the fish himself. After weighing it, the prince fish weighed 8.62 kilograms, which was heavier than Little Snow Bao. Liu was very fast, and he urged the staff to be faster from time to time. No matter how much it cost, he would close his eyes and use his phone. After the staff weighed the fish, he recovered from his shock and took out a kitchen knife. This fish is a little heavy, so it's not easy to hold. Do you need me to handle it for you? Liu was speechless. Liu stuttered, No. I still want to raise this fish. The staff was confused. Everyone who came to the seafood area to buy fish was to eat it. This was the first time he heard that someone wanted to raise it. The staff was about to ask the young man if he made a mistake when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. When the staff took out the kitchen knife, he felt a little cold, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, he had goosebumps, as if something was watching him. The staff sneezed and didn't forget to remind Liu, this isn't an ornamental fish. It's mainly for eating. It's good to fry, roast, or stew it. Liu was speechless. Liu secretly glanced at the fish he was holding. Although it didn't change much, the fish's body was tense. He also felt that Prince seemed to be angry. Liu was really afraid that Prince would jump up and slap the shop assistant again. He hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter if it's not an ornamental fish. I like this fish." As soon as he finished speaking, the shop assistant felt less cold. The Crown Prince fish nestled in Liu's arms. Liu was afraid that it couldn't take it if it was out of the water for too long. Although Liu's house was close, it was not easy to do it on the road. Therefore, she bought a large basin, asked the shop assistant for water, and carefully put the Crown Prince fish in it. The shop assistant could not understand. Actually, you can just put it in a big plastic bag. Liu, Prince had built all kinds of fish tanks for him. How could he only have a plastic bag? Although he didn't have much money, he still wanted to make the Crown Prince feel better. Liu carried the basin back. The moment he put the Crown Prince fish into the water, he felt much more at ease. The Crown Prince fish was thick and long. The largest basin bought in the supermarket was not big enough to hold it. The big black fish was curled up in a circle and could not swim very well. After Liu got home, he immediately filled the bathtub with water and put the Crown Prince in. The Crown Prince swam gently. Liu brought a chair and sat down next to the bathtub. With a serious expression, he said, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to turn you back." The Crown Prince fish was not in a hurry at all. It swam in the bathtub, swam out of the water, and rubbed Liu's fingers. Liu asked tentatively, "Your Highness, are you hungry? Do you want to eat fish food?" The fish food was bought together with the basin. Liu specially asked about it. It was made of pure flour and was green and harmless. Liu tried one first. The modern version of fish food was too rough. The taste and texture were far inferior to the ancient version, but it was better than nothing. Liu put the fish food in front of the Crown Prince's mouth. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince, who had been very cooperative after turning into a fish, shook its head and threw the fish food away. Liu patiently taught it, "This is not good. You are wasting food." However, the Crown Prince fish refused to eat the fish food. Because of its large body and powerful tail, it jumped out of the bathtub and onto Liu. Liu? Liu quickly hugged the big black fish. As expected of the Crown Prince, it could move freely in such a short time. The weather was hot. Liu was wearing a large t-shirt. The fish rubbed against his white neck and suddenly drilled into his collar. Liu was tickled and laughed loudly. He almost laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He took out the smelly fish and fiercely glared at it with his watery eyes. "Big bastard, how could you do this? Don't move. I am going to think of a way." Liu put the Crown Prince fish back into the bathtub. Liu immediately entered the system and asked, "How did the Crown Prince turn into a fish?" He transmigrated into a fish because of the system, so the crown prince turning into a fish must also have something to do with the system. The system said, the tyrant doesn't exist in this world, so it can only turn into a fish first. Li Yu's mouth twitched. How did the system answer him? Wasn't it similar? It was the system's doing. Then how could he turn the crown prince back into a human? Li Yu asked. The system immediately refreshed a side mission. Host, the side mission, the tyrant turns into a fish, has met the requirements. Does the host want to accept it? The system's main mission was completed, but there were side missions from time to time. When Li Yu heard the name, he accepted it without thinking. The system continued to update the mission. Host, please help the tyrant turn back into a human. The tyrant needs 3 kisses from the host. Li Yu, this system, you are actually from the tyrant's family, right? Why is it so difficult for him to turn into a human, but the crown prince is like the frog prince? However, Li Yu was afraid that the system would be narrow-minded and not let the crown prince turn back into a human. He accepted the mission and exited the system. Because he was lying on the chair, he found that the crown prince turned into a black fish, guarding the water beside him. Li Yu's heart warmed. He wanted to quickly turn the crown prince back. He fished the big black fish out of the water, held one of the fish's fins, and looked at the fish carefully. He found that it was similar to the fish that the crown prince once drew. The crown prince fish silently blew a bubble at Li Yu, as if inviting him. Li Yu burst out laughing. It was hard to kiss it like this. Isn't it just a few kisses? I'll go all out. With that thought in mind, Li Yu closed her eyes and kissed the fish. He didn't know where he kissed, but he ate a mouthful of fish scales. The weight on his hand suddenly dropped. Li Yu opened his eyes. A familiar face appeared in front of him. It was the crown prince. He finally turned back. Tianqi. Li Yu smiled and pinched the crown prince's face. Mu Tianqi hugged him tightly. This was their first official hug since coming to the modern world. Li Yu was still sitting on the chair. This chair was actually an old low stool. The crown prince hugged him too hard. The two of them leaned back and fell into the bathtub together. The bathtub was a little narrow with 2 people squeezed in. The clear water that was originally for the crown prince to swim in was a little cold. Li Yu whined and asked the other party to wait. He fumbled for the hot water switch, turned it on while trembling, and then climbed onto Mu Tianqi's body. The bathtub gradually filled with warm water, and then waves of water rippled out. Li Yu's t-shirt was wrinkled and fell to the ground. The small room was full of water stains. Li Yu felt that he was about to be drowned by the waves. Warm lips fell and kissed his eyebrows. They lay on the small single bed together. They listened to each other's vigorous heartbeats. After a long time, Li Yu said, Tianqi, did you find out? When it was the crown prince's turn to become a fish, Li Yu felt that the crown prince might have realized something. Mu Tianqi smiled and rubbed his head. Li Yu originally planned to take the initiative to reveal to the crown prince when he returned to his family this time. He didn't have the time because the crown prince was missing. Now that he had found him, Li Yu mustered up his courage and said, I brought you here to tell you that I was born here. Later, I accidentally came to your territory and turned into a fish. I think this should be similar to how you turned into a fish when you came here. I'm a human, but I just happened to turn into a fish. The crown prince paused. So, you're not a demon? Yes. Li Yu said, I'm a human like you. Because our place is very different from your place. I'm not confident that I can convince you because I turned into a fish myself. I don't know how to explain it, so I can only admit that I'm a demon first. The tribulation that I mentioned before actually meant that I need to do something to return to human. So, I really just want to be a human. I really won't leave. You don't have to worry anymore, Li Yu said softly. He knew that the crown prince was always worried that he would leave. No matter how he confessed, it was useless. In the end, it was all the carp spirit's fault. After so many things, he also knew the crown prince's feelings for him. He had to make the crown prince feel completely at ease. Fortunately, there was this opportunity. Since the crown prince had turned into a fish, it would be much easier for him to accept. After all, the crown prince was not a demon himself. I understand what you mean, the crown prince said after thinking deeply. Mu Tianqi came out and found that he had turned into a black fish, squeezed into a fish tank with 2 crabs and 3 turtles. After the shock, he thought a lot. Why was this immortal mountain where the carp spirit lived so different from what he imagined? There were too many people coming and going to watch him, and they were all wearing strange clothes. Why did he turn into a fish? Xiaoyu had come with him. The crown prince wanted to find little fish, but after jumping up a few times, he fell back into the fish tank. He did not know where Liu was at all, so he could only wait in place. When the broadcast read Little Friend Mu Tianqi and Daddy Liu, the crown prince knew that little fish was nearby. However, he could not leave the fish tank too far. Later, when he finally saw little fish, a strange man tried to hit on her. The crown prince was furious and jumped up to teach the man a lesson. This scene was familiar. The crown prince remembered that little fish had done the same thing before. He felt that he had some inexplicable similarities with little fish. When Liu confessed to him again, Mu Tianqi suddenly understood. It turned out that little fish was also a human. That was why she was not afraid of monks, Taoists, and black dog blood. Tianqi, will you be angry? Liu asked weakly. He did not know that the carp spirit that he had no choice but to pretend to be had caused so much trouble. Mu Tianqi slowly shook his head. He did not care if little fish was a demon, let alone a human. However, it did make him feel better. The crown prince smiled and asked, "What do you mean by tribulation? Transcendence?" The crown prince moved his finger to Liu's lips and traced the shape of his lips ambiguously. For example, how many times did you kiss me just now? The crown prince smiled and felt that this kind of tribulation transcendence was much better than being struck by lightning. Liu and he had done even more intimate things, but when it came to kissing, it still made her blush. Liu's brain began to bubble. He argued, "It's not that many times. It's just 3 times. The crown prince smiled and repeated, "Yes, it's 3 times. Liu was speechless. Ugh, was he being teased again? The two of them were intimate for a while. The crown prince liked this house that was filled with little fish's scent. He wanted to be with little fish forever. However, Liu could not waste this rare opportunity to go back to his mother's house on bed. After being intimate, he pushed the crown prince hard. "No, we must go out for a walk." The crown prince got up helplessly. Liu, who originally wanted to be infatuated with old Gong's side profile, discovered a very, very important problem. The crown prince turned from a fish into a human and did not wear clothes. As expected of the setting of the tricking system. Liu thought, "Damn. Old Gong, come back. In a civilized society, you can't run around naked." Liu decided to buy a suitable set of clothes for old Gong first. However, the crown prince refused to let him go alone. He was afraid that someone would disturb him, so the crown prince insisted on following him. Liu could only rummage through the cabinets and find a relatively large t-shirt. He wore a size bigger in casual, but the crown prince was much taller than him, so the t-shirt was very tight. However, the shirt could be made do, but the pants could not. Liu finished dressing Prince up. Prince wore a tight t-shirt and Liu's biggest pair of beach pants. He had bought them online and had forgotten to return them. They were brand new. Now, he could finally go out. Prince felt a little regretful that he could not wear the pants that Xiaoyu had worn before. Although he already had clothes, Liu still wanted to bring Prince to buy some more. In fact, after online shopping became popular, he rarely went to physical stores. Everyone said that online shopping was cheaper. However, he did not have time to wait for delivery. He had to buy them first. Liu led Prince to a men's clothing store. Prince's handsome and exquisite facial features attracted a lot of attention. Liu was proud of him. He was an old man in modern times. It would not be a problem for him to be a celebrity. Unfortunately, they could not stay for too long. Liu wanted to dress Prince up well. He went to the store and said nothing. Liu bought everything from head to toe. He also picked a few good-looking suits and held them in his hands. Anyway, he was going to stay in ancient times with Prince. Money in modern times was just a worldly possession to him. As an old man, he would spend it when he needed to. Liu did not feel bad at all. Liu handed over a few sets of clothes that he liked and pushed Prince into the fitting room. After Mu Tianqi came to modern times, he became a fish. First, he was trapped in a fish tank in the supermarket. Later, he was brought home by Liu in time. In reality, he did not see any scenery. When he went out with Liu, even the usually calm prince could not stop feeling surprised. Xiaoyu was a human, not a demon. Although this world was not a celestial mountain of carps, it was more dazzling than a celestial mountain. Naturally, Prince was also dazzled. Liu asked Prince to try on the clothes. Prince was confused. Prince was very curious about the palm-sized cubicle that was only decorated with a curtain. He thought about it for a long time but did not move. Liu suddenly remembered that Prince did not know how to wear modern clothes. Liu hurriedly packed herself into the fitting room and helped Prince change his clothes. He was inside. Not only could he help, but he also wanted to be the first to see the results. If he was not satisfied, he could change until he was satisfied. Liu chose 2 sets of clothes that had the best effect on the upper body for Crown Prince. He also chose a set of the same size for himself. They had worn couple outfits countless times in ancient times, so he wanted to take this opportunity to challenge the modern couple outfits. Newlyweds would get bored of each other whenever they were free. Even if they were bored enough at home, hugging and kissing were inevitable. Men usually changed very quickly. Only Liu and Prince shamelessly changed in the fitting room for nearly half an hour. When they came out, both of them were wearing the same suit. Liu's lips were a little red and swollen, and the corners of his eyes were slightly red. There was nothing inappropriate about him. Liu took out his phone to pay the bill. Then, he taught Prince how to pose for a OSE pose. He took a picture with his phone and set it as the wallpaper. The picture was taken very well. The 2 people in the picture were smiling. He smiled brightly, and Prince smiled gently. The Crown Prince himself was also very good at drawing. After seeing the picture of the finished product, he was in awe of this little box called a mobile phone. Liu couldn't say that this was witchcraft anymore. He smiled and taught Prince how to take pictures with his phone. He had learned the basic principles of a camera's imaging in school, but he had returned it to his teacher. There wasn't enough time, so it was better to play happily. Prince wore a suit and held his phone. He took pictures of almost everything he saw. However, no matter what he took, Liu was in all of it. Liu let him do whatever he wanted. Who would have thought that the tyrant in the novel who killed without blinking an eye actually liked to take pictures? Halfway through, Liu bought some octopus balls from a shop. He ate them while walking with Prince. At first, Prince was very resistant to this strange round thing. He lowered his voice and said, "Is this a fish?" Liu? Liu instantly understood his concerns. He smiled and said, "This is an octopus. It's not the same as us." Prince liked to hear him say we, and he also liked it when he said that they weren't the same. He tried some of the octopus balls. It was indeed very fragrant. The ingredient carp and the big black fish quickly divided the octopus balls. Liu took Prince to the Museum of History. This was a place he had long thought of taking Prince to. Other than searching on his phone, the Museum of History was a good place to go to understand the local customs of a place. Liu didn't know what kind of enlightenment he would give Prince in the modern world. He could only try his best to show Prince the world he lived in. The museum left behind traces of the rise and fall of the various dynasties in this world. There was the emperor's sword worn by the kings, as well as the pots that the common people used to pickle vegetables. There was an electronic sound near every exhibit. It softly introduced the name, use, and meaning of the exhibit. The rise and prosperity of one era was always accompanied by the decline and fall of another era. Prince listened attentively and frowned slightly. He seemed to be thinking about something. After visiting the museum, Liu took Old Gong to the amusement park. This was Liu's own selfish motive. If he couldn't come back in the future, he had to play to his heart's content. Liu said, "I never came here when I was young. Every time I saw children around my age go, I was very envious." The tickets to the amusement park were a little expensive. When he was young, Liu's family was poor and he couldn't afford it. When he grew older, he could afford it. However, there were fewer people who could play with him. Prince said firmly, "I'll accompany you." Liu wanted to ride the roller coaster. The two of them queued for a long time. However, it only took them a few minutes to get on the roller coaster. Liu hugged Prince. His face was pale. Prince was a little better. However, Prince felt that this was looking for trouble. Liu said, "This is not suffering. It's a way to relieve one's emotions." Because everyone on the roller coaster was screaming in fear, no one would pay special attention to one person who was a little sad. After experiencing the roller coaster, Liu looked at the crowd behind him. The sadness of parting flashed across his mind. Prince saw everything. He held Liu's hand again and said softly, "I'm here. I'll accompany you. The next event is bumper cars. It's also something I really wanted to do when I was young." Liu blinked his eyes. Since Xiaoyu said it was special twice, Prince would definitely risk his life to accompany him. Bumper cars were mostly children's games. The cars weren't big. Liu and Prince sat in one of the cars. The two of them bent their backs and leaned their knees against each other. Liu wasn't very familiar with the car. After fiddling with it for a while, he pressed a button. The bumper car carried them and started to turn. "Wait for me for a while. I promise." Liu was embarrassed. He wanted to show old Gong how good he was. In the end, he made a fool of himself again. "There's no hurry." Prince seemed to have thought of something. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was probably because the two of them didn't manage to get a bumper car. They were despised by their friends who were playing. A bumper car drove over and knocked Liu and Prince's car. Prince was furious. "How dare you? How dare he knock into Xiaoyu's car?" Liu quickly held him down before he could fly into a rage. "Tianqi, this is how we play. Don't be angry." Liu had roughly figured out the direction of the operation. He said to Prince, "Watch me." Liu operated his bumper car and accurately chased after the bumper car that had hit them. The bumper car also hit the other party hard. Liu laughed. "Ha ha ha, I've taken my revenge." Prince really didn't understand why they had to knock into each other like this. However, when he saw that Xiaoyu was in high spirits and didn't have any haze anymore, Prince's displeasure disappeared. However, he couldn't just sit there and rely on his wife. Prince took the initiative to press a red button for Xiaoyu. The bumper car immediately hit the wall. Liu shouted, "Tianqi, don't press it." Liu and Old Gong had a lot of fun in the amusement park. The two of them took many pictures together. They even took one picture together on the bumper car. Before they knew it, a day had passed. When they returned to Liu's house, the two of them changed into t-shirts of the same design. Liu wanted to be a good host and wanted to cook dinner. He found some fresh cucumbers in the fridge. Prince, as usual, Liu took the cucumbers and smacked them. When he turned around to cook noodles, Prince had already finished the cucumbers. There wasn't even a mouthful of soup left. Liu thought to himself that Old Gong was so hungry. How pitiful. However, he didn't think too much about it. He took 2 bowls of noodles and gave one to Prince. After eating, the two of them felt a little warm. They lay down together. Liu turned on a small electric fan and blew it at them. Prince curiously looked at this thing that could create wind by itself. Xiaoyu said that it was called an electric appliance. The electric appliance blew away some of the heat. Liu and Prince looked at each other. They moved closer and their lips slowly touched. Liu wanted to encourage Prince to do something on the small bed. However, after kissing for a second, Prince, a living person, turned back into a big black fish with a bang. Liu was about to explode at this moment. "Come out, system. I promise I won't kill you." Why did Prince turn back into a fish? Without waiting for the system to explain, Liu knew that it was because the time limit of the transformation was up. It was not much different from before. The way to make Prince Fish turn back into a human was to kiss it 3 times. Liu picked up the big black fish and kissed it fiercely. However, it was useless. The system said, "Host, please try again tomorrow." Liu, he understood. Even once a day was like him. Liu had no choice but to put Prince Fish back into the bathtub. The black fish rubbed against him, telling him to rest and not to worry. However, there was still a long time before tomorrow. Liu did not want to be separated from Prince Fish for a moment. He remembered that after the main storyline was completed, he could turn into a fish at will. He wondered if this skill could be used in modern times. Liu tried to use the skill. His skill did not have any barriers of time and space. In a flash, he successfully turned into a white koi fish with a hint of gold. Liu jumped into the bathtub and swam around Prince Fish twice. Prince Fish looked at him in shock. "Xianxia, I'll accompany you too," Liu said with a smile. Prince Fish was bigger than Liu. It dived into the water and swam directly below Liu. "Liu, old gong, what are you doing?" Prince Fish floated up, just enough to put Liu on its back. The next day, Liu helped Mu Tianqi return to his human form and took the crown prince to where he wanted to go. After wandering outside for a whole day yesterday, the crown prince gradually had his own ideas. Liu also agreed. Maybe these ideas would push forward the changes in the ancient world. There was not much time left for them. Since the crown prince had this plan, Liu thought that he might as well bring some local specialties back. His ability to transform into a fish could be used, so could the portable space. Liu checked the few things in the portable space. They were all stored in the ancient world and could be taken out. From this, he deduced that things that could only be stored in the modern world could be used in the ancient world. With such a golden finger, it would be much more convenient. Liu first thought of buying all kinds of books to store in the portable space, but physical books were too heavy. It was difficult to find them in such a short time. Liu cleverly bought 2 e-readers and bought and downloaded all kinds of e-books. Knowledge was a ladder to progress. Liu wanted to build a ladder for the crown prince. He had the e-readers, but they needed to be charged. There was no electricity in the ancient world, so Liu bought a solar-powered charging device and a portable power supply. This way, he could also bring a mobile phone. Although there was no signal in the palace, it could be used as a camera. He also kept the photos of him and the crown prince. Since Liu had started to consider bringing some local specialties, it would be best to bring some common medicines as well. Liu bought some medicine at the pharmacy. When she was paying the bill, she found a small square box. Something about ultra-thin, dynamic, and unlimited passion. Liu had not noticed it before. Now that she thought about it, weren't these the legendary condoms? Liu bought a few boxes in one go. It's a good deal. Liu bought a few boxes in one go. Everyone looked at him with ridicule. Although Liu was embarrassed, he did not back down at all. This was related to his and old Gong's happiness for the rest of his life. He had to buy it. Because Liu had suffered when she gave birth to Snow Bao, the crown prince was very distressed and decided not to let him give birth to another child in human form. He could consider using a fish form, but it was not very convenient in the imperial city. After Liu's body recovered, she and the crown prince tried many methods. The methods of contraception in ancient times were somewhat difficult to explain in a few words. They did not want each other to drink medicine, so they could only forcefully control it a little. Liu was still fine, but the crown prince was too difficult. There were a lot of boxes in the storage space and it was almost full. Prince insisted on bringing along the clothes that Liu had bought for him. These sets of clothes would definitely not be worn in ancient times. However, Prince refused to give up on anything that Xiaoyu had given him. Even if he could only hang them up in the end, it would still be nice. Liu even wanted to bring the crown prince to see the magnificent buildings and take a high-speed train. However, the crown prince said that he only wanted to go to the places that Xiaoyu frequented. There were many attractive things in this world, but what attracted the crown prince the most was still Liu. Liu was touched. He changed his plan and brought the crown prince to the elementary school, middle school, and high school that he had attended for many years. He showed the crown prince the classrooms that he had stayed in, the desks and chairs that he had used, and the basketball court that he had run in. The crown prince did not understand most of it. However, when he heard Liu talk about the interesting things that happened when he was young, it was as if he had really seen the cute Xiaoyu from back then. The last stop was the cemetery. Liu's parents had passed away when he was young. The grandparents that had raised him had also passed away a long time ago. Liu placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone and told them that he was with an ancient crown prince. He would not show any sad emotions because he knew that they and the crown prince would definitely want him to live happily. When Mu Tianqi found out that this was Xiaoyu's family, he followed Li Yu and bowed to the tombstone. The 2 days were up. In the end, the two of them woke up in the crown prince's room. The incense stick that they had lit before they left had not yet burned out. Li Yu rubbed his eyes hard. He felt that bringing the crown prince back to the modern world was not a dream. The crown prince looked at him and smiled. He pulled up his sleeves and handed his hand to Li Yu. Li Yu noticed that there was a mark that looked like a jade scale on the crown prince's arm. Could this be? Li Yu was stunned. Could it be that the crown prince had also gained the ability to transform after going to the modern world? Could it be that the crown prince had also become a system fish? Tyrant was the male protagonist. How could he become a system fish? Before Li Yu's imagination could run wild, the system explained, "Congratulations to the host for completing the Tyrant transforming into a fish side quest. Tyrant will receive a skill reward. This skill can only transform into a fish for 2 hours a day. It cannot be improved or optimized." Li Yu was speechless. The crown prince did not need to do missions. He was not a miserable system fish. He felt that this skill was just for fun. However, would the crown prince be so free that he would transform into a fish for fun? It was unlikely. Reality proved that he was wrong. The crown prince liked to transform into a fish. He especially liked to accompany him after transforming into a fish. Li Yu also enjoyed it. After becoming the crown prince's wife, there were more things to be busy with. Transforming into a fish and staying quietly for a while could be seen as being away from the hustle and bustle of the world. If the crown prince transformed into a big black fish, Li Yu would definitely transform too. It was like a promise in the modern world. He liked to accompany the crown prince. The children saw the crown prince transformed into a big black fish for the first time. They did not know that it was the crown prince's father and were almost scared to tears. When they found out later, they all wanted to transform back into young fish and swim around with their fathers. In the family, only Bao Shui had not transformed into a fish. Li Yu thought about the magical picture of a school of fish. Even the crown prince could transform into a fish. The 4 children could also choose to transform into fish when they were 7 years old. Perhaps one day, even Bao Shui would transform too. There was no need to feel sorry for her. Li Yu returned to the modern world and brought back gifts for the children. It was a set of pocket-sized colorful storybooks. It was fun, beautiful, and not eye-catching. He wanted to tell the children the stories he had heard when he was young. Li Yu handed the carefully prepared reading device to the crown prince and taught him how to use it. Because the words on the reading device were quite different from the ancient world, Li Yu, who had 5 children and was still being taught how to write by the crown prince, could finally hold his head high and teach the crown prince. He sat in the crown prince's arms and finished teaching a page of simplified Chinese characters. Only then did he realize that the crown prince had taught him this posture in the past. He also taught the crown prince this posture. It seemed a little wrong. Li Yu, this was the rhythm of teacher Yu being eaten as she taught. Actually, it was not scary to be eaten. It was a good opportunity to try out the moving ultra-thin bag that Li Yu brought back. Life in the crown prince's residence began to change happily. The crown prince calmed down and slowly read the books he was interested in. If there was something he did not understand, he would ask Li Yu. Li Yu tried his best to answer the questions according to the books. He also did not know how the world would change. If the crown prince needed it, he would do his best to assist the crown prince. The crown prince said that it would give him a different era. Li Yu looked forward to it. Epilogue: a month later, the emperor personally held a grand wedding for the crown prince and Li Yu. The emperor was very satisfied with the crown prince. The crown prince had more and more ideas of his own. A year later, the emperor passed the throne to the crown prince and became the retired emperor himself. On the day of the new emperor's ascension, he pardoned the people and made the crown princess Li Yu the regent empress. Usually, when an emperor ascended the throne, he would have a harem. However, this emperor did not. From the time of the King Jing to the crown prince until now, there was only one person by his side. Even the position of the empress was different from the others, the regent empress. This was something that many families could only dream of. The emperor doted on the empress very much. Of course, this Empress Liu also showed extraordinary talent. The husband and wife worked together and began bold and decisive reforms. These reforms brought about the prosperity of 800 years, but this was all in the future. After the emperor ascended the throne, in addition to appointing the empress, another important thing was to renovate the palace. Those who were familiar with the crown prince's residence, such as eunuch Wang and Yi, were no stranger to this. The emperor, who had once built a large pool in the prince's residence, insisted on building an even larger and more spectacular pool in the palace. It was said that under the water, a miniature view of the entire imperial city was built. It was called the Crystal Palace. In the Crystal Palace lived the emperor's fish pet when he was still a prince. It was a silver koi fish with a hint of gold. People often saw it. End of chapter 156. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.